The apocalypse has arrived. My brother and I scavenged for supplies together, but little did I know, he was willing to gun me down for the space on my body. However, what he didn't realize was that I had already been reborn and returned. The vendetta from my past life, I intend to repay in double in this lifetime. We ventured to dig for treasures together and unexpectedly stumbled upon an ancient coin. Initially deemed useless, little did I know that picking up the coin would activate the broken bowl left to me by my father, granting me a portable space. Not the lack of resources, but the uneven distribution, they say. From that day on, my brother's attitude underwent a subtle change. My name is Lin, and I have known Zhao Xiao for 14 years, supporting each other for 8 years in the apocalypse. Today, it was my turn to search for food while he kept watch over our surroundings. Spotting a carp on the icy surface, I was about to haul it up for our dinner when a muffled gunshot rang out. I was shot, fell to the ground, and the ice pick flew out of my grasp. Turning my head, I saw Zhao Xiao standing beside Shen Jinbin, my sworn enemy, conversing with him. I overheard words like space, he's not deserving, and shelter, and it dawned on me. Zhao Xiao had betrayed me. For that space, for the chance to seek shelter, he had actually joined forces with Shen Jinbin. My heart ached more than the physical pain. We had been through so much together, and he betrayed me for a space. I stared at him intensely, but he couldn't meet my gaze. Shen Jinbin approached, looking down at me, stating that I was now in his hands. Clenching my teeth, I looked at Zhao Xiao, who claimed to have the ability to unlock the space, but I always considered it as my own possession, refusing to share it with everyone to get to the shelter. I found it absurd. We had endured 8 years of the apocalypse together, and he betrayed me for a mere space. I started to laugh, blood staining my mouth. I told Shen Jinbin that I could work for him, but Zhao Xiao was of no use anymore. Zhao Xiao looked at me in terror, not expecting my words. I further told him that he would inform Shen Jinbin and others that my space had nothing to do with him, as having one more informed person would increase the risk of exposure. Shen Jinbin nodded, acknowledging Zhao Xiao's contribution. Zhao Xiao smiled, thinking he was safe. However, Shen Jinbin suddenly shot him in the head. At that moment, seizing the opportunity while Shen Jinbin was distracted, I struck him with a sharp piece of ice. Perhaps it was divine favor, as I actually managed to hit him. My name is Lin Shi, a freshman student. 3 months later, on June 1st, a solar flare erupted, plunging the world into extreme cold and the apocalypse. I had been reborn back to before the apocalypse, now on March 1st, 2024, at 7:30 in the morning. Standing on the balcony of my bedroom, feeling the gentle morning breeze, I gazed at the bustling scene outside the residential area. This peaceful and prosperous view would soon be replaced by vast white snow, all because the sun had encountered issues. Returning to my room, I opened the safe and retrieved an unremarkable bowl. The bowl's surface was uneven, its color dull and unassuming, with a chip on the edge. However, it was actually a cornucopia, requiring specific items to unlock its power. In my past life, it took me 8 years into the extreme cold apocalypse to repair it and gain access to the space. I decided to immediately head to the South City Antique Market to search for the item to unlock the cornucopia. Descending the stairs, I noticed a breakfast shop and realized I hadn't eaten yet. Having grown accustomed to hunger during the apocalypse, there were times I couldn't find food for 2 or 3 days and had to rely on snow to stave off hunger. I entered the breakfast shop and devoured a hearty meal. After finishing breakfast, following my memories from my past life, I arrived at the South City Antique Market. The place was bustling with people, lively and extraordinary. After wandering through the market, I finally found the stall selling ancient coins. The vendor was a middle-aged man who warmly greeted me as I approached. "Young man, looking to buy something?" Pointing to a particular ancient coin on his stall, I inquired, "Sir, how much for this ancient coin?" The vendor glanced at the coin I was pointing at and replied, "This ancient coin is quite valuable, from the Qing dynasty, priced at 5,000 yuan." My heart leaped with joy as I recognized this coin as the key to unlocking the cornucopia. However, maintaining a facade of difficulty, I said, "Sir, could you lower the price? I don't have that much money." The vendor observed me and then offered, "Young man, it seems you genuinely desire it. How about this? I'll sell it to you for 4,000 yuan." I still felt the price was too high and said, "Boss, can you lower it a bit more? I only have 3,000 yuan." The stall owner hesitated for a moment and then said, "All right, I'll sell it to you for 3,000 yuan, but don't tell anyone else, okay?" I paid the money, took the ancient coin, and left the stall. I hurried back home and placed the coin into the cornucopia. Sure enough, the cornucopia emitted a beam of light and slowly opened up. Inside, I saw a spacious area where I could store many things. I was overjoyed. With this space, I could stock up on enough supplies before the apocalypse arrived without worrying about starving to death. I decided to immediately purchase supplies and prepare for the end of the world. My name is Lin Shur. After being reborn, I found myself at the South City Antique Market. The place was bustling with people, lively and extraordinary. In my previous life, it was here that Zhao Xiao and I discovered the key item to repair the cornucopia, a special patterned ancient coin. I searched the antique market for 2 hours but still hadn't found the coin. I started to feel anxious because the market only gathered stalls on weekend mornings, and each time, the stall owners were different. If the stall owner, who had the special ancient coin, only set up their stall here on the day of the apocalypse, wouldn't I have to wait 3 months to find it? My advantage from being reborn would significantly diminish. In another hour or two, the stalls on the street would close, and if I didn't find the coin by then, I would have to try my luck again next weekend. I took a deep breath, composed myself, and continued searching for the next stall. "Lin Shur," a familiar voice sounded from behind me. I raised my eyebrows, and a hint of malice flashed in my clear eyes. This voice was unforgettable to me. It was Zhao Xiao, my classmate and friend from middle school to high school, the person who betrayed me during the 8 years of hardship in the apocalypse. I suppressed the killing intent in my eyes, turned around, and asked in surprise, "Zhao Xiao, what are you doing here?" Zhao Xiao, dressed in a city management uniform, walked up and patted my shoulder. "I was about to ask you the same thing. What's this? The top student is interested in antiques now?" Zhao Xiao teased, looking at my handsome face and expensive clothing, a hint of envy flickering in his eyes. I calmly brushed off Zhao Zhao's hand on my shoulder and casually said, "I had nothing to do this weekend. Heard there were many antiques here, so I came to take a look." Zhao Xiao chuckled inwardly. He had been working nearby for almost a year and knew that everything on this street was a scam. Many people came here hoping to find treasures, but very few actually did. Last time, a naive young man was scammed out of tens of thousands and caused a scene. But he wouldn't tell me about these incidents. He was hoping I would fall for it, knowing that I had money to spare. Maintaining a surface relationship was necessary. After all, how else would Zhao Xiao be able to trick me, the unsuspecting victim? With a smile, Zhao Xiao said, "There are plenty of fakes here, but some genuine items too. Half a year ago, an old man spent 200 here and got a simple genuine Han Dynasty piece. Later sold it for 500,000. Normally, a 19-year-old would get excited hearing this. Even if they were just casually browsing, they would want to try and buy something. I remained composed on the outside, but sneered inwardly. How did I not notice before how cunning Zhao Xiao really was? I nodded at Zhao Xiao and replied, "I'll have a good look around then." Just then, there was a commotion not far away, and a crowd had gathered. Curiosity drove me to join them. Seeing the crowd, Zhao Xiao shouted, "Make way! Make way! City management at work." The crowd indeed parted, and I made my way to the front. A young man in his mid-20s looked agitated, waving around an ancient coin, and exclaimed, "Old man, I had this appraised yesterday, and it's a modern replica. Fake! You sold me this for 100,000. I want a refund. You must refund me today." The stall owner, an old man in his 70s, clad in rough clothes, with a face weathered by time, furrowed his brows. "This is a family heirloom." "What rubbish heirloom? Are you refunding me or not? If you don't, I'll call the police." The onlookers seemed to be enjoying the show, including Zhao Xiao, who leaned in and whispered to me, "This kind of thing happens every few months here." In the past, this guy would have been beaten up for sure. In the world of antiques, there was an unwritten rule that once an item was bought, even if it turned out to be a fake, it couldn't be returned. Being scammed was considered a lesson learned. However, this young man either genuinely didn't know or pretended not to know, insisting on a refund. As I saw the ancient coin in his hand, my pupils suddenly constricted. It was the same coin that opened the cornucopia. Trembling, the old man said with a pained expression, "This is truly a family heirloom, passed down since my grandfather's time." Young man, I did not deceive you. My name is Lin Sher, an antique enthusiast. I had come to the antique market today in search of some treasures. I weaved through the crowd and suddenly saw a group of people gathered in front. Curious, I approached and saw a young man and an old man arguing about something. "This ancient coin is clearly real. Why do you say it's fake?" the young man said angrily. "Young man, I've been in this antique market for so many years, and I still have some eye for these things." "Your ancient coin is fake. It's worthless," the old man said nonchalantly. Some onlookers in the crowd looked at the young man with unfriendly eyes, thinking he didn't understand the rules. Some thought the old man seemed quite convincing. After all, he had it appraised. Could he really mistake a genuine one for a fake? I took a deep breath and walked up to the young man, slightly curious. "Can you show me the ancient coin in your hand?" I asked. The young man glanced at me, hesitated for a moment, but still handed me the coin. I took the coin and examined it carefully. The craftsmanship was exquisite. The patterns were clear. It didn't seem fake at all. "This coin is real," I said. "You say it's real, but do you have any evidence?" the old man said disdainfully. "I may not have evidence, but I do have some understanding of antiques. The material, craftsmanship, and patterns of this coin all match the characteristics of that era. It couldn't be fake," I explained. "What do you know? You're just a little kid. How dare you speak so confidently here?" the old man retorted. "I'm not speaking arrogantly. I'm just stating my opinion. If you don't believe me, you can seek validation from other experts," I replied. "Fine, you wait here. I'll go find an expert to appraise it," the old man said before turning and leaving. The young man looked at me gratefully, saying, "Thank you, big brother. If it weren't for you, he would have convinced everyone that this coin is fake." "No problem. I just can't stand his bullying behavior," I replied. "Big brother, since you know so much about antiques, could you take a look at my other valuable items?" the young man asked. "Sure, show me what you have," I replied. The young man took out some antiques from his bag, and I carefully examined them. "These antiques are all nice, but their value isn't very high. If you're looking to sell, I can help you connect with some buyers," I said. "Okay, thank you, big brother," the young man replied. "No problem. It's the least I can do," I said. Just then, the old man returned, accompanied by an expert. "Expert, could you take a look and confirm if this ancient coin is real?" the old man asked. The expert took the coin and examined it carefully. "This coin is authentic," the expert confirmed. "What? How is that possible?" the old man exclaimed in surprise. "I wouldn't make a mistake. This coin is indeed genuine," the expert reiterated. The old man's expression turned sour, realizing he had made a mistake. "I'm sorry, young man. I made a mistake earlier. This coin is real, and I'm willing to purchase it at market price," the old man apologized. "No need. I've already decided to sell it to this gentleman," the young man said, pointing towards me. "What? You want to sell it to this kid? How much can he offer you?" the old man questioned. "The amount doesn't matter. What matters is that I trust him," the young man replied. The old man shook his head in resignation and walked away. "Thank you, big brother. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to sell this coin." The young man expressed his gratitude. "No problem. It's the least I can do," I said. "Big brother, you're truly a good person. If you ever need help in the future, feel free to ask," the young man offered. "All right, thank you," I replied. With that, the young man walked away. I watched the young man's silhouette and felt a myriad of emotions stirring within me. In this society, there are still many kind-hearted individuals. I spent 3 minutes making the school beauty's mouth dirty. Then I spent 1 million to buy the silk stockings of a 35-year-old woman. as a catastrophe struck and the end of the world was looming. I and the school beauty sought refuge in the basement. To calm the school beauty's fear of society's chaos, I placed the woman's silk stockings over her head. My name is Lin Sher, a student who enjoys collecting different coins. On this day, as I strolled through the antique market, I noticed a young man named Chin Tai arguing with an elderly vendor. It turned out that Chin Tai had purchased a coin from the old man, only to discover it was fake upon returning home and wanted to return it. The old man refused, stating that in the antique world, once you buy, you cannot return or exchange. Chin Tai persisted and even threatened to call the police. Intrigued by this coin, I approached to take a look. It was a coin that seemed to be made of gold, with one side engraved with a golden ingot and the other side with some strange characters and images. Many people gathered to take a look, but shook their heads and stepped back. The onlookers were mostly opportunistic individuals who frequented the antique market with sharp eyes for authenticity. This coin was in pristine condition, with patterns unlike any known currency from any dynasty, more resembling a token from a child's arcade game. The way people looked at me was as if they were seeing a fool with too much money. An elderly man kindly reminded, "Young man, be careful when buying items." I felt the warmth emanating from the treasure trove in my backpack, confirming that this was what I was looking for. Regardless of the value of this coin, if it could open up a storage space, it would be priceless to me. I casually asked, "How much are you willing to sell it for?" Chin Tai's eyes darted around, assessed my appearance, and said, 15,000, and it's yours. Just moments ago, he was arguing for a refund, but now that I showed interest, he raised the price. The people around us instantly cast scornful glances. 5,000, I countered. Chin Tai snatched back the coin, shouting, "I was offered 100,000 for it. Who do you think you are?" I chuckled and walked away. As I silently counted to 3 in my mind, I was sure he would call me back. And indeed, after a few steps, someone stopped me, not Chin Tai, but the elderly vendor. "Young man, if you're interested in this type of coin, I have another one here. I'll sell it to you for 80,000. I turned abruptly. "You have another one?" The elderly man trembled as he took out a cloth pouch from his pocket and handed me another coin. Hopefully. He was truly in need of money. His son was ill with leukemia, and he wouldn't have brought out this family heirloom for sale otherwise. It was passed down through generations, and he couldn't bear to let it be lost. But if he didn't sell it now, he would have to cut ties with his family history. Selling these 2 coins would ensure his son's surgery costs were covered. I accepted the coin, concealing my shock and excitement, as it was identical to the first one. The treasure trove also reacted. I hadn't expected there to be not just 1, but 2 of these coins. "Sir, how many more of these coins do you have?" I inquired. "Only these 2, passed down from my ancestors. If I didn't urgently need money, I would never sell them," the old man sighed. This answer was expected, as such unique coins are likely to be limited in number. The ancient coin in my hand must be the one I found in my past life. The coin in Chin Tai's hand was one that went undiscovered in his past life. "All right, I'll take this one." I nodded at the old man and took out my phone to make the transfer. Seeing me willingly pay, Chin Tai examined the ancient coin in his hand carefully, wondering if there was some mystical secret to it. The old man happily packed up his stall after selling the coin, getting ready to leave. I noticed Chin Tai's expression and knew he was becoming suspicious. I was determined to acquire the second ancient coin. However, from our previous interaction, I had already realized that Chin Tai was a greedy person. If he caught wind of my intentions, he would surely raise the price or even refuse to sell. So, after completing the transaction with the old man, I turned and walked away, feigning disinterest in the ancient coin Chin Tai held. This made Chin Tai, who was waiting for me to slip up, a bit flustered. Eventually, he chose to trust his cousin and stopped me, saying, "Hey, handsome, why don't you take this coin from me too?" Annoyed, I replied, "I already have one now, so this coin in your hand doesn't hold much significance for me." Chin Tai glanced at the departing old man and did not bother him further. He knew the chances of getting a refund were slim, as the rules in the antiques world were clear. Initially, he had tried to take advantage of his youth and play tricks. Quickly, he said, I'll sell it to you for 100,000 now. I paid the same amount to get it, not making any profit off you. I'm Lin Sure, and today has been quite a fruitful day for me. I bought 2 ancient coins from Chin Tai, spending 80,000, but it was money well spent. If I hadn't come today, I would have missed out on this treasure. Back at home, I hurriedly locked myself in the storage room, a windowless place, very secure. I took out the treasure bowl, feeling its slight warmth, sensing that something was about to happen. I placed one of the ancient coins inside the bowl, and wow, this treasure bowl truly lived up to its name. The coin immediately levitated, emitting a dazzling light, shedding off the dirt and patina to reveal its true appearance. Then a golden light shot into my forehead. In front of me, a game-like interface appeared. The treasure bowl had a storage space of 3 by 3 by 3, and upgrading required 1,000 wealth points. This space was like a small room, where anything that could fit could be stored and retrieved with just a thought. Time stood still inside the space, and whatever was placed in it remained unchanged. This space could also be upgraded using gold and silver jewelry. In my past life, I had tried to upgrade it using gold and silver, but unfortunately, by the 8th year of the apocalypse, these items were buried under the snow, and I hadn't even completed the first level of upgrades. I wondered if having an extra ancient coin in this life would cause any changes to the treasure bowl. I picked up the second ancient coin, placed it on my forehead, and felt a warmth before the coin disappeared. The interface of the treasure bowl in front of me became blurry, as if scrambled. After a while, it became clear again, showing a significant change. The treasure bowl still had a storage space of 3 by 3 by 3, and upgrading still required 1,000 wealth points. But now it had a new feature of item duplication *3, which required 10,000 wealth points for an upgrade. This was fantastic. With this duplication feature, I wouldn't have to worry about resources in the future. However, the amount of wealth points needed for the upgrade was too high, so I needed to figure out how to earn more money. I clenched my fist, unable to hide my joy on my face. With this treasure bowl, I had more security in the apocalypse. I must make good use of it to ensure the survival of myself and my family. I unexpectedly obtained a treasure bowl. As long as I held an item and silently thought of duplicating it, I could get countless identical items. So, I took out the most valuable items in my home, 5 gold bars, to test it out. Unexpectedly, I successfully duplicated 5 identical gold bars. Looking at the 10 gold bars in front of me, I couldn't help but think of the legend of Shen Wansan. He became incredibly wealthy due to owning a treasure bowl, but it also drew the suspicion of the emperor, leading to his untimely demise. If I suddenly acquired so much wealth, it was highly likely that the government would start keeping an eye on me. I quickly returned to my bedroom, opened the safe, and took out the most valuable items in my home, 5 500G gold bars left by my father. Clutching the gold bars tightly, I whispered, "Item duplication." The golden light flashed before my eyes, and 5 gold bars appeared out of thin air, falling to the ground with a crisp sound. Excitedly, I picked up the gold bars and compared them one by one with the ones I had in my hand. The duplicated gold bars were exactly the same in size, weight, and even replicated the minor flaw on one of them perfectly. Glancing at the interface of the treasure bowl, the item duplication section, now read item duplication *2. Based on the current international gold prices, these 5 gold bars could be sold for 1.05 million, meaning that the treasure bowl had instantly increased my assets by 1.05 million. This is truly a treasure bowl, I murmured to myself. This incredible wealth-gathering ability. Wasn't this the legendary treasure bowl? I recalled the legend of the treasure bowl in Xia country, with the most famous being the story of Shen Wansan becoming a wealthy man after obtaining the treasure bowl. If my treasure bowl had no limit on the number of item duplications, then I too could become a person of immense wealth. However, I knew that I couldn't let wealth cloud my judgment. While the commoner may be blameless, possessing a valuable item could invite trouble. If I suddenly acquired so much wealth, it was highly likely that the government would start keeping an eye on me. I decided to use the 5 duplicated gold bars to upgrade the treasure bowl. I picked up 1 gold bar and silently said, upgrade space. However, the interface of the treasure bowl displayed some red text. Item duplication cannot be used for upgrades. I felt a bit disappointed, but it was also within my expectations. I then picked up the original gold bar I had taken from the safe and silently said, "Upgrade space." The numbers on the interface flickered, changing to treasure bowl function. Storage space 3*3*3 wealth points needed for upgrade. 500 function. Item duplication *2 wealth points needed for upgrade. 10,000. A 500G gold bar could be exchanged for 500 wealth points, and 1 gram of gold could be exchanged for 1 wealth point, something I already knew from my past life. I used up another gold bar, and the space was upgraded. Treasure bowl function. Storage space 6*6*6 wealth points needed for upgrade. 2,000 function. Item duplication *2 wealth points needed for upgrade. 10,000. The space had expanded, now 8 times larger than before. However, the wealth points needed for upgrades had doubled. 2 gold bars worth 420,000 were gone, just like that. 3 years ago, my father passed away unexpectedly, leaving me an inheritance and 10 million in death compensation. The treasure bowl was one of the things my father left me. Now, in addition to the house and these few gold bars, I also had cash of 14.52 million. This amount may not be much in the bustling city, but for a 19-year-old, it was already a huge sum. However, I still needed to stockpile supplies and build a shelter, all of which required a lot of money. After pondering for a while, I came up with some ideas. I took out my phone. My name is Lynn, and I used to be an ordinary college student. Recently, I discovered a staggering secret. In 3 months, an SSS-level solar flare will erupt, triggering an extreme cold apocalypse. To survive in the apocalypse, I decided to sell my house, use the funds to buy gold bars, then double them using my duplication skill, sell the duplicated gold bars to the bank to recoup my capital, and use the remaining gold bars to upgrade the treasure bowl. First, I contacted a real estate agent to list my house located in the city center. The house was in a prime location, with a size of 128 square meters and a high price of 80,000 yuan per square meter, totaling over 10 million yuan. I set the bottom line price at 9 million yuan and made it clear that whoever could sell the house faster would earn the extra commission. These real estate agents would do everything in their power to sell the house for the high commission. After listing the house, I called my counselor, explaining that I had a family emergency and needed to take a leave of absence. With the apocalypse approaching, continuing to go to school would be a waste of time. I also didn't want to be bombarded with calls from my counselor, so taking a leave of absence was more convenient. Since I was alone, no one could expose my lie. Next, I drove to a pawn shop and sold the 5 gold bars my father had bought over a decade ago. These gold bars could only be sold to gold shops and pawn shops. And by selling the duplicated gold bars, I received 1.05 million yuan in my account. By the time I finished, it was already dark outside. I treated myself to a grilled fish dinner and returned home content. In the evening, I created an exercise plan for the next 3 months. With the extreme cold apocalypse approaching, the elderly and children were the ones who died the most, while young people with strong bodies had the highest survival rate. A robust physique could resist the cold, increase the chances of survival, protect oneself, and cope with the mutations that would arise in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Just as I finished writing the plan, a message notification sounded on my phone. I checked and saw it was from my high school classmates group chat. This was a small group chat with only 6 people, and I had pinned this group chat message, showing its importance to the old me. The top message was from Zhao Xiao. Today's purchase of ancient coins probably triggered Zhao Xiao. He wants to take advantage of me. I sneered and decided to collect some interest first. I replied saying I would be free after 8 p.m. The next morning, I naturally woke up at 5 a.m. I checked the interface of the treasure basin, and the item duplication still hadn't been restored. I wasn't in a rush, as I would figure it out when upgrading with gold in the future. After freshening up, I went downstairs for a morning run to warm up, followed by a full-body muscle workout. I had my own exercise routine that not only enhanced strength, but also made my muscles and joints more flexible. In the morning, I made a list of supplies, and in the afternoon, I rented a 1,000 square meter warehouse for a month, paying 1 month's rent up front, totaling 60,000. The warehouse was for camouflage, where the purchased supplies would be delivered first before being stored in my space. There was also a guard room in the warehouse, and I planned to stay there in a few days until the supplies were ready. In the evening, Xiao Xiao and the others were urging me to come out in the group chat. I remained calm and only changed and drove to Flower Tide Club after 8 p.m. When I arrived, they had already had quite a few drinks. Su Feifei saw me, and her eyes lit up. She came over and playfully grabbed my arm, saying, "Lin Shi, why are you so late? Long time no see. Do you miss me?" She had a sweet appearance, fair skin, and big sparkling eyes, making it seem like she was interested in me. In reality, she was like this with everyone. I greeted the others and subtly withdrew my arm from Su Feifei's grasp. Before she could react, Huang Miao called me over. "Lin Ge, come quickly. Tonight we won't leave until we're drunk." Xiao Xiao glanced at me, being led by Su Feifei, his smile fading slightly. "Lin Shi, Miao, I have prepared a special show for you guys today," he said mysteriously. Soon after, 4 hot girls walked in. "My name is Lin Shi, and today I came to the private room with my brother Xiao Xiao and Miao." Upon entering, I noticed several hostesses, and a hint of mockery flashed through my mind. Xiao Xiao didn't look that great, but he sure knew how to spend money. I glanced at the alcohol on the table. It must have cost at least 20,000. I was curious to see if he could actually afford it. Xiao Xiao looked at me with a smile and said, "Lin Shi, this is for you and Miao. Thank you for being my brothers. Let's drink this one." I looked at him, feeling somewhat helpless. This guy was really not holding back. But since we were brothers, I decided to have a drink with him. As we drank and chatted, Xiao Xiao kept cracking jokes that made us burst into laughter. I looked at him, feeling a bit sentimental. We had known each other for so many years, and he still loved to joke around. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao's phone rang. He answered it, his expression turning somewhat unpleasant. I asked him what was wrong, and he said his wallet had been stolen, containing all his money and bank cards. My heart sank. What should we do? We had spent quite a bit today. Xiao Xiao looked at me, somewhat embarrassed, and said, "Lin Shi, can you lend me some money? I'll definitely pay you back when I get home." I looked at him, feeling hesitant. It wasn't that I didn't want to lend him money, but I also didn't have that much on me. Just as I was undecided, Miao spoke up, "Xiao Xiao, I have some money here. You can take it first." Xiao Xiao looked at Miao, a hint of gratitude in his eyes. He took the money from Miao and said, "Miao, thank you. You're really a good brother to me." I watched them, feeling a bit guilty. As Xiao Xiao's brother, I hadn't been able to help him out. I decided that when I got back, I would find a way to help him repay the money. After finishing our drinks, we prepared to leave the private room. Xiao Xiao suddenly said to me, "Lin Shi, thank you. If it weren't for you and Miao today, I wouldn't know what to do." I looked at him, smiled, and said, "We're brothers, no need to be so polite." As we walked out of the room, the air outside felt particularly fresh. I looked at Xiao Xiao and Miao, feeling warmth in my heart. I knew that our friendship would continue to endure. My first order of business after selling the house was to go to the club and order 3 hostesses, followed by opening a bottle of Louis XIII. But the good brothers who used to fight over paying the bill for me all acted like cowards today. Seeing that none of them were willing to pay, I got up and left, blocking them all. My name is Lin Shi, and today I went to KTV to sing with Xiao Xiao, Huang Miao, and Su Feifei. I had a slight cold, so I took some antibiotics and didn't drink alcohol. The 3 of them, on the other hand, were having a great time, singing and playing until 1 a.m. The table was filled with empty bottles. Su Feifei, feeling a bit drunk, said she wanted to go home, and Xiao Xiao immediately offered to take her. Huang Miao also chimed in, saying he would go along as it was on the way. I joked that we should split the bill before they left. As Xiao Xiao walked up to me, he slung his arm around my shoulder, his eyes slightly glazed but also shrewd, and said, "Lin Shi, come over for dinner at my place tomorrow. My parents really want to see you. Last time, my mom even wanted to adopt you as her godson. Have you thought about it?" I inwardly sneered at his words. I remembered this incident clearly. Last month when I visited his house, his parents were overly fond of me, expressing their desire to adopt me as their godson and become one family with Zhao Xiao. I didn't agree at the time, and later when the apocalypse arrived, both his parents passed away, and the money was never returned. I smiled and replied, "No, I'm not used to being someone else's son." Zhao Xiao was momentarily stunned, and at that moment, the waiter brought the bill. The total came to over 38,000, but Zhao Xiao rounded it down to 38,000. The waiter handed the bill to us, and Zhao Xiao, Huang Miao, and Su Feifei all looked at me. I raised an eyebrow and said, "What are you all staring at me for?" Zhao Xiao said he's treating. It seemed like Zhao Xiao just realized the situation. He patted his pockets, took out his phone, and exclaimed, "Oh no, my phone is out of battery." He looked at me for help. In the past, I would have paid without hesitation, but now I just looked at the waiter and said with a smirk, "Bring him a charger." The waiter's expression turned cold as he cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Xiao before going to fetch a charger. The atmosphere in the private room turned a bit awkward. Huang Miao and Su Feifei exchanged a glance. Both of them used to me always insisting on paying the bill. Today's unexpected turn of events seemed to catch them off guard. Zhao Xiao gave Huang Miao a signal with his eyes, and Huang Miao asked him what was going on. Zhao Xiao was also puzzled, a flash of annoyance crossing his face. Why was Lin Shi acting this way today, making him lose face? His phone actually had battery. He had just turned it off to make me pay. Did Lin Shi want him to beg? Forced. Zhao Xiao forced a smile and said, "Lin Shi, you can pay for this meal today, and I'll treat you next time." I wasn't about to let him off the hook and looked at him quizzically. "Zhao Xiao, you were the one who said you'd treat us today and invited everyone out, right? Don't tell me you invite people out without bringing any money." Zhao Xiao's smile froze. Huang Miao and Su Feifei looked at me with disbelief in their eyes. They knew how good I was to Zhao Xiao. So what was happening today? At that moment, the waiter came in with the charger and placed it in front of Zhao Xiao, making a gesture indicating it was a courtesy. Zhao Xiao looked at the charger, feeling trapped. The waiter, with a cold expression, said, "Charge your phone, sir. We'll be closing in an hour." Zhao Xiao's expression turned sour. Today, Lin Shi really opened my eyes. Zhao Xiao, this little rascal, actually tried to trick me. Here's the deal. Today, Zhao Xiao invited me to the club, bringing along Huang Miao and Su Feifei. At first, I was quite happy since we were all friends. But when it came time to pay the bill, things took a turn. Zhao Xiao, this guy, didn't bring any money. He expected me to foot the bill like I used to. I wasn't going to be that sucker again. I straight up asked him if he really didn't bring any money, and he actually admitted it. I was fuming inside. This guy was way out of line. I wasn't going to spoil him anymore. I suggested splitting the bill equally, and even Huang Miao and Su Feifei were thrown off. Su Feifei said she's a girl and shouldn't pay. Huang Miao claimed he didn't have any money. I didn't care about them. I paid for my 30 yuan lemon water and was ready to leave. Zhao Xiao kept calling out, saying we agreed to split the bill. I told him everyone pays for what they ordered, and I only had a juice tonight. If he didn't believe me, he could check the surveillance footage. The club staff checked the surveillance footage and found that I was telling the truth. With Zhao Xiao and the others glaring at me, I pushed open the door and walked out. Su Feifei wanted to leave with me, but the waiter stopped her. As I walked out of the club, I felt refreshed. Zhao Xiao and the others were still inside, figuring out how to settle the bill. I hung up Zhao Xiao's call, blocked them all, and went back home. I had no intention of associating with them anymore. Zhao Xiao tried to trick me, and Huang Miao and Su Feifei were no good either. This gathering made me see their true colors. From now on, I'll focus on living my life well and not get entangled with these people. Recently, Lin Shi, have been extremely unlucky. The girl I loved kicked me out of the fish pond, and when I returned home, my dad scolded me and even slapped me. He thought I must have had obvious intentions to rip someone off and offended them, ordering me to apologize immediately. But I didn't care. Things had already come to this. The next day, I woke up early as usual to exercise. Shortly after breakfast, I received a call from a real estate agent. It was a young woman named Chen Qingqing. She said a client wanted to see a house and asked when I was available. I thought, so fast? But I had time now, so I asked her to bring them over. 15 minutes later, the doorbell rang. I opened the door, and a middle-aged man followed Chen Qingqing in. She began to detail the advantages of the house while I stepped aside. Selling houses was the expertise of these agents. I just had to wait. After viewing the house, the middle-aged man readily agreed to buy it in full for $9.45 million. I was a bit surprised. This was much quicker than I had imagined. As they left, I saw the middle-aged man making unwanted advances towards Chen Qingqing, and it all clicked. Shortly after they left, Chen Qingqing returned, saying she had negotiated with the client to handle the transfer process the next day and asked me to prepare in advance. She really pulled out all the stops for this big deal. Although I was somewhat surprised by her methods, I was quite satisfied with the outcome. The sooner I sold the house, the sooner I could move on to the next step of my plan. Chen Qingqing continued to explain in detail the things needed for the transfer, and as she did, she slowly leaned in. I quickly stepped back and looked at her coldly. She was in her mid-20s at the prime of her life, with a good figure, but I had no interest in manipulative women like her. With my icy gaze, Chen Qingqing felt a chill in her heart. She had never encountered such a cold look from a young boy. However, considering the hefty commission, she still put on her most beautiful smile and mentioned that the portion exceeding $9 million would be considered as her commission. I assured her that my word was my bond, and once the deal was done, I would transfer the amount to her. I then informed her that I had to leave and did not detain her any longer. If she could earn $450,000 from a single deal, it was her skill, and I had no intention of reneging. With this money, I could proceed with my next plan. I went out to sign a contract to lease a warehouse, which I had previously inspected and was satisfied with. This agent was meticulous and had come to see the warehouse in advance, as per my request. Signing the contract went smoothly, and once the house was handed over tomorrow, I could move into the warehouse. Before leaving, I stopped the agent, Liao Peng, who was approaching 30. I found him attentive and composed. With less than 3 months until the countdown to doomsday, I needed to collect a massive amount of supplies, upgrade my treasure basin, which was not a task that could be completed in a few days. Building a shelter was time-consuming and challenging, and I needed help. I asked him if he was interested in working for me, offering him an annual salary of 500,000 yuan. Liao Peng was taken aback. 500,000 yuan a year. It was 2 to 3 times more than what he earned at the real estate agency. Despite his doubts, he asked me what I needed him to do. I explained that I was a doomsday survival enthusiast and wanted to build an independent safe house in Shashi. However, I was stuck in Haishur and hoped he could assist me. Recently, I acquired an extreme environment survival system. I had just closed a deal with Liao Peng and wanted him to help me construct a safe house. Liao Peng might have thought I was a scammer, as this was the first time he had received such a request. However, when I transferred 100,000 yuan to him, equivalent to over 2 months' salary, he believed my words. After all, who jokes around with that much money? Cautious Liao Peng signed the contract with me, and I had the same intention. The contract stipulated that I would employ him as my personal steward with an annual salary of 500,000 yuan. He would be responsible for overseeing the construction, supervision, and inspection of the new house in Shashi, as well as handling miscellaneous tasks for me. I made sure to guarantee his salary and other rightful benefits. Time was of the essence, and Liao Peng immediately resigned to take up his new position. He was determined to work diligently and showcase his abilities, unaware that his job would come to an end in 3 months once the shelter was completed. I directly ordered him to head to Shashi, as per my request, to find a suitable piece of residential land for sale. I specified that it should be high and flat, with no tall buildings around, located in a remote area, and with a large land area suitable for immediate construction. This should not be too difficult for Liao Peng, given his expertise in the field. Liao Peng quickly got into character and booked the earliest flight. Shashi in the southern province was a renowned tourist destination and the city closest to the equator, experiencing no winter throughout the year. As the extreme cold of the apocalypse approached, human survival space drastically shrank, with temperatures in the north plummeting to extremely low levels, making it unsuitable for human habitation. The natural gas pipelines in the north quickly froze and cracked, leading to a loss of heating. Outdoor temperatures reached an average of minus 70 degrees, almost cutting off the food supply, forcing northerners to migrate southward. And this was just the situation in summer. Only a few areas with national granaries could barely survive and establish shelters for survivors. While the equator could not resist the extreme cold entirely, the temperatures were at least 30 to 40 degrees higher than those in the north, with an average temperature ranging from minus 30 degrees Celsius to minus 50 degrees Celsius. Additionally, Shushi was located by the sea, where authorities irregularly drilled through the ice to fish, providing a more abundant food source compared to the north. With my preparations in this life, it wasn't about relying on official resources. With the ability to carry a vast amount of supplies with me, safety became my top priority. The most terrifying aspect of the apocalypse wasn't the extreme weather conditions, but humanity itself. In the extreme cold without food, desperate individuals resorted to extreme measures, committing acts of murder and cannibalism. No city maintained stable order. Shushi housed the largest official shelter in Xia country, where most of the country's elite, scientists, and military personnel gathered, ensuring a relatively better order than other places. Moreover, I had heard in my past life that Shushi had developed a method to grow food in extreme cold conditions. In this life, if I wanted to excel, I had to do it naturally, and thus I decided to build my shelter directly in Shushi. After reminding Liao Peng of the relevant precautions for constructing the shelter, I finally returned home. The next morning, after finishing my usual morning exercises, I stored everything that could be taken with me into my space and disposed of some useless items downstairs. Before leaving, I took one last look at the empty house, then turned and left without any sentimentality. It was just a house. I, alone, could make anywhere feel like home. Following the agreed-upon time, I completed the property transfer procedures and transferred 450,000 yuan to Chen Qingxing once the money was received. Then, I headed straight to the bank. The Xia Country Bank, the largest headquarters in Haishu, was located in the city center. Due to the substantial amount of gold I needed, I was concerned that the bank might not have enough at once. Therefore, I had already called the client manager yesterday to make an appointment once the house transfer could be processed today. By the time I arrived at the bank, it was already afternoon. Along the way, I bought a suitcase to hold the gold. My current savings had reached 25.4 million. Adding up my original savings, the sale of 3 gold bars, deducting the cost of renting a warehouse, paying Liao Peng, and miscellaneous expenses, I, Lin Shi, 19 years old this year, had decided to use the 10 million yuan my father's company compensated after his accidental death 3 years ago for a significant purpose. Having sold the house and borrowed 1 million through various online lending apps, I had a total of 25.4 million. I intended to use this money to buy 60 kilograms of gold, then upgrade my wealth gathering pot with the gold. I was aware of the bank's regulations that an individual could not borrow more than 1 million from different legitimate platforms. I had already reached my borrowing limit. I also knew that the current high gold prices made it easy to incur losses when buying so much physical gold. But I had my plan. I had made an appointment with the bank yesterday to purchase gold today. The bank was bustling with people as I walked in with the suitcase, drawing attention. A staff member immediately approached me to inquire about my business. I informed them that I was here to buy gold and had an appointment made yesterday with the manager surnamed Chu. The staff member promptly escorted me to an office at the door. Chu Xiaodai is the client manager at the headquarters of the Xia Country Bank in Haishu. Yesterday, she received my call, informing her that I wanted to buy 60 kilograms of gold at the bank. She was quite surprised, as 60 kilograms of gold was no small amount. After reviewing my information, she had a solid impression of me. 3 years ago, she had processed business for me when my father passed away, and the company compensated me with 10 million yuan, a procedure she had handled. She checked the bank's physical gold inventory and confirmed availability before informing me that I could come anytime to complete the purchase procedures. She waited all morning but didn't see me arrive. At noon, she planned to take a longer break when she heard a knock on the door. Manager, the customer who wants to buy gold is here. After waiting in the lobby for a while, Chu Xiaodai, the client manager, came out and took me to the VIP lounge. She explained the process of purchasing physical gold bars to me, mentioning that not seeing a price rise of a dozen yuan when buying gold meant incurring a loss due to additional processing and service fees. However, I wasn't buying gold for investment purposes, so losing a dozen yuan didn't bother me. I selected 61,000 G gold bars, filled out the necessary forms, and waited to pay and receive the goods. Chu Xiaodia's eyes grew increasingly enthusiastic as she probably saw me as a significant client. She took out 60 gold bars from the safe, placing them on the counter one by one. The way she looked at them was as if they were her treasures. Feeling bored, I casually glanced around the bank lobby and suddenly noticed four individuals who seemed out of place. They were dressed casually and appeared to be waiting in line, but I couldn't shake the feeling that they exuded a sense of danger. Upon closer observation, I confirmed that there were indeed four of them. My heart skipped a beat. Could it be that I was incredibly lucky today to encounter a bank robbery? I quickly turned my head, not wanting them to notice me observing them. I silently tried to recall if there had been any bank robbery news in Haishur before my arrival, but I couldn't recall any. Could it be that my return had caused a butterfly effect? The more I thought about it, the more unsettled I felt. This was my entire wealth and life at stake. If it were truly a robbery, I would be in big trouble. Turning to Chu Xiaodai, I said, "Hold on, I've changed my mind today. I won't make the purchase." Chu Xiaodai thought she had misheard me. When I explained that I wouldn't be buying today and would return another day, she became anxious. She informed me that the transaction had already been processed, the money deducted, and if I wanted a refund, I would have to go through the return process, incurring processing and service fees. I interrupted her and urged her to quickly put away the gold bars. She was furious, her face turning pale, but she managed to force a smile, saying that the gold bars were already mine, and if I wanted to return them, it would mean the bars going through the purchase process again, resulting in processing and service fees being incurred. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw one of the four individuals moving closer to the VIP lounge. My heart raced. What should I do? I couldn't let them discover that I had so much gold. Otherwise, I would be in danger. I quickly told Chu Xiaodai, "Stop talking and put away the gold bars. I have an urgent matter to attend to." Chu Xiaodai seemed about to say something, but I stood up, grabbed my suitcase, and prepared to leave. At that moment, the man had already reached the entrance of the VIP lounge and knocked, asking, "Is anyone inside?" My heart sank. What should I do? I couldn't let him in, otherwise it would be over for me. I glanced at Chu Xiaodai, who also appeared nervous, unsure of what to do. After a moment of thought, I said, "Tell him no one is inside and ask him to wait." Chu Xiaodai nodded and said, "Okay." She walked to the door, opened it, and said, "Sorry, no one's inside. Please wait for a moment." The man glanced at Chu Xiaodai, then at me, and said, "Oh, okay." He closed the door and walked away. I breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you, Miss Chu." Chu Xiaodai replied, "You're welcome, Mr. Lin. Are you really not buying anymore?" I replied, "That's right. I'm not buying today. I'll come back another day." I picked up my suitcase and left the VIP lounge. As I glanced back, the man was still waiting there. I hurriedly left the bank, hailed a taxi, and departed. When Lin came to the bank today to buy gold bars, I encountered a terrifying situation. As soon as I entered the bank, I sensed something was off about the man with the crew cut. His gaze was fierce, not that of a good person, and he didn't appear to be a local. While Chu Xiaodai continued to speak to me, I urged her to put away the gold bars, but she wouldn't listen, insisting that it wasn't my responsibility if a robbery were to occur. At that moment, a security guard approached and directed the man with the crew cut to line up in the lobby. The man feigned an apology, but suddenly pulled out a handgun and shot the security guard in the abdomen. The other three criminals also drew their weapons and fired several shots at the security guard. Gunshots and screams echoed through the entire lobby, and the alarm blared. A bank employee triggered the alarm, and the man with the crew cut fired a shot, breaking down the door of the VIP lounge and rushing in. I quickly crouched down, hands covering my head, hiding in the corner. I didn't want to meet my end. Staying alive was the most crucial thing. The people in the lobby were all under the control of the robbers. They had their roles assigned. Some kept watch outside, some guarded the hostages, while others went to fetch the bags. The man with the crew cut approached the counter, ordering Chu Xiaodai to hand over the gold bars, threatening to kill if she refused. Initially hesitant, Chu Xiaodai attempted to secure the gold bars back in the safe, claiming that the bulletproof glass wouldn't be penetrated. However, the robber pointed a gun at a staff member's head, pressuring Chu Xiaodai. With no choice, she complied. Peering from my hiding spot, I noticed the robbers only targeted the gold in the VIP lounge, leaving the cash at the other counters untouched. I found it peculiar. Banknotes could be traced, and spending them would be challenging, but melted gold could easily be circulated. However, the gold reserves at the counters were limited, with the bulk of the bank's gold bars stored in the vault. How did these robbers know there would be a substantial amount of gold at the bank counters today? There weren't many like me who spent $25 million to buy physical gold. It suddenly struck me. Perhaps someone leaked the information that I would be buying a massive amount of gold bars at the bank today. In that instant, everything became clear. They had been waiting for this batch of gold bars to surface. I shuddered at the thought. Thankfully, I hadn't taken the gold bars with me, or I would have been doomed. Watching Chu Xiaodai hand over the gold bars to the robbers, anger welled up within me. How could she be so careless as to leak my information? I was determined to hold her accountable. When I looked back on today, it was truly a stroke of bad luck. I had only intended to visit the bank to withdraw some money, but instead, I found myself caught up in a bank robbery. I was standing at the counter, waiting to withdraw money, when suddenly a group of robbers burst in, brandishing guns. I was so frightened that I quickly hid to the side. The robbers quickly gained control of the situation and began looting the bank. I watched as they packed the gold bars into a handbag, which appeared quite heavy. Even one of the robbers struggled to carry it. At that moment, the man with the crew cut noticed me and ordered me to open my suitcase. I inwardly lamented. The suitcase contained the money I had prepared for shopping. Reluctantly, I opened the suitcase as the robbers placed the bag of gold bars inside. I closely monitored their movements, contemplating my next move. Suddenly, an idea struck me. I could utilize my spatial abilities to stash away the gold bars, preventing the robbers from getting their hands on them. However, I hesitated. Tampering with the gold in plain sight of the bank's surveillance cameras risked exposing my spatial powers. As I wavered, the distant sound of sirens pierced the air. The robbers, upon hearing the sirens, visibly panicked and swiftly moved to depart. Before leaving, the crew-cut robber cast a glance in my direction and suddenly reached out to grab me. Instinctively, I prepared to evade or retaliate, but then something dawned on me. Suppressing my instincts, I remained still. The crew-cut robber seized me, pressing the gun against my back, and gruffly commanded, "Move!" I obediently followed the robber out of the bank. Waiting outside was a getaway car. I was pushed into the vehicle. There were a total of 5 robbers, 4 burly men crowded in the back of the off-road vehicle. Despite the cramped conditions, none of them complained. It was a given that the crew-cut robber would bring me along. As I was being coerced into the car, a journalist who happened to be nearby arrived and captured footage of my abduction. The news of the robbery at the Haishixia Country Bank headquarters quickly made its way to the top trending topics through a short video. Countless netizens witnessed the moment I was forced into the car. Wow, in this lifetime, I actually get to see someone dumb enough to rob a bank. Wow, someone dares to rob the headquarters. They've got some nerve. I bet these robbers won't escape for long. These robbers actually have guns. I bet half a day. I trust in the strength of our country's law enforcement. The guy being held hostage, probably in a tough spot, right? The person being held hostage looks like my high school classmate. Isn't that person being held hostage my university classmate Lin Sure? Wow, my high school classmate is also named Lin Sure. Soon enough, some people realized that the Lin Sure they knew was the same Lin Sure. And so, another short video was born. 985 elite scholar captured by bank robbers. life and death uncertain. The video was quickly produced and shot up to the top trending list. The video even included a clear picture of my face. As countless middle-aged women and older sisters fretted and prayed for me upon seeing my handsome, yet somewhat youthful face in the photo. And they tagged the official account, demanding they successfully rescue the hostage. The university classmate who posted this video gained numerous new followers because of it. Unbeknownst to me, I was already becoming famous. Not long after the vehicle started moving, the sound of police cars closing in from behind grew louder. The 5 individuals in the car were noticeably breathing heavily. One of them started rambling on incessantly. It then dawned on me that none of these 5 individuals were likely from Xia country. At that moment, the gold suitcase was placed under the foot of one of the criminals. I could easily reach it with my foot. As long as my hand could touch the suitcase, I could transfer its contents to my spatial realm. Yes, I had come here for that very box of gold. The gold was taken from the counter and never passed through my hands, so it would naturally be the bank's responsibility if it was lost. I would still receive compensation from the bank in the form of 60 kilograms of gold bars. If I were to stash away the stolen gold taken by the robbers into my spatial realm, regardless of whether the robbers escaped or not, they would be solely responsible for the missing gold. I would then possess 120 kilograms of gold. Doubling it through replication would amount to a whopping 240 kilograms. With 120 kilograms of gold, I could upgrade my wealth bowl, doubling my initial plan. Fortune favors the bold. I would be safe as long as these 5 robbers remained unharmed. At this moment, I was seated with 3 of the robbers in the back row, very close to the suitcase. However, bending down to touch the suitcase would be too obvious. I was waiting for the right opportunity. The robber driving the off-road vehicle, who went by the name Lin Shi, was a second-generation rich kid. Today, I found myself in the midst of a thrilling kidnapping. The robbers drove the off-road vehicle recklessly through the traffic, attempting to evade the police pursuit. Fear and unease gripped me as I sat in the car. Suddenly, the robbers noticed 2 helicopters hovering above them. They cursed in frustration and accelerated. Before long, they encountered a roadblock ahead. The sharp spikes made it impossible for the off-road vehicle to break through. A group of special police officers stood ready behind the roadblock. The screeching sound of abrupt braking filled the air, tilting all passengers forward in the off-road vehicle. Seizing the moment, I quickly bent down, lightly touching the suitcase with my hand, and immediately straightened back up. Unbeknownst to the robbers, the gold they had worked so hard to steal had vanished without a trace, all safely stored in my spatial realm. Now, it was time for me to find a way to escape. The off-road vehicle reversed frantically, turned around, and headed towards a narrow road. The helicopters followed suit. On one of the helicopters, a camera was pointed directly at the robbers' off-road vehicle. After circling around, the vehicle finally approached an overpass about 10 minutes later. Beneath the overpass, vehicles were passing by, but my body tensed up. Parked underneath the overpass was an ordinary black sedan. I quickly noticed something was amiss. Most people, even in emergencies, would park on the side of the road outside the overpass, not underneath it. And under the overpass happened to be a blind spot for the helicopter surveillance. It seemed highly likely that the robbers had planned this in advance to evade pursuers. If they exited the vehicle, discovered the gold bars missing from the suitcase, I would be at a disadvantage. My suspicions turned out to be correct. The off-road vehicle made an abrupt stop as it entered beneath the overpass. There were no other vehicles ahead, so there was no need for such a sudden stop unless they were planning to switch vehicles. At the moment the off-road vehicle screeched to a halt, I found myself sandwiched between 2 robbers holding guns. Just as the 2 robbers were about to react, their hands were empty, the guns gone. They were momentarily stunned. In an instant, the robbers' guns appeared in my hands, and I aimed at the 3rd robber in the back row holding a gun, firing a shot straight to his head. I continued to shoot rapidly, taking down the other 2 unarmed robbers in the back row. At such close range, I didn't even need to aim. Upon hearing the gunshots from the back row, the leader in front instinctively turned his head, still leaning forward due to inertia. Before he could react, my gun was already aimed at his head. The leader's eyes widened in shock. He never expected that a seemingly powerless second-generation rich kid hostage could snatch a gun from his companion. With skilled movements, quick and precise shooting, and a cold demeanor that belied my appearance, I swiftly took down the leader. As the situation unfolded, the robber at the wheel kept his hands on the steering wheel. Upon realizing something was wrong, he reached for his waist gun. However, before he could even release the safety, his head exploded. With that, all 5 robbers were taken down. Surprisingly, the off-road vehicle had bulletproof glass, was soundproof, and the lack of passing vehicles meant that the incident did not alert anyone else on the road. After taking down the robber at the wheel, I swiftly flipped out of the vehicle, avoiding the passing car's gaze, and used my spatial abilities to store both the car and the body. Hurriedly, I made my way to the black sedan. Without hesitation, I yanked the door open and got inside. True to my luck, the car was unlocked, and the keys were still in place. I stepped on the gas, and the vehicle sped away. After confirming that there were no helicopters tracking my location, I drove the car to a secluded forest area. The swift car switch caught the helicopters off guard, combined with the fact that vehicles were already passing under the bridge. I quickly evaded official surveillance. Ensuring there were no witnesses or monitoring devices around, I stashed the black sedan into my spatial realm and retrieved the off-road vehicle. I began collecting the spoils. 5 handguns from the robbers, along with a total of 10 magazines. I picked up a handgun, deftly replacing the emptied magazine. In my previous life, I had some experience with guns, but gun control was strict in Xia country, making it difficult to obtain handguns. Whether in the pre-apocalyptic world or the post-apocalyptic world, firearms were highly valuable commodities. Taking such risks this time was not only for the gold bars, but also for obtaining a handgun. With a handgun, my survival capabilities in the early stages of the apocalypse would undoubtedly improve significantly. I searched the car interior a bit more and found some cash and 2 daggers. I stored all these items, along with the gold bars. Despite the thrilling escapade of purchasing gold bars from the bank, the rewards were plentiful. Poor Linsher, today was just not his day. I was simply walking down the street, minding my own business, when suddenly I got abducted by a group of robbers. They shoved me into an off-road vehicle and took off at breakneck speed. The fear in my heart was palpable. I feared that this might be the end of the road for me. After the robbers drove the car into the mountains, they surprisingly let me go. I could hardly believe my eyes. What was happening? Did their conscience kick in? Regardless, I had finally escaped. I quickly ran for a distance and hailed a cab to the police station. I needed to inform the authorities about the incident and have them apprehend the robbers. On the other side, the police arrived at the overpass where the off-road vehicle was last seen, only to find it deserted. The robbers and the vehicle seemed to have vanished into thin air. Furthermore, the surveillance cameras under the overpass had been tampered with by the robbers in advance, complicating the police investigation. Half an hour later, I arrived at the central police station. The officers bombarded me with questions about where the robbers took the car, the license plate number, the direction they headed, and more. I answered what I could truthfully and admitted when I didn't know. After all, the robbers and the vehicle had disappeared, and I couldn't provide more clues. I knew this incident had garnered significant attention in the city and even nationwide. After all, the Xia Country Bank's main branch had been robbed of 25 million worth of gold bars, along with a hostage being taken. And I was that fortunate hostage. Although I was unharmed, the robbers and the gold bars were still at large, causing a headache for the police leadership. However, I believed the police would do their best to investigate. I also hoped that the robbers would be captured soon and face the consequences. I went to the bank to retrieve the gold bars, only to encounter the robbers. They were ruthless, firing shots as soon as they entered, causing everyone to cower in fear. I was also captured and held as a hostage. Thankfully, the police eventually rescued me, but my gold bars were taken by the robbers. It was all my belongings. How could I accept losing them like that? So, I went to the police station to inquire about the possibility of recovering my gold bars. To my surprise, the bank officials also arrived and the deputy director interrogated me as if I were a criminal. I was really annoyed, but I held back and didn't argue with him. I simply asked when I could get my gold bars. He replied that they could only compensate me for 50% of the loss. Of course, I disagreed. I pointed out that the gold bars were stolen by the robbers from the counter, and the transaction between the bank and me hadn't been completed. The bank losing the gold bars had nothing to do with me. The deputy director then mentioned offering me a reserved spot for graduate school to stop me from pursuing the bank's responsibility. I found it ridiculous. I didn't need his so-called reserved spot. I just wanted my gold bars back. Seeing that I wasn't backing down, the deputy director's expression turned sour. He actually threatened me, saying that I was young and inexperienced in the world, not understanding that young people nowadays need to learn to compromise. Otherwise, offending the wrong people could affect one's future prospects. I couldn't help but laugh. Did he think I was a 3-year-old child? I wasn't afraid of his threats at all. I stood up and walked out directly. I told him that I would retrieve my belongings through legal means. As I exited the police station, my phone suddenly rang. It was an unknown number, and I thought it might be an advertisement, so I put it on speaker. To my surprise, it was a journalist from a local news outlet wanting to conduct a special interview with me. I was utterly perplexed. Why would a journalist want to interview me? I'm not a celebrity or anything. However, I still agreed to the interview. Perhaps it was an opportunity to let more people know about my ordeal and possibly put some pressure on the bank. I made an appointment with the journalist for the interview and then headed home. I thought, let the lawyers handle the next steps. I believe that the law will provide me with a fair outcome. Sure, today was just my unlucky day. I went to the bank to buy a gold bar, only to encounter robbers robbing the bank and being kidnapped. After finally escaping, I was bombarded with various phone calls. First, an unknown number called, and just as I was about to decline, another call came in. It was also an unknown number, so I had to hang up on the first call and answer the second. But before I could even speak, another call came in. I was so fed up. Why were these people so rude? I hung up on that call in confusion and answered the third call. It turned out to be a journalist from the Xia Country Central News, wanting to interview me about how I escaped from the robbers. I didn't want to be in the spotlight, but then I noticed Chu Xiaodai and the deputy director staring at me intently, seeming somewhat anxious. I thought to myself, I have nothing to hide anyway, so I agreed to the interview. After setting the time and place, I continued on my way out. Li Chongbin tried to stop me, saying let's talk again. I dodged his hand, saying I provided the police with a clue about the robber's motive. It was actually a lie. I couldn't understand the robber's conversation at all, but I wanted to trick Chu Xiaodai and see if she had leaked my information. Sure enough, Chu Xiaodia's expression became panicked. See, I knew it. The bank robbery that didn't happen in my past life happened in this life. All due to the butterfly effect caused by my rebirth to buy a gold bar. Li Chongbin was also furious, shouting at me to stop. I ignored him and walked away. By the time I left the police station, it was already evening. I drove to the warehouse I rented. Shortly after, I received several calls, surprisingly from advertising partners. When I checked my phone, I realized I had become famous. There were messages from many university classmates, high school classmates, and even elementary school classmates whom I rarely contacted. I cleared all the messages. I didn't want to be in the spotlight. If it weren't for knowing that the end of the world was 3 months away, I might have used this wave of popularity to make some short videos and earn some money through advertisements. But the end of the world was approaching quickly, and I didn't have the energy for all that. Now, I just wanted to deal with the gold bars as soon as possible and prepare for the arrival of the end times. Sure, yesterday I experienced a heart-pounding gold transaction. To avoid leaving any traces for internet users to discover, I quickly tidied up a corner of the warehouse, ate some bread from the supplies, and fell asleep. The day's mental battles had left me exhausted, and as soon as I lay down, I drifted off into dreamland. In the morning, I woke up feeling refreshed and energized. After my morning exercise, I went out for breakfast and received a call from the bank. They asked me when I would have time to come and collect the gold. I raised an eyebrow, surprised at how quickly the bank had responded. I had planned to use my online fame to pressure the bank into completing the interrupted transaction sooner. I told the bank I would be there in 30 minutes. After finishing breakfast, I arrived at the bank, expecting some back and forth with them. To my surprise, everything went unusually smoothly. The bank manager personally greeted me, apologized sincerely, handed over the gold bar to me, and even gave me some gifts as compensation for the mental distress. In return, I agreed to the manager's request to take a photo and pose with the gold bar and bank staff for a silly picture. As I left the bank staff and security personnel volunteered to help me carry things and escorted me to my car, waving and smiling until my vehicle disappeared from sight. This scene was naturally captured by reporters who had been monitoring the bank's activities, and the photo quickly appeared on news websites. Netizens praised the bank's service attitude, but that was no longer my concern. I had initially planned to go for the interview, expose the recording of the deputy director, and choose Xiaodia's involvement. Now, having achieved my goal in the shortest time possible, I could do away with these time-wasting trivial matters. After all, whether I would survive in 3 months was still unknown, so why waste time on those who were destined to die? At this moment, all my attention was on the gold bars. On the neatly arranged bed in the small partition, 2 piles of dazzling gold bars were stacked. One pile was the newly retrieved ones from the bank today, the other was the ones I had snatched from the robbers yesterday, and there were 3 smaller ones that I had kept from before. A total of 50 million in gold. The thought of this gold potentially doubling into 100 million made my heart beat faster. I couldn't possibly hold on to 120 kilograms of gold like I did the first time. I placed my hands on the gold bars and silently repeated, "Object duplication." As the words fell, the small room lit up with a dazzling golden light, and gold bars began to appear out of thin air in front of me, the sound of heavy items landing on the bed ringing out continuously. The iron frame bed creaked under the weight, clearly struggling to bear the load. But I didn't care if I had to sleep on the floor tonight. I counted and duplicated 123 gold bars, 120 weighing 1000 G and 3 weighing 500 G, not a single one less. I breathed a sigh of relief. Then a look of ecstatic joy spread across my face. Turning 25 million into a billion within 2 days would make anyone ecstatic. Initially, I wasn't sure if it would work out. What if the wishing pot had a duplication limit? Or if it could only duplicate gold bars that I physically touched? Or if there were other limiting factors that could cause my duplication to fail? But luckily, my worries were unfounded, and this item duplication ability was even more powerful than I had anticipated. At this moment, the interface of the wishing pot also changed. Wishing pot function. Storage space 6*6*6*6 upgrade cost. 2,000 wealth points function. Item duplication *1 upgrade cost. 10,000 wealth points. There was only one duplication opportunity left. I wondered if this number would change after upgrading. I started organizing the gold bars. Each gold bar from the bank had a serial number. I first organized the duplicates of the 60 gold bars I had retrieved today, putting them aside to sell back to the bank. Then I placed the other 63 duplicate bars on another side, planning to find a way to sell them through other channels. I picked up 2 original 1000 G gold bars and silently thought, space upgrade. Suppressing my excitement, I proceeded with the planned space upgrade. As I did so, the interface of the wishing pot began to change. In the blink of an eye, the dimensions of the space in my consciousness doubled in length, width, and height, increasing the volume by 8 times. Wishing pot function. Storage space 12*12*12 upgrade cost. 4,000 wealth points function. Item duplication *1 upgrade cost. 10,000 wealth points. The next level of upgrade required twice the wealth points. I did not stop there. I continued upgrading the space with 4 bars, then 8, 16. After using a total of 30 bars, the space finally upgraded to 24 by 24 by 24. Looking at the spacious space, I felt joy and anticipation fill my heart. Next, I needed to plan how to use this wealth wisely to ensure my safety and comfort in the days to come. I, Linsher, now possessed a miraculous wishing pot. After 4 consecutive upgrades, its storage space had become extremely large, equivalent to the size of a museum. Now, I have 91,000 G gold bars and 3 500 G gold bars left in my hands. I decided to continue upgrading the item duplication function of the wishing pot. I picked up 10 gold bars, eagerly anticipating the changes after the upgrade. Upgrade item duplication. As soon as I spoke, the gold bars in my hand instantly disappeared, and the numbers on the interface began to rapidly fluctuate. Wishing pot. Storage space. 96 asterisk 96 asterisk 96. Upgrade cost. 32,000 wealth points. Function. Item duplication asterisk 4. Upgrade cost. 20,000 wealth points. Fantastic. The number of duplications has indeed increased, and it increased by 3 times at once. This means that as long as I continue upgrading, I can obtain even more duplication opportunities. I was ecstatic with a sparkle in my eyes. If I could repeat the trick of buying gold from the bank several times, wouldn't I be able to infinitely upgrade the wishing pot? But I quickly calmed down. Engaging in the cycle of buying gold bars from the bank and selling them back would not be wise. Doing it once might be seen as a mistake by a young person, but doing it again would surely raise suspicion. Moreover, the duplicated gold bars couldn't be used for upgrades and wouldn't be easy to sell. Every citizen's account in Xia country is under the watchful eye of the government. Large amounts of unexplained funds flowing in would quickly trigger investigations from relevant authorities. Apart from the initial 25 million, any additional money couldn't be flaunted, let alone spent. I upgraded the wishing pot to prepare for the arrival of the extreme cold apocalypse. Wasting precious accumulated resources and time on upgrading the wishing pot would completely go against my original intentions. Furthermore, the arrival of the apocalypse would be the best time to collect gold. Within a month of the apocalypse, a large number of animals and plants worldwide would die. Human food supplies would drastically decrease. And at that time, just a few loaves of bread could be exchanged for a kilogram of gold. After understanding this, I decided to use all the remaining gold bars to upgrade the item duplication function. As the gold bars disappeared one by one, the numbers on the interface of the wishing pot kept fluctuating. Until all the gold bars were completely gone, the interface of the wishing pot transformed into wishing pot. Storage space. 96 asterisk 96 asterisk 96. Upgrade cost. 32,000 wealth points. Function. Item duplication asterisk 22. Upgrade cost. 58,500 wealth points. I was overjoyed, a smile spreading across my face. Each upgrade obtained double the number of duplications from the previous level, plus the remaining single one, totaling 1 plus 3 plus 6 plus 12, a whopping 22 duplication opportunities. According to the current upgrade pattern, the next item duplication upgrade will give me 24 duplication opportunities. However, that's all in the post-apocalyptic future. Right now, the most important thing is to stockpile resources. I still have 320,000 in cash, and I need to sell the duplicated gold bars from the bank in order to liquidate funds. Considering that I just acquired the gold bars today, I decided to wait 2 days before going to the bank to sell them, which seems like a more prudent approach. In the meantime, I decided to deal with another batch of shady gold bars. I found a recluse living in Haisher City online and asked him to purchase a small gold melting machine from a factory in the outskirts of Haisher City that produces high-frequency heating equipment. I also arranged for 2 other individuals to buy crucibles and molds. I instructed them to place the items in 3 relatively secluded locations with minimal surveillance, and then I would go pick them up in disguise. I know that the authorities are probably still keeping an eye on me, but so what? Even if it's discovered that I bought these items, there's no evidence linking me to any criminal activity. Moreover, the situation with Chu Xiaodai should be stirring up attention by now. I believe the authorities should be able to trace back the origins and motives of the robbers based on that lead. With my cautious approach, it's unlikely that I'll be caught anytime soon. After bringing the items back to the warehouse, I began to work on them. Melting, molding, shaping. I worked tirelessly until 3 in the morning, transforming all 61 kilogram gold bars into a total of 180 smaller gold bars. I already had a plan in mind for how to handle these gold bars. There's a pawn shop in the eastern outskirts of Haisher City, appearing to be a regular pawn shop on the surface, but functioning as an underground black market. I intend to sell these gold bars there in exchange for cash and resources. When Lin Sure, the apocalypse arrives, I discovered a mysterious pawn shop where supposedly they buy and sell everything. Tomorrow, I'll take 5 kilograms of gold bars there to investigate. If it's just a rumor, I can still exchange these gold bars for cash. After storing the gold bars and tools in my space, I finished my work for the day and drifted off to sleep. The next day, I woke up early and started my exercise routine. I stretched and flexed my body, then executed a series of movements with a mix of fluidity and precision, similar to Tai Chi, but with its own unique twist. This exercise routine, called resonance, was designed by scientists in the Xia Nation in my past life to help humans survive extreme cold conditions. It requires a certain level of physical fitness to begin practicing. After a few days of basic training, I could already feel improvements in my flexibility, strength, and endurance. In my past life, scientists speculated that after a geomagnetic storm erupted, a mysterious substance appeared in the air as the Earth's magnetic field changed. This substance, when absorbed by living organisms, could significantly improve their physical condition. The evidence was clear. After enduring the first 3 years of the apocalypse, both animals and plants began to exhibit mutations, with their blood and muscles containing traces of this mysterious substance. Surviving animals grew larger and stronger, while some plants could thrive in snow at temperatures below freezing. However, the effects of this substance on humans were minimal, aside from providing increased resistance to extreme cold. By the 6th year of the apocalypse, scientists and martial artists had developed a training method that accelerated the absorption of this substance, which was then widely adopted among survivors in the 7th year. This set of movements allowed humans to enhance their ability to absorb the substance. In my past life, after practicing for over a year, I could endure being outdoors in extreme cold for hours without wearing a down jacket. I heard rumors that some individuals in the military could unlock their genetic potential, but I wasn't sure if it was true. After completing the set of movements, I felt a warm sensation in my body. I took a shower, enjoyed a hearty breakfast, and then drove towards the eastern outskirts. To survive in the apocalypse, I arrived in the eastern outskirts and searched for the legendary pawn shop. After more than an hour of searching, I finally found Sincere Pawn Shop next to an old apartment building. The sign was faded, the entrance was small and opaque. I carefully retrieved a pistol from my space, checked the bullets, placed it in the inner pocket of my jacket, and carried a backpack with 5 kilograms of gold as I entered the shop. Inside, there was a large screen with the word pawn written on it. Passing through the screen, a man behind the counter was tinkering with something, so focused that he didn't even notice me coming in. Knock, knock. I tapped on the counter, and the man looked up, immediately showing a wary expression upon seeing my unfamiliar face. It was then that I noticed he was holding a crossbow. The crossbow was entirely black, with sleek lines full of tension. There was an unassembled scope and other accessories on the table. From its appearance, it seemed to be an interception crossbow produced in the Lighthouse Nation. This was a valuable item. It had much more power than a pistol, making it a formidable weapon in the apocalypse. The man noticed my gaze and quickly covered the crossbow with a cloth, explaining, "My kids like to play with these toys. Young man, what can I do for you?" I didn't reveal his secret, placing the backpack on the counter, unzipping it to reveal the gold inside. The man's eyes lit up as he picked up a gold bar, asking, "Sell or pawn? Cash or transfer?" I replied, "I want to exchange for some items." The man, initially casual, looked at me seriously and asked, "Who referred you here? What do you want to exchange?" I steered the conversation. "Can I exchange for that crossbow you had just now?" The man scanned me up and down, seemingly assessing my age, and said, "Do you know what that is?" Before I could respond, the door behind me suddenly swung open. "Old Xie, has my shipment arrived?" A tall and muscular man entered, bypassing the screen to approach us. Upon seeing me, he immediately sized me up with caution. Old Xie informed him, "The goods have arrived, but they are not assembled yet. You can wait inside first. I have business to attend to here." It was only then that the muscular man noticed the bag of gold on the counter, a hint of greed flashing in his eyes. As he walked towards a small door behind the counter, old Xie turned back to me and said, "What do you want to exchange? Hurry up. I have other customers waiting. I want to exchange for the interception crossbow on your counter, or the elite crossbow, or the concealer with matching arrows. I also want .54 pistol bullets. The more, the better." Old Xie's pupils constricted, carefully observing me once again. In his line of work, keen observation was crucial. He could determine whether a person was a reliable trader with just a few glances. He wouldn't trade with outlaws or ordinary folks. His goods were reserved for those who frequented border areas or mercenaries. Yet, he seemed uncertain when looking at me. At first glance, I appeared like a student, but upon closer inspection, my calm and sharp gaze, taut body, and seemingly relaxed yet ready-to-act limbs puzzled him. He had only seen such vigilance in seasoned individuals. However, my fair skin and smooth hands didn't match that profile, lacking calluses and aggression, yet I could easily recognize an interception crossbow. Old Xie hesitated for a moment before finally deciding. I followed Xie Jinshin through the thick aluminum alloy door, revealing rows of wooden shelves filled with various wooden crates. Xie Jinshin took a crate from the shelf, opened it, revealing an unassembled interception crossbow inside. "This is the interception crossbow, priced at 200,000, non-negotiable," Xie Jinshin stated, staring at me. I felt a tightening in my chest. The price was too high. A sniper rifle costs only tens of thousands, and you dare to sell me a crossbow for 200,000? I remember the Interceptor's market price in Lighthouse Country is only around 8,000 US dollars. "Give me a fair price. I want a lot of things, and I won't let you earn less," I said. Xie Jinshin chuckled. "Where did you come from, kid? Fine. I'll give you a deal at 100,000. I had to pull some strings to bring these goods in. I can't sell them at Lighthouse Country prices." I gestured with my hand, indicating a number. 60,000. 90,000. "Can't go any lower than that." 65,000. After some haggling, I finally settled on a price of 80,000. I also requested 50 matching arrows because arrows could be reused and Xie Jinshin didn't have that many in stock. Otherwise, I would have asked for more. Next on the list were bullets for the .54 pistol. I asked for all of Xie Jinshin's inventory, totaling 2,000 rounds. The place had quite a range of weaponry, including various models of sniper rifles, handguns, and other firearms. Besides the .54 pistol, I only took 2 AK-47 rifles and their accompanying bullets. I had initially considered getting some Xia Country rifles, as they were renowned for enduring harsh environments worldwide. However, Xie Jinshin mentioned that acquiring Xia Country firearms was too challenging for him. I didn't request any other firearms. Precision firearms like sniper rifles turned into useless junk in extreme cold. Due to the principle of thermal expansion and contraction, firearm components faced increased resistance, gun oil thickened, and even the most precise firearms were prone to jamming or cracking in extreme cold. Sniper rifles, precision rifles, and some high-precision handguns were unusable. On the other hand, the .54 pistol, a simple and robust weapon, could still function adequately. The AK-47, known for its ability to operate in extreme conditions, was even more reliable. However, even without jamming issues, the lifespan of these firearms significantly decreased. After firing a few rounds, maintenance was necessary to prevent the gun from freezing due to the heat generated in extreme cold. Snowflakes could easily enter the barrel during a snowstorm. They were more for intimidation than practical use. While handguns were sufficient for self-defense, especially since I had more than one, if I were to go hunting or gather supplies, cold weapons would be more reliable. As Lin Sure, in the aftermath of the extreme cold apocalypse, cold weapons had risen in prominence. I had arrived at a pawn shop, ready to purchase some equipment. I had my eye on 3 Nepalese military knives and 3 daggers, but declined Xie Jinshin's offering of a tang sword. Despite its sharpness, the tang sword was prone to shattering upon impact with hard objects or weapons in extremely low temperatures. I said to Xie Jinshin, "I want the best military-grade cold weather gear. along with matching cold weather boots, combat gloves, helmets, all top-notch, the most cold-resistant kind. Can you get that? Jin widened his eyes. Top-tier military-grade cold weather combat gear wasn't cheap, each set costing at least tens of thousands. I added another number. I want 50 sets, all tailored to my measurements. 50 sets? Shin's eyes widened in disbelief, and he asked, "Are you going to war?" I replied with a straight face. "I'm planning to spend a few years in Antarctica." I also requested night vision goggles, military-grade walkie-talkies, individual integrated tents, cold-weather military sleeping bags, a crossbow with arrows, and ammunition. Shin roughly calculated the value of these items to be over millions. He said, "If you're ordering this many items, you'll have to give me at least $1 million as a deposit. I only accept cash and gold." I nodded. "I'll come back later tonight." After leaving the pawn shop and returning to my car, I stored the items in my space. After dinner that night, I took out 5 pounds of gold from the space and went to Shin's pawn shop. The suburban night was even quieter, and I entered the shop directly, handing the gold bars to old Xie for counting. Shin inspected the gold and said, "Okay, you can pay the final payment when the goods arrive." As I turned to leave, Shin stopped me. "Wait." After a brief hesitation, he solemnly said, "Be careful tonight." I was slightly surprised, but then realized someone was watching me. I left in my car, driving cautiously as I had my suspicions. Not long after, I braked suddenly. A row of spikes appeared on the road ahead. I narrowed my eyes, shifted into reverse, and slowly backed up. When I reached the intersection I had just passed, I swiftly changed gears and headed in a different direction. The unexpected turn of events completely caught the ambushing person off guard. Normal people would either have their tires punctured and have to reluctantly fix the car, or get out to inspect the situation and move the nails to the side. Who would just turn and run without a word? In the alley not far from where the spikes were scattered, old Gene, dressed in all black with a motorcycle helmet, was waiting for his prey to take the bait. Seeing this scene, old Gene cursed in an international rough language, twisted the throttle, and chased after me in the direction I left. On the way back home, I had the constant feeling that someone was tracking me. Through the rearview mirror, I saw a black-clad person on a motorcycle behind me, unable to see their face clearly. I purposely drove towards a secluded road to see what he was up to. The guy kept following me closely, making me feel uneasy. I wasn't a rich second generation, just an ordinary office worker, so why was he following me? Was he planning to rob me? As I drove, I pondered on a plan. Suddenly, the guy revved his engine, raced in front of me, and skillfully blocked my car with a drift. I was startled and quickly hit the brakes. It was then that I could see his eyes glaring at me fiercely from under the helmet. He held a dagger, clearly intending to threaten me. My heart tightened as I realized he was indeed here to rob me. I couldn't just sit and wait for my fate. I needed to find a way to get rid of him. Surveying the surroundings, I noticed the area was remote with sporadic pedestrians in the distance. At this time, people were relaxed and less vigilant. If I got out of the car now, he would surely overpower me. After a moment of thought, I decided to first calm him down and then find an opportunity to escape. I pretended to be scared and said to him, "Big brother, please don't hurt me. I'll give you all the money." Upon hearing my words, he indeed relaxed his guard. He said, "Take out the money quickly." Pretending to search for money in my bag, I secretly observed his movements. I noticed his focus was on my bag, so I took the chance to step on the gas and ram straight into him. He didn't expect me to suddenly ram into him, and he couldn't dodge in time. With a loud bang, he and his motorcycle were sent flying over 10 meters by my impact. The front of my car was damaged, the headlights shattered on the ground, and a large dent in the bumper. But compared to his motorcycle, my car was still in better shape. Parts of his motorcycle were scattered around, twisted beyond recognition. He lay on the ground, coughing up blood, with his limbs contorted unnaturally, his eyes glaring fiercely at me. I got out of the car and approached him. He was still conscious, muttering curses under his breath. I squatted down next to him and said, "Are you wondering why I dared to hit you?" He looked at me, his eyes filled with fear and confusion. I chuckled and said, "Because I'm not the kind of person you imagined." Picking up a motorcycle steel pipe nearby, I inserted it into his throat in his terrified gaze. His eyes almost popped out, his mouth opening and closing, trying to speak but unable to. I looked at him, feeling no pity in my heart. He was a robber, and his death was deserved. I simply did what needed to be done. I collected his body and all the scattered fragments at the scene into my space, then drove away from there. The deserted street was now painted with a stark pool of blood. When I was called Lin, I was a reincarnator. On the 7th day of my return, I decided to sell the gold bars I had bought earlier to cash out and continue with my next hoarding plan. That day, I killed a man, but it wasn't my first time. In the apocalypse, it was a common occurrence. After returning to the warehouse, I took a shower and went straight to bed. The next day, I checked the date and it was already March 7th. I looked up the international gold price for the day and found that it had unexpectedly risen by $5 in the past 2 days. So, after my morning exercise and breakfast, I grabbed my suitcase and headed to the bank. I was still a bit of a celebrity at the bank from 2 days ago. As soon as I entered, I was recognized by someone. A customer manager named Feng Jian came up to greet me. He was my new customer manager. Feng Jian's eyes lit up when he saw me with the suitcase. He quickly left the customer he was attending to for a high credit card transaction and led me to the VIP lounge. Once seated, Feng Jian hurriedly said, "Mr. Lin, please wait a moment." With that, he quickly departed. He returned shortly after, holding an exquisite gift box. He said it was this year's gift for me, containing some personal thoughts from him. I didn't pay attention and directly said, "Help me with the gold bar repurchase procedure." With that, I opened the suitcase, revealing a whole box of 60 kilograms of gold bars. Feng Jian was stunned, his expression extremely vivid. He double-checked. "You mean you want to repurchase these gold bars?" I nodded. Feng Jian glanced at today's international gold price, forced a smile, and said, "Mr. Lin, if you sell these gold bars now, you'll be selling at a loss." I had already prepared my reason on the way there. I know. I've realized that buying so many gold bars was an impulsive decision. Now, I understand that investing in gold bars isn't profitable, and I plan to invest this money elsewhere. Feng Jian tried to persuade me a few more times, but I was impatient, so he had to start the gold repurchase process. Repurchasing was more troublesome than buying, but I wasn't in a hurry, so I just sat there waiting. The other bank staff members were envious of Feng Jian. They also wanted to attract me as a big client, but Feng Jian acted too quickly. Finally, the process was completed, and I received the money. I checked the time and realized it was almost noon. I decided to have lunch first and then continue hoarding goods. In the apocalypse, money was important, but resources were even more crucial. I needed to hoard as many resources as possible before the apocalypse arrived to survive. When I was called Lin, today was truly a busy day. I went to the bank early in the morning and sold the gold bars I had just bought. Feng Jian's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and he even called a counter staff to help him sort it out. The way that staff member looked at me was like he was witnessing a joke. But I didn't care. The goal was achieved, and the small loss was insignificant. After leaving the bank, I headed straight to the grain and oil wholesale market. Rice, flour, cooking oil, table salt. I went on a mad shopping spree, treating the bosses as if they were a large supermarket. I negotiated the prices to the lowest point and even had them send more workers to load and unload the goods. After paying a deposit and leaving my address, I went to the neighboring farmer's market and ordered thousands of pounds of live fish, chicken, duck, pork, beef, lamb, eggs, as well as various vegetables and fruits. Next, I went to the pharmacy and bought a bunch of medicines. These medicines were not easy to buy. Individuals couldn't purchase too many at once. I had to visit over a dozen pharmacies before buying some. In the apocalypse, medicines were extremely scarce, and even a common cold could be life-threatening, so I needed to be well prepared. As I was about to place another order for medicines online, the first batch of goods from the grain and oil wholesale market had already arrived near the warehouse I rented. I quickly drove back, and just as I arrived at the warehouse gate, my phone rang again. It was Liao Peng calling. He said he had found 3 places in Shushi that met my requirements and had sent detailed information to my WeChat. I first went to open the warehouse gate and unloaded the goods with over a dozen workers. It took us over 3 hours to unload 7 containers and store all the goods in the warehouse. After the workers left, I placed my hands on the pile of supplies and stored everything into my space. Looking at the small fraction of goods in my space, I knew this was only the beginning. After taking a shower, I checked the information Liao Peng had sent. I had to admit, he didn't disappoint me. All 3 places he sent were suitable for my needs. High terrain, good location, they were really good. I needed to carefully consider which place to choose as my base. Although today was exhausting, the harvest was bountiful. I needed to continue procuring supplies and preparing for the apocalypse. I believed that as long as I was well prepared, I would definitely be able to survive in the apocalypse. When I was called Lin, in preparation for the upcoming extreme cold apocalypse, I was searching for suitable places to build my private shelter. After some investigation, I found 3 good places. One was in the eastern suburbs of Shushi, with ample space to build a small community. However, I suspected this might be the location of the official shelter in the past. If it was requisitioned, I would suffer a great loss, so I passed on this place. The remaining 2 places were a hill behind a village in the western suburbs, where there used to be a Taoist temple. Although the temple had collapsed, the foundation remained intact. The other place was a fishing village on a western island along the coast of Shushi. The village had a cliff over 10 meters high, with a spacious residential area on top where several households used to live before moving away. I texted Liao Peng, asking him to have someone survey the geological conditions of these 2 places. I didn't want to be living there and suddenly have the house foundation collapse. During the 3 days of waiting for the results, I kept busy. I bought a lot of fresh produce at the farmer's market and hired 4 people to receive and transport them to the warehouse. On the 8th, I went to the timber market and bought 500 tons of firewood. After the extreme cold, humans lost electricity and natural gas pipelines froze and leaked, creating a high demand for firewood, making it extremely valuable. I then bought gas cylinders, coal, and ordered online for cold medicines, antibiotics, disinfectants, emergency bandages, as well as medical supplies such as respirators, oxygen tanks, tactical axes, jungle knives, explosion-proof suits, and survival gear. On the 9th, I went to the largest generator factory in Haishur and purchased 10 portable generators, 10 household generators, and 2 industrial generators. Except for the industrial generators, all were the quietest gasoline generators. Industrial generators were noisy and only for backup. Under normal circumstances, household generators would suffice. I also bought several thousand meters of various electrical wires as backup. When the extreme cold apocalypse arrives, circuits will be destroyed by electromagnetic storms, and exposed outdoor wires will freeze and break. So I needed to connect the wires indoors to create a self-sustaining power system for the shelter. Next up was diesel and gasoline. If I wanted to use generators, I had to stockpile diesel and gasoline. However, private buying and selling of oil was prohibited. So using the method of filling up and exporting, I didn't know how much time it would take to gather enough fuel. So, I found myself back at the Sincere pawn shop. You want 100 tons of diesel? 100 tons of gasoline? Are you trying to open a gas station? Xie Shan looked at me with an expression that said, "Are you kidding me?" I smiled bitterly. 100 tons was not a lot at all. The gas tank of a large SUV can hold 100 liters, and filling it up over 10 times would make a ton. Naturally, I needed to stock up more than that, as no one knew when the apocalypse would end. At least in the 8th year of the extreme cold apocalypse, there were no signs of it ending. Just as I was about to leave, Xie Jinxin pondered for a moment and said, "However, I can help you with up to 10 tons. A flash of joy appeared in my eyes, but I quickly restrained it when I noticed Xie Jinxin's probing gaze. "What's the price?" 10 tons of gasoline, 10 tons of diesel in exchange for 2 kilograms of gold. 2 kilograms of gold equated to over 800,000, while a ton of diesel costs less than 10,000 and gasoline costs a bit over 10,000 per ton. Even if I bought 10 tons of each, it would only be around 200,000. Xie Jinxin was directly increasing the price by over 4 times. Don't think it's expensive. I'm not in the business of dealing with these things. When I was called Lin, I was preparing some special supplies recently. I had just negotiated a deal with Shin, exchanging 5 kilograms of gold for 20 tons of gasoline and 20 tons of diesel. This Shin really had some guts, daring to take on this business deal. However, I wouldn't tell him the true purpose of why I needed these items. After completing this deal, I asked him if he could also procure some medicine for me. He curiously asked me what I needed these things for, and I stuck to my story, settling down in Antarctica. Although he was skeptical, he still negotiated the price with me. After leaving the pawn shop, I planned to go to the electronics market to buy some appliances. In the post-apocalyptic world, these would be essential for many years to come. Every essential appliance had to be purchased. Soon, I arrived at the largest electronics market in Haishur. As soon as I entered the market, I headed straight for my targets. Refrigerators, washing machines, air conditioners, televisions, these were all necessities. I also bought some solar panels and generators just in case. While picking out the appliances, I kept thinking that the apocalypse was coming, and these things could be life-saving. I needed to prepare well to survive in the apocalypse. After buying the appliances, I went to other places to purchase some more supplies. It had been a tiring day, but knowing that these supplies could help me get through the apocalypse made it all worth it. When I got back home, I stored all the supplies in my space. Looking at the space filled with goods, I felt a sense of relief. Next, I needed to continue preparing for the arrival of the apocalypse. These days, I had been preparing for the extreme cold weather that was coming. Today, I went to the electronics market to buy some essential items. Rice cookers, induction cookers, washing machines, dryers, hair dryers, air purifiers, electric kettles. I bought 20 of each. Electric heaters, electric blankets, fans, water filters, 30 of each. Then, I went to a nearby store to buy pots, bowls, ladles, and basins, all made of alloy or stainless steel. On the 10th, I went to the largest mall in Haishur. Although I already had winter clothing for going out hunting for supplies, I needed to buy some everyday clothes and other warm items. I first went to a home goods store and bought 20 sets of down comforters, 20 sets of cotton quilts, 20 wool blankets, and 20 sets of bedding. Then I went to a well-known brand store. The down jackets and windbreakers in this store were said to be specially designed for Antarctic expedition teams, made of the most advanced insulation materials available, with insulation performance second only to military cold weather gear. As it was almost spring, all the winter clothing was on sale, with most shelves displaying spring styles. I went to the winter clothing section to choose, while 2 sales assistants were chatting inside the store. Because this brand store specialized in high-end products, each coat cost several thousand or even tens of thousands, and there were not many customers usually. When they saw me heading straight to the sales section, both sales assistants showed expressions of disapproval and continued chatting among themselves. After looking for a while, I couldn't tell which one was the warmest, so I asked one of the sales assistants, "Which type of clothing here is the warmest?" The sales assistant, who had his back to me, rolled his eyes and turned to say, "These down jackets and windbreakers are all pretty warm." That wasn't the answer I was looking for, so I clarified, "I mean, which one is the warmest, able to keep me warm in temperatures as low as minus 50 degrees. The sales assistant muttered under his breath about where I came up with such extreme temperatures, then walked over and pointed out a few items casually. I pointed to the item the sales assistant had indicated, "Bring me an XL size, I'll try it on." The sales assistant was already impatient, thinking to himself that this penny-pinching customer buying discounted items was making too many demands. He looked at the down jacket on the shelf, size L, and said, "Try it on first. If you like it, I'll get it for you." Feeling the impatience of the sales assistant, my brows slightly furrowed, and just as I was about to react, 2 people walked in through the store door. It was unexpectedly Su Feifei, accompanied by a tall, thin man. They seemed to be regular customers, as the other sales assistant welcomed them with joy. "Mr. Lee, hello. We have recently added many new styles to our store. Please take a look." The contrast in attitude between this sales assistant and the one by my side, who had a dark expression, was stark, especially when seeing his colleague about to earn a big commission. The sales assistant next to me had an even darker expression. At this moment, Su Feifei also noticed me and said, "Lin, sure, you're here too?" I just nodded and didn't look at her again, asking the sales assistant to bring me the XL size. The sales assistant went reluctantly. Seeing Su Feifei staring at me, Li Duiyu, who came with her, was not pleased. Feifei, who's that? It was as if Su Feifei had just come to her senses. He's my high school classmate. Although I had left them at the club last time, Su Feifei always felt it was Zhao Xiao who offended me, causing me to take it out on them. In Su Feifei's eyes, a man who was both handsome and wealthy like me needed to be accommodated no matter what. The incident where I was abducted by bank robbers last time had already spread among classmates, along with the news that I had bought 25 million gold bars at the bank. Everyone thought that someone who could buy 25 million gold bars for investment must have assets worth at least close to $1 billion. Su Feifei's eyes were shining as she looked at me. The sales assistant brought the clothes I asked for, and I directly took off my coat to try them on. Su Feifei took a few more glances at me and noticed that my physique had somehow improved unconsciously. Under a thin beige shirt, my chest muscles were subtly visible. This made Su Feifei blush involuntarily. She glanced at the dry and thin Li Duiyu beside her and suddenly felt that I was more suitable for her. She walked over to me and complimented, "Lin Shi, you look really good in this outfit." Li Duiyu's face darkened. I nodded, pointing at the several pieces of clothing the sales assistant had mentioned earlier, and said, "I'll try on that one in XL as well. And that one, and that one." The sales assistant, wearing a sour expression, reluctantly fetched 3 items for me. I tried them on one by one to confirm the size and flexibility of the clothes, considering that I would be wearing them for the next few years or even decades. But the sales assistant didn't see it that way. She thought I was just being difficult, trying on discounted clothes multiple times. She despised it the most. My name is Lin Shi, and today I really encountered a bizarre situation. Su Feifei and I were looking at clothes in the store when a guy named Li Duiyu next to us kept mocking me. Su Feifei kept praising me for wearing the clothes well, but I found her a bit annoying. Just when I was about to ask her to leave, the ignored Li Duiyu couldn't hold back any longer. "Feifei, if your friend here can't afford clothes, I can foot the bill for him, so he doesn't have to trouble the sales assistant." Li Duiyu looked at me disdainfully. Su Feifei's expression was somewhat complex. She knew I had invested 25 million in gold, so how could I not have money? But she still said, "Li Duiyu, stop talking nonsense." I cut off Su Feifei's words directly and said to Li Duiyu, "Are you saying you're willing to pay for me?" The disdain on Li Duiyu's face intensified. He looked at Su Feifei with an expression that said, "See, I was right," then said, "Yes, I'll buy all these discounted items you're interested in." I sized up Li Duiyu and asked, "Do you have the money? Are you true to your word?" Li Duiyu seemed like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his voice slightly raised. "Of course, I'll pay for whatever you choose, even if it's a lot." I smiled. I wasn't just buying a few items. I planned to buy dozens, even hundreds of items. I won't be polite to a sucker who comes knocking on my door. I turned to the sales assistant and said, "The few pieces I just tried on, give me 50 of each. Pack them all up for me." The sales assistant thought she had misheard, so I repeated myself. Both sales assistants were shocked by my outrageous request, their faces clearly showing disbelief. How could there be such shameless person in the world? The sales assistant stood still, looking towards Li Duiyu. I looked at the stunned Li Duiyu, and with a mocking smile on my face, I said, "I just asked you. You said you could afford to buy more items, so you shouldn't have a problem, right?" This was essentially a direct response to Li Duiyu's earlier words. I had tried on 4 pieces just now, 50 of each, that's 200 pieces in total. Even if they were all discounted items, averaging at around 3,000 yuan each, that would still be about 600,000 yuan in total. Li Duiyu only had a monthly allowance of 300,000 yuan, barely enough for himself. If I were to spend his allowance in one go, it would be as if I took away his pocket money for 2 months. "Are you playing me?" Li Duiyu erupted in anger, feeling that I was just toying with him, trying to make him lose face in front of Su Feifei. "I was talking about the few items you wanted to buy," Li Duiyu retorted. Even Su Feifei felt that I was deliberately making things difficult for Li Duiyu. Buying 200 pieces of those warm jackets, even if worn for 10 or 20 years, wouldn't be enough, and it would be outdated by then. But she didn't say anything. I was the man she had her eye on, so naturally, she wouldn't publicly contradict me. I want to buy exactly 200 pieces, I said. Li Duoyu, furious, sneered. You a poor loser who buys discounted goods, can afford 200 pieces? If you can afford 200 pieces, I'll kneel down and call you Grandpa. I chuckled, the mockery evident on my face. Call me Grandpa? Who knows if you'll just let out a fart like before after saying that? Oh wait, even a fart makes a sound. Your words are even worse. Huh. Upon hearing my vivid metaphor, Su Feifei couldn't help but laugh out loud. The laughter of the girl he liked wounded Li Duoyu's pride, causing him to explode completely, raising his voice. Nonsense. I always keep my word. But how do you prove that you're not intentionally saying you want to buy 200 pieces just to trick me? Li Duoyu's voice attracted the attention of a couple passing by. My name is Lin Sher, and today at the mall, I encountered an annoying guy. I was picking out clothes in the clearance section, and that guy kept blabbering on beside me, saying I couldn't afford expensive items. I was annoyed, so I made a bet with him. I wanted to buy 200 pieces of clothing. If I could afford it, he would cover all his expenses in this mall for the day. If I couldn't afford it, I would kowtow to him and call him Grandpa. That guy's called Li Duoyu. He thought I was a poor loser who couldn't afford hundreds of thousands of clothes. I didn't care about what he thought, I just wanted to show him that I'm not someone to mess with. I instructed the sales assistant to bring 50 of each clothing piece. Pack them up immediately. The sales assistant pursed her lips and mentioned that these clothes would cost around 600,000 yuan in total, implying that if I didn't have the money, I shouldn't be causing trouble for them. I took out my card from my pocket and said, "Let's settle the bill. I'll pay with my card." The sales assistant, upon seeing my black card, widened her eyes and took it carefully with both hands. Yes, it was the black card that requires a deposit of over 10 million. After working in this industry for so long, they still had a sharp eye for these things. They immediately realized they had underestimated me, quickly put on their most professional smiles, and said, "Please wait a moment, have a seat. I'll have the warehouse bring the items over." They led me to a seat, poured me some tea and water, completely different from their previous attitude. 200 pieces. Even if they were discounted items, this quantity would earn them a hefty commission. The other sales assistant immediately called the warehouse. I directly said there was no need to deliver the items here. Just send them directly to my residence. The sales assistant agreed repeatedly, noting down the address I provided. Soon, the total price was calculated, coming to 582,366 yuan. The sales assistant bent down to bring the card machine in front of me. I entered my password, got the receipt, signed, and completed the whole process smoothly. The sales assistant was secretly happy that she would receive a generous commission, but my next sentence made her feel like she was in an icy pit. I said, "Now, call your manager. I want to file a complaint against you." The sales assistant, who had been rude to me all along, immediately panicked, apologized profusely, and promised me various gifts. Li Duoyu, who had been ready to see me embarrassed, was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe it and grabbed the sales assistant who had been serving me, asking if I had really bought 200 items. Where was the receipt? Let me see. After looking at the receipt, Li Duoyu still couldn't believe it. If I could spend 582,000 yuan on a bet with him, why would I buy clothes from the clearance section? Was I out of my mind? Li Duoyu thought I was targeting him. He always felt that my purchase of 200 identical pieces of clothing was just to spite him, not because I actually needed them. However, I didn't need them. The bet was just a way to deal with this annoying guy blabbering on beside me. I said, "Have you read it clearly? Are you ready to fulfill our bet?" I looked at Li Duoyu, who was checking the receipt repeatedly with a half smile. Li Duoyu gritted his teeth, calculating the gains and losses in his mind. If he backed out now, there would be no chance with Su Feifei. If he didn't back out, he would definitely be taken advantage of today. Just as Li Duoyu was torn, two young girls walked into the store, heading straight towards us. More accurately, they were heading straight towards me. These two girls were tall and slim, with exquisite makeup, and their looks were no less than Su Feifei. Even the conflicted Li Duoyu couldn't help but be drawn to them. The curly-haired girl among them flashed a brilliant smile and asked me, "Excuse me, are you Lin Sure?" I confirmed that I was. I didn't know these two. Both girls showed expressions of pleasant surprise. The girl with straight hair exclaimed in excitement, "I'm your fan. You look even more handsome in person than in photos. I'm so happy to see you." It took me a moment to realize that my popularity hadn't waned since the bank robbery incident. The two girls sat on either side of me and started chatting with me. Soon, a few more girls walked into the store, also heading towards me. It turned out that most of the people who had been watching outside the door had recognized me. They just weren't sure at first. Quickly, under my deliberate publicity, everyone knew about the bet between me and Lee Duoyu. Some girls even started filming short videos to ride on my popularity, leaving Lee Duoyu sidelined. Lin Sure, today is really enjoyable. If that Lee Duoyu wanted to back out, he had no chance. With so many people watching, if he tried to cheat, he'd be known throughout the city tomorrow, under everyone's gaze. Although Lee Duoyu was reluctant, he eventually admitted defeat, threw his card at me, and even said that he would foot the bill for all my expenses in the mall today. He said it himself, I wasn't going to be polite about it. I then went to a men's underwear store and bought over 1,000 sets of thermal underwear, 1,000 pairs of thermal socks, and 2,000 pairs of underwear, spending over $260,000 in one go. I had originally planned to buy these items at a wholesale market, but now that someone else was paying, why not take advantage of it? The staff were shocked by my purchase and had to confirm multiple times before calling the manufacturer to ship the items, as the store didn't have that much stock. Of course, the delivery address was my warehouse. Lee Duoyu, that guy, was practically shooting daggers at me as he watched me spend his money. He came closer, gritting his teeth, and said, "Isn't that enough? Stop it." I just ignored him and smiled. "You said it yourself. You're footing the bill for all my expenses in the mall today." What? Having second thoughts? I said it loud enough for Su Feifei to hear. She looked at Lee Duoyu with eyes full of disdain and disgust. She loathed men like him, lacking integrity. Lee Duoyu was fuming with anger, didn't even bother taking back his card, turned around, and walked away, muttering that he wouldn't let it go so easily. Su Feifei warned me that Lee Duoyu's father was a shareholder in a listed company. I didn't care one bit. I've seen the darkness of the apocalypse. These young folks' tricks were child's play to me. I have guns in my space. What's there to fear? Besides, this rich second generation won't be won in 2 months. I continued my shopping spree, buying 100 pairs of snow boots, 50 insulated cups, 100 hiking backpacks, along with hats, gloves, and other cold weather gear. I didn't stop until Lee Duoyu's card was maxed out. I tossed the card to Su Feifei, who had been following me all along, saying, "Stop following me." Then I left the mall, leaving Su Feifei stomping her feet in frustration. Back at the warehouse, it was filled with the purchased electronics and the final batch of fish. The boss was considerate, placing ice blocks in every fish crate. The medicines I had ordered online a few days ago had also arrived. I sent the workers away, stored all the goods from the warehouse into my space. Now, in my space, I have over 200 boxes of cold medicine, hundreds of boxes of antiviral and antibiotic drugs for bacterial infections, thousands of pain relievers and bandages, and 200 boxes of frostbite cream. I took out the shopping list, crossing off the items I had already purchased. I still needed some outdoor gear like windproof lamps, sleds, and bathing supplies. I ordered them online directly: shampoo, body wash, toothbrushes, toothpaste, towels, and more. Actually, these items are considered luxurious in the post-apocalyptic world. Initially, I didn't plan on buying them. Survivors in extreme cold conditions usually don't bathe to retain body oils and dirt for added insulation and skin protection. Besides, who has hot water for bathing in freezing temperatures? Even drinking hot water is a luxury. In my past life, during the 8 years of the apocalypse, I only washed a few times with snow. But now, things are different. I've been reborn and have had time to prepare in advance. Of course, I want to live a slightly better life. As Lin Sure, I've been preparing for the extreme cold apocalypse recently. One night, I was awakened by the sound of a truck. I checked the time. It was already past 2 a.m. I cautiously made my way to the warehouse door and, under the moonlight, I saw a large truck pulling up and stopping at the warehouse entrance. I was wary. What could be delivered at this hour of the night? Images of Lao Xie crossed my mind. Could it be the diesel and gasoline I had ordered a few days ago? Sure enough, two individuals in black clothing, both wearing masks, got out of the truck. One of them bore a resemblance to Xie Jinxin. I didn't let my guard down and retrieved a handgun from my space. Xie Jinxin stepped out, checked the door number, and lightly tapped on the large iron gate. Knock, knock, knock. Xie Jinxin tapped the door lightly. The small door next to the main gate silently opened. What's the matter? I half concealed myself in the darkness, staring coldly at the newcomers. Wow, you nearly scared me to death in the dead of night. Xie Jinxin patted his chest. Your goods. I brought them to you. Open up. Seeing no suspicious movements from the pair, I closed the small door and opened the main gate. The truck drove straight into the warehouse. Xie Jinxin tapped the side of the truck and said, "The goods are all here." A biao, a biao. The driver was burly and tall. He opened the rear doors of the truck, revealing barrels of oil. Brother, check the goods. Xie Jinxin gestured towards me. No need, I trust you, I replied without entering the dimly lit cargo compartment. Xie Jinxin smiled, waved to a biao, who then went into the truck alone, pulled out a loading ramp, and rolled down the barrels of oil. Xie Jinxin caught them and arranged them neatly. I have been standing by, watching from the sidelines the whole time. I absolutely would not expose my back to someone I don't trust. I've traded over $1 million gold worth of goods with Xie Jinxin. Money moves the heart, and in the face of enough profit, anyone can turn into a devil. Naturally, I wouldn't entrust my safety to Xie Jinxin's character. It wasn't until over 3 hours later that the two of them, panting heavily, finally unloaded all the oil barrels. Xie Jinxin and I bid farewell promptly, and they, along with the biao, got back into the truck and drove off. I kept my gaze fixed on the departing vehicle until it was no longer in sight, before finally looking away. It may seem like I was overly suspicious, but being cautious is never a big mistake. I didn't feel like I did anything wrong. Inside the truck, Xie Jinxin, who had been surreptitiously glancing at the rearview mirror, only looked away when he could no longer see me. The driver, a biao, grumbled. Lao Xie, are you being too cautious? We clearly had a chance to take action just now. After years of being in this business, Xie Jinxin is naturally not a good person. If there's an opportunity for him to take advantage of someone, he will go for it, but only when he's completely sure. Maintaining a good reputation comes with two conditions. 1. Sincerely completing transactions, and 2. Ensuring cleanliness when taking advantage of others. Xie Jinxin chuckled. It's not that I'm being too cautious, it's that the young man is being too cautious. Haven't you noticed how vigilant this young man has been towards us the whole time? As Lin Shi, I recently discovered a miraculous ability, item duplication. Today, I completed a deal with Xie Jinxin, acquiring 20 tons of gasoline and 20 tons of diesel. I stored these barrels in the warehouse, ready to make good use of this ability. After locking up the warehouse tightly and carefully inspecting all the oil drums to confirm they were in good condition, I finally relaxed. I opened a few drums to check and found that the oil was all good. The 400 drums were neatly arranged in a square formation, looking very impressive. After confirming there was no one outside the warehouse, I placed my hand on one of the drums and silently thought, item duplication. The number of duplicated items on the interface of the treasure bowl changed from 22 to 21, and with a flash of golden light, 400 extra drums of oil appeared out of thin air. I checked the duplicates, and everything from the drums to the oil inside was perfectly replicated. 20 tons of gasoline and 20 tons of diesel became 40 tons of each. I was extremely excited. This meant I could duplicate even more oil, preparing for the extreme cold in the future. After connecting the 2 barrels of oil, I pondered for a moment and decided to bring out the generator and some supplies from the space, placing them alongside the oil barrels. Using the item replication once again, a burst of golden light flashed through the warehouse, and the original 800 barrels of oil were now joined by an additional 400 barrels. However, It quickly became apparent that only the original 400 barrels could be replicated, and the replicated barrels themselves could not be duplicated. I felt a twinge of disappointment, as I could have acquired even more oil if the replicas were replicable. I also discovered that different items could not be replicated simultaneously, and furthermore, the replicas could not be used for space upgrades. I had already grasped the limitations of the item replication function of the cornucopia. Despite some regrets, I was still satisfied with this ability as it allowed me to be better prepared before the extreme cold set in. Deciding to continue harnessing this power, I replicated more supplies to prepare for the future. I believed that with proper utilization of this ability, I would surely survive the impending extreme cold. After my rebirth, I obtained a magical cornucopia. This item was truly remarkable, capable of replicating items and even being upgraded. I stored both the replicated oil barrels and the original ones in the space. However, the replicas could not be duplicated further, so I would have to use them up before replicating more. This might limit the number of times items could be replicated. Currently, the interface of the cornucopia looked like this. Cornucopia. Storage space. 96 * 96 * 96. Money points required for upgrade. 32,000. Function. Item replication * 20. Money points required for upgrade. 58500. When the apocalypse arrives, I will have to find some gold and silver jewelry to upgrade it. Yesterday, after a nap, I was out for my morning exercise when Liao Peng called. He informed me about the results of the rock and soil exploration at 2 locations, confirming my suspicions. The rocks at the cliff showed signs of sandification, indicating they could withstand the current climate conditions for several decades, but their endurance in extreme cold was uncertain. On the other hand, the mountain at the site of the ancient Taoist temple was comprised of sturdy granite. I promptly chose the location of the temple and instructed Liao Peng to negotiate the price. I booked a flight to Sha City for the next morning and planned to personally inspect the area and design a shelter based on the terrain. Someone had to stay behind to guard the warehouse, as I had purchased a lot of items online and there were still goods from the mall awaiting delivery to be unloaded into storage. After some consideration, I hired a person unfamiliar to the warehouse workers to oversee the warehouse and reminded them to keep track of the quantity of goods. With these tasks completed, I could finally set off for Sha City. Sha City truly lived up to its reputation as the hottest city in Xia country. Even in March, the streets were filled with girls wearing cool short sleeves and shorts, exuding youthful energy. As soon as I got off the plane, I took off my coat, revealing the loose short sleeves underneath. There were faint muscle contours on my arms and chest, a result of the rigorous training I had undergone over the past 10 days. My body was no longer the same as when I was reborn. I held myself to strict standards, increasing my training intensity every day. Now, my strength was on par with those who spent years in the gym. I wasn't just working out for fitness. I was training for battle. I wanted every muscle and bone in my body to exert maximum strength at my command. This required maintaining flexible muscles while increasing strength. Ensuring agility was not sacrificed. With just over 2 months until the apocalypse, time was running out, and I had to make every day count to become stronger. The apocalypse was unforgiving. Having resources alone wouldn't be enough. Strength was essential, or all the resources in the world wouldn't save me from a grim fate. Liao Peng was waiting for me at the airport exit, holding up a sign and waving it vigorously as I approached. I spotted him immediately and joined him before getting into the car. In order to find a suitable homestead, Liao Peng had rented a car. During the ride, Liao Peng tried to initiate conversation to build rapport. "Boss, it's been a long journey. Shall I take you to a place to settle in first?" I cut to the chase. "No need. Just tell me about the situation at the Taoist temple site." Liao Peng replied seriously. "I've already negotiated with the owner of the land. It's situated up on the mountain, quite secluded, and the asking price is not high, only 500,000. I managed to bargain it down to 480,000 for you." The price was even cheaper than I had anticipated, considering that real estate prices in Sha City were already relatively low. with the city center averaging just over 20,000 per square meter, incomparable to High City. Being in the mountainous area, the Taoist temple site naturally came at a lower cost. I inquired, "I see on your documentation that it's over 300 square meters?" Liao Peng confirmed, "That's correct. In addition to the homestead, there are several hundred square meters of surrounding land. While you can't build a house on it, it's perfect for a garden or vegetable patch." I nodded in agreement. The car drove for nearly an hour before reaching the foot of the mountain where the Taoist temple site was located. As expected, there was a village at the base of the mountain, just as Liao Peng had described. The village consisted of low-rise houses, with the tallest being only 5 stories high. Surrounded by mountains, the village nestled within a gap in the terrain, offering some protection against wind and snow. As we drove into the village, many residents came out to see us. The village was small, with only about 100 households, which I found satisfactory as fewer people meant fewer potential conflicts. Liao Peng had visited the village several times over the past few days, so the villagers were familiar with him. However, being a newcomer, I noticed some of the elderly women whispering and pointing in my direction. Introducing myself as Lin, I mentioned my plan to build a shelter in the area. Liao Peng recommended a spot on the mountaintop where an old Taoist temple had collapsed, making it relatively easier to rebuild. After inspecting the location, I decided to make the purchase. Liao Peng mentioned that the owner of the homestead was currently out of town, and he had gone to great lengths to obtain the contact information. After finalizing the price agreement yesterday, the owner had assured us that he would return promptly to complete the transaction. This afternoon, we successfully completed the land transfer procedures at the relevant government office in the city. The previous owner was a middle-aged Taoist priest with a somewhat round appearance. After signing the contract, he seemed hesitant to speak and eventually left without saying much after receiving the money, leaving me feeling slightly suspicious. I asked Liao Peng if he had looked into why the Taoist temple had been abandoned, to which he admitted he hadn't. Realizing this, he promptly called the Taoist priest for more information. 30 minutes later, the 3 of us were seated at a restaurant. The plump Taoist priest was stuffing his face with meat, mumbling vaguely, "It's like this, I didn't mean to hide anything. It's just that I've been really short on money recently." After speaking, he glanced nervously at me. It turned out that the Taoist priest had purchased the land 5 years ago with the intention of building a Taoist temple on the auspicious site he found on the mountaintop. After investing heavily in constructing a cement road and the temple, he had hoped to spend his retirement there. However, shortly after completing the temple, villagers from the nearby village had come to his temple with a few people, claiming that the land beneath the mountain was their village's dragon vein, and the temple was suppressing it. The land had originally been purchased from the villagers, and at the time of the sale, the priest had made it clear that he intended to build a temple. The villagers had not objected to the construction of the temple at the time, nor did they interfere during the building process. But after the temple was completed, the villagers began causing trouble. They stationed people on the cement road leading up the mountain, preventing any vehicles from passing. With no worshippers visiting his temple, the Taoist priest had lost a significant source of income. The situation with the Taoist temple and the villagers had left me feeling frustrated and angry. It was clear that the villagers were taking advantage of the Taoist priest, extorting money from him and causing trouble until he had no choice but to leave. Liao Peng and I decided to confront the village head and try to resolve the issue. If the village head continued to act unreasonably, we would have to resort to legal means to protect our rights. When I, as Lin, encountered this troublesome situation, I had asked Liao Peng to find a piece of land to build a shelter, but he had led me to a Taoist temple and stirred up trouble with a group of unruly villagers. These villagers would come to the temple every day, demanding 100 yuan each from the plump Taoist priest before they would leave. Despite the priest closing the temple, the villagers continued their harassment by cutting the power lines and blocking the water pipes, causing great distress to the priest. Eventually, the priest installed surveillance cameras and caught one of the troublemakers cutting the power lines, leading to their arrest by the Public Security Bureau. However, this only escalated the conflict, as the villagers became more aggressive and the priest was unable to handle them alone. After hearing the priest's account of the events, Liao Peng felt both angry and guilty, unable to meet my gaze. He promised to search for another suitable piece of land and offered to purchase it himself, deducting the cost from my salary. I was impressed by his willingness to take responsibility for his mistake, but I declined his offer, insisting on sticking with the current piece of land. I instructed him to find a reliable construction team and start work the next day. Both Liao Peng and the Taoist priest were shocked by my decision and asked for guidance on what to do next. I assured them that I had a plan to resolve the situation and instructed them to follow my instructions. This whole situation doesn't really need to be resolved. By the time the shelter is built, it will be at least 2 months away. Once the extreme cold sets in, those villagers will have their hands full. And as for dealing with villains, I have plenty of experience. Just need to be more ruthless than them. After finishing his meal, the plump Taoist priest reached into his shirt pocket and pulled out a yellowed booklet, handing it to me. He mentioned that it was a booklet he had used in the past for physical training, but now that the temple was gone and he was planning to return to secular life, the booklet wasn't as important to him anymore. So, he decided to give it to me, saying that he found me quite appealing. I looked at the yellowed booklet with visible oil stains, then glanced at the sincere look in the Taoist priest's eyes. In the end, I accepted it with a simple thank you. After leaving the restaurant, I went back to the hotel where I was staying and spent the night drawing out the shelter design that I had already envisioned in my mind. The design featured a semicircular structure on the top exposed to the ground and a square basement below. The circular shape was chosen to reduce wind resistance, provide better structural integrity, and improve insulation. The exterior of the building would be made of alloy welding, while the interior walls would be constructed with explosion-proof steel plates commonly used by banks, with a thickness of at least 1 meter. Inside the steel plate walls, there would be a layer of the most cold-resistant constant temperature material before adding the regular 3-proof materials. I planned to install a fireplace in the center of the circular structure for heating when electricity was not convenient. A smoke pipe would be built above for ventilation, and there would be separate power circuits for the upper and lower parts of the building. I hadn't considered water supply yet, but I had brought water purifiers and purifying tablets with me. The details of the design would need to be adjusted by professionals, but the overall concept was set. After finishing the design, as I was preparing to sleep, I noticed the booklet that had been given to me by the plump Taoist priest lying on the side. Out of curiosity, I picked it up and started flipping through it. To my surprise, it turned out to be a booklet with illustrations of different martial arts stances, resembling a secret martial arts manual. Intrigued, I began reading from the beginning and found that the movements in the booklet bore some resemblance to my practice of resonance. Excited by the discovery, I immediately got out of bed and started practicing the movements as described in the booklet. I soon realized that these movements were indeed somewhat similar to resonance, but they were more complex and effective. After practicing for a while, I felt a surge of strength in my body, as if I could withstand any cold. Delighted by this unexpected treasure, I decided to study the booklet further, hoping it would elevate my abilities. Recently, as Lin, I had come across a miraculous booklet called The Health Cultivation Secrets, which had surprised me with its effects. This cultivation method was even better than the resonance technique I had practiced in my past life, leaving me feeling relaxed and warm after each session. I knew that this was no ordinary health book. It had the potential to change the future. Determined to make the most of this booklet, I began intensive preparations. I assigned Liao Peng to gather workers and start construction at the site of the old Taoist temple, while I busied myself on site. I ordered various building materials, discussed shelter design plans with engineers, and practiced the health cultivation secrets in my spare time. After a few days, I felt a significant increase in my physical strength compared to the past 10 days. Everything was progressing smoothly until the early hours of March 22nd. When a frantic phone call disrupted the peace. The warehouse caretaker informed me in a panic that the warehouse was on fire. I immediately dropped everything and rushed back to the coastal city. As I stepped off the plane, I noticed over a dozen missed calls from the warehouse caretakers. When I tried to call back, no one answered. Checking the weather in the coastal city for the past few days, I found that it had been raining. How could a fire break out on a rainy day? Upon arriving at the warehouse, I heard a loud voice from inside shouting, "Throw everything out!" I quickly intervened, giving a cold stare that halted the workers who were about to throw the items out. A middle-aged, lean man walked towards me with a fierce expression and said, "Who are you, kid? Get out of the way." Since I didn't recognize him, I asked who he was and who authorized them to move my belongings. The warehouse manager, with a forlorn face, ran over to me. "I am Lin Sher, a university student and the owner of this warehouse." Just as I had returned to the warehouse, I found a few unwelcome guests causing trouble on my property. "Boss, you finally came back." I was just directing the unloading of goods when these people suddenly barged in, claiming that the warehouse now belonged to them and demanded we vacate immediately. I couldn't stop them. The warehouse manager complained to me indignantly. As I assessed the lean man in front of me, he looked me up and down, then said, "So, you're Lin Sher? This warehouse has been rented to me starting today. You burned the landlord's warehouse, and they don't want to rent it to you anymore. Be smart and take your stuff and leave." My heart sank as I realized that these people had come prepared, even before I had a chance to investigate the warehouse fire incident. The warehouse manager spoke indignantly. "Even if we have to move our things, you should give us some time. I already told you that our boss would be here soon. Isn't there any reason in this situation? This is your problem. Right now, the warehouse is mine. Your things are taking up my space. What's wrong with me throwing them out?" The lean man dug at his ear, appearing stubborn and unreasonable. I narrowed my eyes, a dangerous glint flashing in my elongated gaze. "I have a signed contract, and the lease has not expired. Whether to rent it to me or not is not up to you to decide. Let the landlord come with a breach of contract penalty and discuss it with me. Now, I'll give you 1 minute to get out of my place." "Hey, you're trying to act tough without even growing a full beard. When I was making my way in society, you were still in diapers. Get lost," the lean man retorted, reaching out to push me. I grabbed his hand and gave it a hard twist. "Ah!" With a pained scream, the lean man's hand was already dislocated. He winced in pain, face turning pale, but still stubbornly said, "You little bastard, you're done for. I'll call my—" I effortlessly caught his incoming punch, then twisted his left hand as well, kicking him out with a swift motion. Without his arms to support him, the lean man fell flat on the ground, blood trickling from his mouth. "Are you all blind? Take this guy down for me," he yelled from the ground. His companions finally reacted, dropping what they were holding and rushing towards me. I kicked one person away, caught two fists coming at me, and pulled with force. The two stumbled, losing balance, and as I grabbed their necks and slammed their heads together, their screams abruptly ceased. As I let go, they collapsed unconscious on the ground. Easily dodging a punch coming at my side, I countered with an elbow strike, causing the person to double over in pain on the ground. With just a few simple moves, not even breaking a sweat, for people lay motionless on the ground. This is already beyond my intention to escalate the situation and show mercy. If this were the end of the world, these people would already be dead. The lean man, who had just managed to sit up and witness the scene, knew he had hit a brick wall this time. He had thought it would be an easy job to take down a university student, just a quick task to complete for some easy money. Never did he imagine he would encounter such a tough opponent. The last remaining person, catching a glimpse of the fierce look in my eyes, stepped back in fear. He dared not approach again, but instead turned and ran off into the rain to escape. Approaching the lean man who was now sitting up, I asked, "Who sent you here? Did you set the fire in my warehouse?" I already had a suspicion in my heart, but I wanted to confirm it. Even faced with this situation, the lean man still seemed undaunted, threatening. "If you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, I will make sure to kill you." A flash of killing intent crossed my eyes. I instructed the warehouse manager, who was standing dumbfounded behind me, "Call the police." The order restored order to these scum in peacetime. The warehouse manager snapped out of his daze. Trembling, he pulled out his phone and called the police, looking at me with a mix of reverence and fear in his eyes. Soon enough, The security officers arrived at the warehouse, accompanied by an ambulance. As soon as the security officers arrived, the lean man immediately turned the tables. "Officer, this person barged into my warehouse for no reason and assaulted me. He dislocated both my hands. Who called the police?" I raised my hand. "I did." Explain the situation. The security officer took out a recording device. I recounted the events of the individuals breaking into my warehouse, disposing of my goods, and initiating the physical altercation. The lean man continued to argue, accusing me of intentionally causing harm. I stared coldly at him. "Do you think I would be afraid of you? Did you set the fire in my warehouse?" The lean man's eyes flickered, unable to meet my gaze. I already had the answer in my heart. "Officer, I have evidence." I took out my phone and played a video clip. In the video, the lean man and his accomplices were seen pouring gasoline into my warehouse and setting it on fire. What is this?" The lean man's face turned pale. "This is footage captured by the surveillance cameras I installed in the warehouse. Do you have anything else to say?" The lean man was speechless and could only be taken away by the security officers. As I watched his retreating figure, I silently vowed to make him pay. Today was truly a stroke of bad luck for me, Lin. Sure, my rented warehouse caught fire, but luckily I managed to extinguish it in time. Little did I know that the ordeal was far from over. As more security officers arrived, the situation grew increasingly complex. Surprisingly, the lean man remained calm and even made a phone call, leading to the arrival of a middle-aged man and a young man. To my surprise, the young man turned out to be Li Duyu, the individual I had previously offended. Seeing me, Li Duyu's smug smile was truly detestable. His father pulled aside a security officer, exchanged a few words, made another call, and then the security officer announced that I was to be taken in. I was puzzled. What had I done wrong? At that moment, the landlord called me, informing me that they would no longer rent the warehouse to me and would refund both the rent and deposit, urging me to move out quickly. I found this strange, as such a clause was not in the contract. Furthermore, the investigation into the fire incident had not been completed. Li Duyu approached me, sneering, "This is the consequence of offending me. The real show is just beginning, and I will make sure you can't survive in this city." Hearing this, I couldn't stand his arrogance and loudly retorted, "What did you say? Aren't you not your father's biological son?" People around us turned to look, and Li Duyu's face turned red with embarrassment, quickly trying to explain. The security officer then accused me of arson and intentional harm, saying they needed to take me in for investigation. I argued that I was acting in self-defense, as they had initiated the violence. However, he dismissed my words, saying it was just my side of the story and not evidence. I was seething with anger, but I wasn't one to be pushed around. I took out my phone and declared when I moved in, I installed several surveillance cameras in the warehouse. Whatever you discussed in that corner should have been recorded as well. The security officer's expression changed at my words, and he reached out to grab my phone. I was prepared and took a step back, saying, "I'll show you the footage." Then I lowered my head to unlock the phone. The security officer tried to grab me again, but I agilely dodged his grasp. The angrier I got, the more my smile widened on my face, while a chilling coldness emanated from my eyes. Suddenly, I found myself reminiscing about the arrival of the apocalypse, where at least the evil was absolute. Today was quite thrilling for me, Lin. Sure, uninvited guests had unexpectedly arrived at my warehouse, led by Li Duyu and his father, Li Duokai. Li Duokai was truly a ruthless character, immediately attempting to snatch my phone. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and uploaded the video footage online. Li Duotsai's face turned as angry as a pig's liver, clearly not anticipating my move. He had previously verified with the landlord that there were no surveillance cameras in the warehouse. Now everything had been captured by me. If the scene of their conversation in the corner was leaked online, it would cause a huge uproar. Not only would they suffer, but several others would be implicated as well. The call Li Duokai made was to the chief of the Public Security Bureau in Haishur. If such a minor incident implicated the chief, it would spell trouble. The network of relationships he had painstakingly built over the years in Haishur could potentially be severely damaged. However, unbeknownst to him, my hundreds of thousands of followers had already seen the video I posted and started sharing it like wildfire. It was too late for him to stop. The lean man was also in panic mode, as footage of him starting the fire and causing trouble had been recorded. He glared at me fiercely, his eyes almost spewing fire. The security officers took me away, and I didn't resist cooperating with a smile. They confiscated my phone as well. I can walk on my own. Lao Huang, tidy up the warehouse, load everything onto a truck, park it in the adjacent parking lot, and wait for me to return. I instructed the warehouse manager, Lao Huang. Lao Huang nodded frantically. As I got into the police car, I felt no nervousness at all. Not long after we set off, the security officer sitting beside me received a phone call. Shortly after, he gave me a strange look and handed the phone to the other security officer who was facing off against me. "Captain, it's for you." So, he was a captain after all? I raised an eyebrow. The captain took the call, his face alternating between pale, red, and black, just nodding continuously. "Yes, yes, okay. Yes, yes." After hanging up, he immediately said, "Stop the car." The vehicle quickly pulled over. "You can go now." The captain looked at me with resentment, seeming unwilling but unable to do anything about it. I smiled, reached out my hand, and asked, "My phone?" "Your phone contains evidence that is needed for the investigation," he replied. I shrugged, got off the car, and walked away. Looting kept watching me until I was far enough, then finally looked away. I want to get a new SIM card and bought a new phone. The video I had posted had indeed made a significant impact, as expected. If the apocalypse had not arrived, just this one move would have offended countless people. Being a person without any background or connections, I might have disappeared into the vast sea of humanity at any moment. But now, I had no fear. I took down the video, deactivated my social media accounts, and achieved my goal. I didn't want any more fame. Back at the warehouse, Lao Huang was still waiting for a ride. He was surprised to see me return so quickly. I settled his wages, sent him off, closed the warehouse door, and took inventory of the items inside. Some of the sleds I had ordered online had been burned, a total of 10. I had planned to buy a few sled dogs to raise for the apocalypse, but now that plan was abandoned. Some equipment had been thrown out in the rain, but there was no significant damage. I stored everything in my space, booked a flight to Shushi, and left Haishur. Soon after, news emerged of a prominent business shareholder being implicated in illicit dealings with government officials in Haishur. This shareholder happened to be Li Duiyu's father. It seemed that without the apocalypse, this rich second generation wouldn't succeed. This incident implicated several individuals, including a security officer who was dismissed. As Lin Sure, I had been closely following the news about the Tianqi New Energy Company, as I harbored a deep-seated hatred towards that company. However, I paid no attention to the calls from the school about my expulsion due to prolonged absence. Such minor schemes were insignificant to me. For the next 2 months, I supervised the construction of a shelter in Shushi, spending most of my time practicing the health maintenance secret technique. I even took a brief trip back to Haishur to collect the goods I had ordered from Lao Xie, grabbed them, and left without delay. Surprisingly, this move helped me evade a conspiracy targeted against me. On May 25th, the shelter was finally completed. It took a little over 2 months to finish, costing me over 9 million. All of it was spent on materials and labor. This semicircular shelter, apart from a chimney and an entrance passage, had no windows at all. From the back, it looked like an iron ball embedded in the earth. There were 2 doors, an outer one and an inner one, both heavy blast doors. You had to pass through both doors to enter or exit. Some workers joked that this shelter could withstand the aftermath of a nuclear blast. Inside the shelter, there were squat toilets, heated Kong beds, a stove, and a fireplace, all designed to function without electricity. All the wiring was done indoors, affecting the aesthetics but making maintenance more convenient. A water pipe was also connected from the well underground to supply water to the shelter. I had the well cover completely sealed to prevent the well water from freezing easily. Next, all that was left was to move in the living supplies from my space. and there were only 6 days left until the eruption of the solar flare. I spent a day setting up the shelter, with everything ready except for the electronics. I also bought several carpets to lay in the rooms and living room. I decided to wait until after the geomagnetic storm passed before taking out the electronics to avoid any damage. With the shelter now built, Liao Peng had nothing to do. I thought for a moment and asked him to prepare some supplies to put in the rental house. The apocalypse was approaching, and I didn't mind giving him a helping hand, considering it a reward for his hard work over the past 2 months. There was no way I could continue paying him after this, and if he refused, I wouldn't remind him again. After sending Liao Peng off, I took out my phone and removed Zhao Zhao's number from the blacklist. I dialed his number. "Lin Sure, is that really you? Where have you been lately? I saw you being taken away by security officers in a short video last time. Are you okay?" Zhao Zhao's voice sounded pleasantly surprised. Of course, I was fine. I told him I had been feeling down for the past 2 months and was traveling in Shashi. I asked him, "Do you want to come over and hang out for a few days?" Without hesitation, he agreed. "Sure. Let me take a few days off and spend some quality time with you." After a brief chat, I hung up. How could I forget that Zhao Xiao was the one who killed me in my past life? I had no intention of returning to Haishur, but I wouldn't let him get away either. Dealing with him in Shashi would suffice. I also bought 10 tons of bottled water and some of my favorite foods in Shashi. In extremely cold weather, water was the most essential. Snow was everywhere, and if one was thirsty, eating snow could quench it, although it would make the body colder. But compared to food, water was not a concern for survivors. Viruses and bacteria were everywhere, and whether or not to eat snow had little impact on getting sick. Most survivors would have developed antibodies after a few years in the apocalypse. Eating raw meat, consuming snow, wearing animal fur. Humans were slowly adapting to the harsh survival environment. Those who couldn't adapt had already perished. I stocked up on water just in case. I also bought 2 computers and copied a lot of information, movies, animations, and games from the internet. Among them were data on tool making and generator maintenance, which could be valuable in the future. Besides a few gold bars, I had some cash left, amounting to less than 100,000. Everything was ready. 3 days before the SSS-level solar flare eruption, Zhao Xiao arrived from Haishur. He didn't seem to be doing well, appearing thin. He greeted me apologetically as soon as he saw me, behaving humbly while apologizing and observing my expression. "Lin Sure, I truly consider you a brother. I didn't think much at the time. Can you forgive me? I promise to do more for you in the future." A mysterious smile appeared on my face as I nodded casually. "Stay here for a week before leaving, and I'll cover all expenses." Zhao Zhao's face immediately lit up with joy. Indeed, I was still the gullible Lin Sure. It seemed that his previous actions had clearly upset me. "Great," he eagerly agreed, already thinking about asking me for money. "When did you come to Shashi alone? I heard online that you were expelled from school. Is that true?" He seemed concerned, but his hidden sense of satisfaction was poorly concealed. "It's true." I nodded, pretending not to notice. He hypocritically comforted me for a few moments and then discussed our plans for the upcoming days. I truly wanted to relax these few days. The risks before the apocalypse were relatively high, and I could afford to wait a bit longer. My plan was to keep Zhao Xiao in Shashi, let him experience the despair of the apocalypse, and then meet his demise. I never considered myself a good person. In my past life, after losing the affection of my parents, I placed all my emotions on Zhao Xiao and these few good friends. During the early days of the apocalypse, when money still held some value, I shared the gold bars left by my father with them, giving them hope to survive. When we relied on each other during the apocalypse, I always took the initiative to do dangerous tasks. But despite all I did, betrayal was what I received in return. This was partly due to my weakness and inability to judge people correctly. So in this lifetime, I won't be soft-hearted, nor will I believe in laughable emotions. Even though many things from my past life, including betrayal, have not yet occurred, but I won't give Zhao Xiao another chance to hurt me. I am Lin Sure, reborn and back again, and I know Zhao Zhao's true nature better than anyone. He is a complete and utter selfish opportunist. Even if given another chance, I will only use him. That day, Zhao Xiao raised his eyebrows at me, giving me a knowing look that all men understand, and mentioned that Xueqin was also studying at a university in Shushi and asked if I wanted to invite her to hang out. Xueqin was another girl in our group of 6, aside from Su Feifei. My impression of her still lingered from 8 years ago. In high school, everyone always linked me with her in conversations, and after hearing it so much, I started to develop some different feelings towards her. However, after 8 years without seeing her, I couldn't even remember her face. But since Zhao Xiao kept pushing, I casually agreed. We found a hotel, settled Zhao Xiao in, and I stayed in the room next to his. The next day, on May 29th, 2 days before the SSS-level solar flare eruption, Zhao Xiao and I met Xueqin at the beach in Shushi. She was a student at the Art Academy's dance department, with an amazing figure. Today, she boldly wore a bikini, causing Zhao Xiao's eyes to bulge. I was in swim trunks, and when I took off my shirt, Xueqin couldn't help but notice my solid, yet not overly muscular physique. Lin Shi, when did you get in such good shape? Xueqin completely ignored Zhao Xiao, focusing on my abs. I've been enjoying working out lately, I casually replied, settling into a beach chair, putting on sunglasses and starting to bask in the sunlight. In 2 more days, people wouldn't even need sunglasses to look directly at the fiery ball in the sky. Before the apocalypse arrived, I planned to enjoy the warmth of the final 2 days of sunshine, allowing myself to relax the tense mood I had been carrying. Xueqin lay down next to me to sunbathe, and we chatted aimlessly, leaving Zhao Xiao on the sidelines. A shadow flashed in Zhao Xiao's eyes, but he forced a smile and tried to join our conversation. The 3 of us stayed on the beach until sunset, then had a meal together before parting ways. On the last day, I spent the day in Shushi with Zhao Xiao and Xueqin as usual. Finally, the day arrived on June 1st, Children's Day, and the day of the SSS-level solar flare eruption. In the morning, I practiced the nourishing life technique on the flat ground outside the shelter as usual. Zhao Xiao invited me to go diving today, but I declined, citing other matters. I wanted to stay at the shelter to observe how the sun changed during the solar flare eruption. After today's solar flare eruption, the intense solar storm wouldn't reach Earth until June 4th, so Blue Star was temporarily safe until then. What was strange about this solar flare eruption was that no country had detected any anomalies. With Blue Star's current technology, this situation was very unusual. At that moment, wearing sunglasses, my body constantly moving, my eyes never leaving the sun and the sky, the sight was somewhat comical. Villagers in the nearby mountains observed from afar, discussing among themselves. What is that young man doing? Some kind of ritual? Looks quite mysterious. That thing he built doesn't seem normal. Should we ask for money from him? Yes, we must. What are we afraid of? Tomorrow we'll go ask. I'll talk to Uncle Lee about how to ask this time. After completing 5 sets of the nourishing life technique, as I started the 6th set, my movements suddenly halted. The sun I had been closely watching showed no changes, but the reason for my pause was that the interface of the treasure bowl, which had not shown significant changes since the upgrade, was now just a mess of garbled characters. What was happening? Shocked, I immediately stopped my practice and focused on the treasure bowl. Not only had the interface turned into gibberish, but I also couldn't sense the space anymore. My pupils constricted, realizing the gravity of the situation. The space held all the supplies I had accumulated over the past 3 months. If the space suddenly stopped functioning, my advantage from being reborn would greatly diminish. At that moment, I suddenly realized how heavily I had relied on the space. After about a dozen seconds, the gibberish in front of me transformed into a pile of Chinese characters. Blue Star's 3rd reset of the end times is now underway. This time, the process will accelerate the evolution of species. The treasure bowl has recognized intelligent beings as the primary species and has activated the host protection program. My pupils shook in disbelief. The amount of information contained in that statement was staggering. End times reset. My name is Lin Shi, and I had experienced the end times in my previous life before returning to the pre-apocalyptic world. This was already my 2nd experience with the end times, Yet the treasure bowl showed this as the third time. Could it be that the end times had already reset once before my rebirth? Before I could dwell on this further, the interface in front of me reorganized into another message. The first wave of danger will arrive in 71 hours. Please prepare accordingly. My heart raced like a drum. Was this a warning? Was the treasure bowl intelligent? After a dozen seconds, the text vanished. The interface of the treasure bowl returned to normal, and I could once again sense the space. Only the countdown clock in the top right corner, showing 71 hours 43 minutes, reminded me that what just happened was not an illusion. I turned back to the shelter, poured myself a cup of coffee, trying to calm myself down. I began to recall the anomaly in the treasure bowl's interface before, speculating that this disturbance was likely related to the SSS-level solar flare eruption. The solar flare eruption marked the beginning of the end times, and the text that appeared in the treasure bowl previously. Blue Star's third reset of the end times is now underway. This time, the process will accelerate the evolution of species. The treasure bowl has recognized intelligent beings as the primary species and has activated the host protection program, also indicated that the end times had already begun. The number 3 was really bothering me. As I thought carefully, besides myself, perhaps no one else in this world knew that I would be experiencing the end times once again. The concept of rebirth still felt incredibly bizarre to me whenever I thought about it. I had died, yet here I was reborn back to 8 years ago, with all of humanity and the entire blue star reverting back to their state from 8 years ago. Was this time reversal? Or a complete reset? In the known human cognition, time was considered irreversible unless viewed from a theological perspective. Was it the Mandela effect? Divine intervention? A game played by higher civilizations? Or a correction in the laws of nature itself? And such a phenomenon might have already occurred for the third time. Before I acquired this treasure bowl, there had been instances of time reversal, where humanity had also faced the end times disaster that would emerge in a few days. And during the first reset of the end times, I, like billions of other humans and countless beings, was completely unaware of it. Why 3 resets? Was it because all life forms on Blue Star had gone extinct in the previous 2 instances? This speculation was both astonishing and terrifying. What exactly was this treasure bowl? Why did it display such information? It was no wonder they said knowing too much wasn't always a good thing. The more I pondered, the more questions arose, causing my breathing to become rapid, my mind buzzing, almost on the brink of exploding. My heart was racing so fast that I couldn't calm down at all. I was truly frightened. Continuing down this line of thought made me start to doubt if the universe, as perceived by humanity, was actually being manipulated by some higher civilizations, with us being nothing more than their guinea pigs, subjected to experiment after experiment. I closed my eyes, and to distract myself, I started humming a tune. After finishing the song, I finally managed to push all these bizarre thoughts out of my mind. I took out my computer and began searching for information about the Ice Age. Blue Star had experienced several ice ages in the past. Before this extreme cold end times arrived, our human ancestors had endured an ice age that lasted over 2 million years, only ending around 10,000 years ago. The period you mentioned is also known as the Quaternary Ice Age. I only briefly skimmed through information about the previous 3 ice ages and whether humans were involved. When it comes to this Quaternary Ice Age, it nearly led to the extinction of all cold-intolerant animals. Most of the surviving animals in the icy wilderness were those with thick fur. Yet humans managed to survive. Scientists speculate that humans' strong creativity and adaptability were the reasons for our survival. However, I find this explanation somewhat shaky. Those who have not experienced extreme cold cannot fathom its terror. In the 8th year of the end times, out of the 7.8 billion humans worldwide, only a few million remained, highlighting the horror of the end times. During that period over 2 million years ago, there were no technological items, extreme scarcity of resources, a lack of vegetation, and no medicines. Numerous large carnivorous mammals like saber-toothed tigers, short-faced bears, dire wolves, and others roamed during that era. These creatures were massive, ferocious, and carnivorous. With the average human body size and speed, one would only become prey for these large carnivorous animals. Even if one could survive an extreme cold, it would be challenging to stay alive. What's even more bizarre is that after the Ice Age ended, these fierce large creatures went extinct, while humans continued to thrive. This cannot be easily explained by adaptability and creativity alone. But if there was involvement and assistance from a higher civilization, then everything would make much more sense. My name is Lin Shur, a survivor of the end times. 3 months ago, I experienced a terrible disaster when a solar flare erupted, triggering an ice age that nearly wiped out all life on Earth. I was fortunate to have taken shelter and survived on the resources within that space. I have been pondering the reasons and significance of this disaster, and I uncovered a startling secret. Every time all species go extinct, the end times reset, and I am the sole knower of this truth. I feel a responsibility to do something. Perhaps I can somehow change the fate of this world. And so, I decided to anonymously post online about the solar flare eruption and speculate about the impending ice age. I hope to catch the attention of a scientist and prompt countries to prepare in advance. Though I wasn't sure if my post would be discovered by someone who cared, I had done my best. I shut down the computer, disconnected the network card, and retrieved the space. The rest would be left to fate. I tried to communicate with the treasure bowl, but received no response. To avoid another situation where I couldn't sense the space, I took out some of the resources from the space and stored them in the underground shelter. The next day, the countdown timer in the upper right corner had reached 47 hours. The process of watching the end times approach was agonizing. I could only practice the health preservation technique to keep myself calm. However, before long, an unexpected group disrupted my peace. A tractor arrived outside my shelter. I had installed a camera at the peephole on the outer blast-proof door to monitor the outside situation. People disembarked from the tractor and began to inspect the shelter. As they debated who would knock on the door of the large iron ball, I had already opened the door and stepped out. One of the individuals, a middle-aged woman, peered through the crack in the door as if she wanted to throw her eyeballs inside to see. However, there was another door inside, and even if she bulged her eyes out, she couldn't see what was inside. "What's the matter?" I scanned the 4 visitors, a middle-aged woman, an elderly man with a cane, a young farmer, and a woman in her 20s. Each of them regarded me with different expressions. Ever since some villagers and a construction worker inquired about the cost of this spherical structure on the mountaintop, everyone in the village knew I was wealthy, a fat sheep to be fleeced. The farmer, Li Chong, spoke first. "Young man, this sphere of yours has disrupted the feng shui of our village. Several chickens and ducks in our village have died recently. What do you have to say about this?" I glanced towards a nearby grove of trees. "How is your poultry dying my concern?" Lee's mother stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at me. "Why wouldn't it be your concern? Ever since this sphere was constructed, our chickens and ducks began dying. Who knows, people might start dying soon too." I chuckled at the villagers' ability to find reasons. They were on point. More than a few people might indeed perish in the coming days. "Then why don't you pack up and leave? It might be too late, and the people in your village could be facing extinction." Rural folks are most superstitious about this, and my words immediately angered the 4 individuals. "Hey, how could you have such a wicked heart? Are you cursing us?" Lee's mother pointed at me and scolded. "You brat! What did you say? If you can't talk, let me teach you." Li Chong's eyes flashed with fierceness as his huge palms swung towards my face. Seemingly reckless, this was actually planned by the 4 of them before they came up the mountain. Youngsters are easily scared. A slap would make them compliant. They had women, children, and the elderly with them. They could easily fabricate some accusations against me and weren't worried about me calling the police. The other 3 seemed to expect me to be stunned by the slap. Smack! The sound of a heavy slap echoed. It was much louder than they had anticipated. What truly shocked them was that the one who received the slap wasn't me, but Li Chong. I caught Li Chong's hand as he raised it to hit me and swiftly slapped him back. Li Chong was left dazed by my slap, his face visibly swelling at an alarming rate. The 4 individuals clearly didn't expect me to be so audacious, daring to fight back against all odds. As Lin Shi, thought, today was really unlucky as I encountered such a bizarre family. Just as I stepped out, that guy named Li Chong slapped me. He was young, but had quite a strong force. Before I could retaliate, his father, old man Li with the cane, rushed at me and swung his cane. I dodged to the side, and he theatrically exclaimed, "Ouch," and lay on the ground, pretending to be knocked out. This family sure knows how to put on a show. Li Tse immediately accused me of hitting her father and claimed that all four of them witnessed it, demanding compensation. I hadn't even touched him once. They were clearly trying to extort money from me. Li's mother cried hysterically, saying I had no conscience and that city folks bully those from the countryside. She even said she wouldn't live if her husband died. Li Tse sobbed beside her, mentioning her father's poor health and how this situation was devastating. Li Chong was even more arrogant, threatening to involve the security officers and expose me to the media if I didn't compensate them. I wasn't afraid, as I had surveillance cameras at my door, so they couldn't intimidate me. However, I didn't want to escalate the situation, as I had more important matters to attend to. After some thought, I said, "All right, go ahead and call the police." They thought I was scared and smirked in triumph. Little did they know, I had more to say. Calling the police is out of the question. Their expressions instantly turned grim, and Li Chong glared at me menacingly, threatening that if I didn't compensate them, his father would seek justice with his life. I wasn't intimidated and circled around old man Li before suddenly stepping on the back of his hand. He let out a cry of pain and opened his eyes. Turning to Li Chong, I said, "I've treated your father's injury, so there's no need for compensation, right?" They were all shocked by my actions, only coming back to their senses when old man Li's wails filled the air. Old man Li claimed his hand was broken, his face contorted in pain. My kick had been forceful, and he had actually gotten injured while trying to fake it. They were seething with anger, about to erupt, when I proposed, "How about you take this elderly gentleman to the hospital first, and I'll reimburse you for the medical expenses later?" They were taken aback once again, feeling like a lump was stuck in their throats. Li's mother nearly fainted. Just moments ago, she was ready to curse my ancestors for generations. But they had already agreed. What if they changed their minds and decide to go back on their word? Li's mother took a few deep breaths and tentatively said, You have to compensate for medical expenses, nutrition expenses, mental distress fees, and loss of wages." I nodded unexpectedly, being surprisingly accommodating. "Okay, you go ahead first. My house isn't going anywhere. Getting treatment is the priority." Even though they had achieved their goal, they still felt aggrieved. Old man Li's cries continued, and Li Chong, not daring to delay any longer, pointed at me threateningly. "Kid, if you dare not compensate, you will regret it." After some harsh words, they helped old man Li onto the tractor and drove down the mountain. I watched them leave, knowing that I had no intention of compensating for any medical expenses. I just wanted to get them to leave. In a few days, a snowstorm was forecasted, and if they could still make it up the mountain, then I would consider it my loss. I walked towards a dense forest, and as soon as I left the shelter, I sensed a pair of eyes watching me from the trees. Ever since my rebirth, I had become particularly sensitive to being watched. Just as I entered the forest, my phone in my pocket suddenly rang, followed by a flurry of hurried footsteps in the distance, quickly fading away. I only caught a blurry figure disappearing into the thick foliage. I took out my phone, and the caller ID read Lin Shi as I answered the call from Zhao Xiao. "Lin Shi, guess who I ran into here?" he said mysteriously. I replied impatiently, "Who?" "The son of the richest man in our coastal city, Shun Jinbin." Upon hearing this name, my grip on the phone tightened. "Shun Jinbin?" "Yes, he even initiated a conversation with me. Knowing that I'm in Shushi, he invited me to go diving together tomorrow and asked me to bring you along," Zhao Xiao excitedly shared over the phone. My emotions churned inside me. Shen Jinbin, one of the culprits who caused my demise in my previous life. The grudge between us had long been established. My father was once an employee of Tianqi New Energy Company. On the day of the accident, the company chairman brought Shun Jinbin to the factory for an inspection. While my father was operating, Shin Jinbin suddenly spilled a drink on the circuit equipment, causing a short-circuit explosion that led to my father's immediate death. To cover up the incident, Shun Fanrin paid a hefty sum to everyone involved, made them sign confidentiality agreements, and eventually settled with a huge compensation for the death. However, one employee who was close to my father secretly told me the truth. I informed my mother, but she urged me to focus on my studies. Later, that employee mysteriously disappeared, and my mother remarried. To Shin Fanrin, I felt like I was caught in a massive conspiracy. After the apocalypse, I only told Zhao Xiao about this matter. I wanted to secretly gather evidence, but I found that the Shun family in Haishur was too powerful, and I couldn't find an opportunity for revenge. Now that Shun Jinbin is in Shushi, I must kill him. Lin Shi? Lin Shi? Are you coming or not? Give a definite answer. Zhao Zhao's urging voice came through. Yes, of course I'm going. I will make him pay for his blood debt. On the afternoon of June 3rd at 1 o'clock, I arrived at the pier and saw Zhao Xiao talking to a young man with white hair. That was Shin Jinbin. I suppressed my killing intent and walked over. Lin Shi, why are you so late? Shin Da Xiao has been waiting for quite a while, Zhao Xiao scolded. I sneered. This guy had indeed betrayed me again. There was traffic on the way. That's why I'm late, I said. Shin Jinbin turned his head, revealing a pale face, white crew cut, and a cocky demeanor. His eyes looked down on me, sizing me up. At this moment, he didn't exude the cruelty of the post-apocalyptic era, but I knew his true face. Shin Jinbin waved his hand. It's okay, as long as you're here. Let's go. Get on the boat. I followed them onto the boat, silently swearing to make him pay. My name is Lin Shi, and today Zhao Xiao dragged me onto Shin Jinbin's yacht. As soon as I got on, a burly man in black wanted to search me, claiming it was for safety. I didn't take kindly to it. I was invited to have fun, not to be humiliated. I turned to leave, but was stopped. At that moment, Shin Jinbin came out, saying I was his half-brother and that my mom treated him better than she did her own son. I was furious upon hearing this. How could my mom treat him well when his father was my father's murderer? I clenched my fists, suppressing my urge to kill. I pretended not to know him, saying I didn't recognize him at all. Shin Jinbin then mentioned that I didn't attend my mom's wedding to his father. I coldly laughed inside. There was no way I would attend their wedding. The bodyguard named Abayo stood in front of Shin Jinbin, seemingly ready to act at any moment. I clenched and loosened my fists. I couldn't let myself be provoked first. I needed to stay calm. To Shin Jinbin, I was just an ant. He must have some ulterior motive for seeking me out this time. Zhao Xiao quickly tried to defuse the situation, saying we should have fun while we were there. Shin Jinbin reined in his aggression and went into the cabin. Abayo wanted to search me again, and Zhao Xiao advised me not to suffer any losses. I had no choice but to let him search me. After the search, Abayo went into the cabin. Zhao Xiao and I were on the deck, feeling a strange atmosphere. Apart from us, there was Shin Jinbin and 8 burly men, all glaring at us. Inside the room, Shin Jinbin threw a tantrum, smashing cups. Abayo went in and reported that I didn't bring anything suspicious, just that I regularly exercised and might have some skills. He said he would keep an eye on me once we were in the water. I wondered, what did Shin Jinbin really want to do? We had no grievances, so why was he treating me like this? Was it because of my mom? Or was it something else? I must be careful and not let him succeed. Upon reaching the destination, Shin Jinbin suggested going diving further out, where the scenery was particularly beautiful. I didn't object, and Zhao Xiao nodded along. After putting on our diving suits and getting ready to dive, Zhao Xiao suddenly pulled me back, his eyes shifting nervously. I chuckled and asked him if he had gotten sand in his eyes. I had actually sensed that something was off a while ago. Shin Jinbin had brought us to this desolate and uninhabited place for no apparent reason, so I knew he had ulterior motives. However, I didn't expose him and decided to see what he was up to. In a normal scenario, kicking out like that would surely result in a fractured leg due to the impact. However, instead of the expected cry of pain, it was me along with the bike that was pushed back from the kick. My name is Lin, and I was out tonight to buy some things and was riding a shared bike back home. Suddenly, a group of people appeared ahead, and I tried to brake in time, but it was too late, and the handlebar was already dented under the bike. My heart tightened. Who were these people? They were strong. What do you want? Others also reacted, becoming alert and cautious, staring at me, with some even reaching into their raincoats. I quickly realized the situation and scratched my head, apologizing. Sorry, I was out buying things and in a hurry to get home. Luckily, I didn't hit you. Sir, is your leg okay? The man I referred to as Sir didn't speak, just frowned and scrutinized me with a guarded look. I tightened my grip on the handlebars as both sides fell silent, tension filling the air. Just then, a woman's voice came from the group. Uncle Chio, let it go. He didn't do it on purpose. I breathed a sigh of relief, grateful as I glanced at the girl. She was wearing a black raincoat, her face obscured, but her voice was gentle. I thanked her, saying, "Thank you, miss." She didn't respond, just shook her head lightly. Uncle Chio looked at me, then at the girl, and said, "All right, since the lady said so, we'll let you go. But be more careful when riding in the future. Don't hit anyone again." I quickly nodded. "Okay, I understand. Thank you, Uncle Chio." With that, I hopped back on the shared bike, ready to leave. Just as I was about to go, the girl called out to me, "Wait." I stopped the bike, turned to look at her, and asked, "What's up?" She walked up to me, handed me a note, and said, "This is my contact information. If you ever run into trouble, you can reach out to me." I took the note, glanced at the phone number, and replied, "Thank you, miss. But I don't think I'll have any trouble." She smiled and said, "Just in case." With that, she turned and went back to the group. I stared at her silhouette, feeling puzzled. Why did she give me her contact information? Did she somehow know I would run into trouble? I shook my head, thinking I was overthinking it. Perhaps she was just being kind. I tucked the note into my pocket and rode away on the bike. Back at home, lying in bed, I thought about the events of the night. Who was that girl exactly? Why was she there? Why did she give me her contact information? I pondered for a long time, but couldn't make sense of it. In the end, I decided not to dwell on it. After all, I might not see her again in the future. Please, please let me go. I promise I won't do it again." Shinjimin begged. "Let you go?" "No way," I said. "What? What do you want?" Shinjimin asked. "You're wealthy, right? Then cough up some money to buy your life," I said. Okay. How much do you want?" Shinjimin asked. 10 million, I said. 10 million? You're asking for a lion's share. Shinjimin said. 10 million is nothing to you, right? I said. Okay, I'll give it to you, Shinjimin said. "Remember, don't ever mess with me again," I said. Yes, I'll remember," Shinjimin said. I released Shinjimin and swam back to the surface. Zhao Xiao was still waiting for me on the surface, and when he saw me emerge, he quickly swam over. "Lin Shi, are you okay?" he asked. "I'm fine," I replied. "I was really scared just now. I thought you were done for," Zhao Xiao said. "I'm not that easy to kill," I said. "You're really amazing. You took out that bodyguard in no time," Zhao Xiao said. "Of course," I said. "What about Shinjimin?" Zhao Xiao asked. "He promised to give me 10 million to buy his life," I said. 10 million? You really want his money?" Zhao Xiao asked. "Why not? He wanted to kill me, so of course he has to pay the price," I said. "But," Zhao Xiao hesitated. "But what?" I asked. "But he's a rich second generation. He won't just let it go," Zhao Xiao said. "I'm not afraid of him," I said. "Aren't you afraid he'll retaliate against you?" Zhao Xiao asked. "If he dares to retaliate, I'll give him another lesson," I said. "You're really amazing," Zhao Xiao said. "All right, let's go back," I said. "Okay," Zhao Xiao said. We swam back to the yacht, where Shin Jinbin was already waiting for us. He saw me coming up, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. "I have the money ready. You can go now," he said. "Remember what you said," I replied. Yes, I'll remember," Shin Jinbin said. I took the money and left the yacht with Zhao Xiao. This experience has taught me that some people cannot be easily trusted, especially those who appear to be powerful and influential. I am Lin Shi, and today has been incredibly unlucky. What was supposed to be a fun diving trip turned into a nightmare. That guy called a bio actually tried to kill me underwater. Luckily, I reacted quickly and managed to dodge his first strike. But he didn't give up, coming at my breathing apparatus again. I fought hard to grab his hand and prevent him from succeeding. This guy was surprisingly strong, and it took a lot of effort to push him away. Just then, I pulled out a handgun from behind me. That really shocked Abayo. He never expected me to have a gun. Without hesitation, I fired the gun 3 shots in a row, hitting him in vital areas. He died still puzzled about how I brought a gun underwater. Zhao Xiao was also shocked by this scene. He probably never expected me to be this ruthless. Thinking the situation had turned in my favor, I never expected that scoundrel Shin Jinbin would use Zhao Xiao as a shield. I had no choice but to shoot. Unfortunately, the bullet hit Zhao Xiao's neck, and he died like that. Shin Jinbin took the opportunity to run, and I quickly chased after him. He even made a throat-slitting gesture towards me, despicable. Filled with rage, I released the weights and ascended faster. Shin Jinbin thought I couldn't catch up, but little did he know I had stopped and had a crossbow ready. I aimed at him and shot an arrow. This time, he couldn't escape. My name is Lin Shi, an electrical engineer. 3 years ago, my father died in a factory explosion caused by Shin Jinbin pouring a drink into the machinery, resulting in his death on the spot. And I struggled to survive in the apocalypse. On this day, I finally found Shin Jinbin. I shot him with an arrow, dragged his body to the beach of a small island. At this point, Shin Jinbin, due to ascending too quickly, showed signs of decompression sickness with severe upper body swelling. The wound in his abdomen, pierced through, turned white from being soaked in seawater, infection only a matter of time. Choking on water, he was almost out of breath. I quickly removed the diving suit and performed some emergency measures on Shin Jinbin. I didn't pull out the arrow, as there was a high probability that Shin Jinbin would die immediately if I did. I still had unanswered questions, and I couldn't let him die so quickly. Asterisk cough cough cough. Hiss. Asterisk, Shin Jinbin spat out water, coughing violently, causing pain in the wound on his abdomen, writhing in agony on the ground. Seeing me again, Shin Jinbin no longer had that fierce and arrogant expression. He pleaded, "Let me go. I can give you a lot of money. Why did you want to kill me?" I asked. Shin Jinbin's eyes flickered. "I didn't want to kill you." My eyes suddenly turned cold, and I placed my hand on the wound on Shin Jinbin's abdomen, digging in forcefully. The intense pain distorted Shin Jinbin's expression, and his body convulsed in a miserable scream. I waited for Shin Jinbin to recover a bit and asked again, "Why did you want to kill me? My patience is limited." This time, Shin Jinbin didn't dare to play tricks. You exposed the Dwight-size scandal online last time, which implicated my father's company, causing the stock to hit the limit down for a week. I just wanted to teach you a lesson. Shin Jinbin didn't dare to directly admit wanting to kill me. Then why did you kill my father? Shin Jinbin's expression changed. What are you talking about? What about your father? 3 years ago, when you were inspecting the factory, you caused an explosion by pouring a drink into the machine, resulting in the death of an electrical engineer on the spot. Need me to help you remember? My voice was as cold as the frost of December, and I placed my hand on Shin Jinbin's abdomen again. Shin Jinbin was shaking with fear. Please, I'll talk. I don't know your father. My dad told me to do it. Every crime has a perpetrator. Go find my father. Please, I beg you, let me go." I squinted slightly. "So, your dad ordered you to do this? Why would he do that?" Shin Jinbin swallowed nervously and said, "Because he had long been eyeing your mom, wanting to take her for himself. But that despicable. That woman said that having an affair would ruin her reputation and refused to agree. So my dad commanded me to kill that engineer." The truth was so cruel. My own mother was the culprit behind the death of my father. And the real mastermind behind my father's murder was the chairman of Tianqi New Energy Limited, the man who once ruled the entire city in the apocalypse. As my eyes grew increasingly terrifying, Shin Jinbin tried to justify himself. I was also forced. If I didn't do this, my dad would deprive me of my inheritance. He has several other sons outside. At that moment, The sound of a yacht's engine could be heard in the distance. Shin Jinbin's eyes showed a hint of joy and a trace of malice. One last question. I leaned in closer to Shun Jinbin. Ask, I promise to tell you everything. The desperate desire to survive filled Shin Jinbin's eyes. He was eager for me to ask more questions, giving his men time to come to his rescue. What does hell look like? Go find out for me. My eyes were filled with murderous intent as I forcefully pulled out the arrow lodged in Shun Jinbin's heart from his back and plunged it viciously into his heart. As the sound of the engine grew closer, Shin Jinbin's eyes were filled with unwillingness and malice. When I called for Lin, I thought I could easily deal with this scoundrel Shin Jinbin today, but almost ended up dead at his hands. That guy actually had a backup plan? I underestimated him. As I looked at his eyes filled with resentment, preparing to deliver a fatal blow, I suddenly felt a chill down my spine. Instinctively, I rolled to the ground, followed by a loud bang as a bullet hit the sand where I had just been standing, kicking up a cloud of dust. Damn it, it was a sniper rifle. If I hadn't dodged just now, that shot would have blown my head off. Feeling a wave of relief, I turned to see the yacht was now less than 200 meters away from me. The 7 dart gun barrels pointed at me, constantly emitting flames. I dodged left and right, but still got hit by a pistol bullet on my arm. I dared not linger, turning and running towards a nearby forest. Once inside the forest, the intense sense of danger slightly diminished. My hands and feet were scratched by bushes and weeds, leaving trails of blood, but I couldn't care less, desperately running deeper into the dense woods. As I ran, I cursed Shin Jinbin in my heart. That bastard. How dare he send people to kill me? I must make him pay. After running for who knows how long, I finally stopped. Leaning against a tree, I gasped heavily for air. My arm was still bleeding. I needed to find a place to treat the wound quickly. Looking around, I found myself in a dense forest with no way out in sight. Despair crept into my heart. Was I going to die here? No, I can't give up like this. I must find a way to escape. Taking a deep breath, I calmed myself down. I started recalling some of the wilderness survival knowledge I had learned before. I remembered in this kind of situation, I should first find a safe place, then figure out how to find food and water. I decided to first find a hiding place nearby. Carefully, I walked through the forest, trying not to make a sound. Suddenly, I heard footsteps. My heart rate instantly accelerated, and I quickly hid behind a large tree. Peering through the gaps in the leaves, I caught sight of a figure. It was a man holding a gun and scanning the area. Nervousness gripped me. What should I do? If he spotted me, I would surely be dead. I decided to observe his movements first and then figure out a plan. I saw him walking towards my direction, my heart pounding faster and faster. I tightly gripped the knife in my hand, ready to fight him at any moment. Just as he was about to reach me, I suddenly heard a chirping of birds. He was lured away by the bird song, giving me the opportunity to quietly sneak up behind him. Raising the knife, I struck down towards his neck. Before he could react, I had already brought him down to the ground. I breathed a sigh of relief, finally taking down an enemy. I picked up his gun and continued deeper into the woods. I didn't know how long it would take to find a way out, but I knew I couldn't give up. I must survive and make Shun Jinbin pay. I just went through a thrilling battle. I swam with Shun Jinbin for several kilometers to reach the island, and now I can finally catch my breath. My strength has been depleted, and my hands and feet are trembling involuntarily, a sign of exhaustion. If it weren't for 3 months of training, I wouldn't even have the strength to escape. But it was all worth it. I finally learned the truth about my father's death, and I personally killed the murderer. Shin Jinbin suffered a fatal injury, along with a gunshot wound to the abdomen, decompression sickness, and wound infection. I don't believe he can survive. However, I was surprised by the heavy firepower weapons carried by Shin's bodyguards. I never thought they would be so well equipped. I always thought I didn't underestimate the power of the Shin family, but I was wrong. In a peaceful society, they can provide bodyguards with such heavy firepower weapons, and these bodyguards must not be ordinary veterans. No wonder the Shin family can directly control the entire seaside city in the extreme cold apocalypse. After confirming that no one was following me, I found a secluded mountain hollow. I took out bandages, antiseptic water, hemostatic spray, and a dagger from my space. After sterilizing the dagger with antiseptic water, I gritted my teeth and dug out the bullet from my left arm, sprayed hemostatic spray on it, and bandaged the wound. By the time I finished, I was sweating profusely. In my past life in the apocalypse, I endured more severe injuries without any medication, so this injury was nothing. I swallowed 2 anti-inflammatory pills, briefly treated the scratches from the branches, changed into clean clothes, and took out water and canned meat to replenish my strength. So much time had passed, and no one had followed me. Either those bodyguards had already left with Shun Jinbin's body, or they were waiting somewhere to ambush me. After resting for a while, I continued towards the depths of the forest. Half an hour later, I stood at the highest point of the island, overlooking every movement on the entire island. Shin Jinbin's yacht had disappeared, and there was no sign of his body on the beach. However, on the other side of the island, a lifeboat had been dragged to the edge of the forest by the beach. The bright orange color was partly hidden by tree shadows, but still stood out. Of course, if I hadn't been at the high point, I wouldn't have noticed the lifeboat. The presence of the lifeboat indicated that someone had stayed behind on the yacht earlier. It seemed they were indeed planning to ambush me. Originally, I was contemplating how to return to the Sandy City. This uninhabited island wasn't far from the Sandy City, but swimming there without tools was impossible. Now, this situation suited me just fine. As the sun set, there were only 17 hours left on the countdown in the upper right corner of the treasure basin. I didn't waste any more time, retrieved my combat gear, and dressed quickly and neatly. This military-grade cold weather gear I ordered from Xie was worth a fortune. Extremely warm and waterproof, allowing me to stay warm without hindering combat. The forest was pitch black at night, with mosquitoes buzzing everywhere. 5 figures dressed in black crouched behind 5 different bushes, waiting for the right moment to strike. Their exposed necks and hands were covered in mosquito bites, but they gritted their teeth and endured the discomfort. Originally, they had come out to play with Shin Jinbin and had only prepared firearms, reaching their limit without any other equipment. The only sniper rifle was still hidden on the yacht's bottom for emergencies. After all, this was the safest country in the world, not like the gun-ridden Middle East. A light sound made 2 bodyguards tense up. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. One bodyguard looked up as the bean-sized raindrops fell on the surrounding bushes, the sound changing from a patter to a gentle pitter-patter. Number 2. It's raining. Should we continue to wait? A bodyguard whispered into the walkie-talkie. We wait. This island is so big, and if he wants to hide, with only 5 of us, we won't be able to find him in a short time. It would be suicidal to enter the dense forest and face the killer one-on-one. We wait. He will find a way to leave, and then we'll see who has more patience. If we don't take care of this person, there will be consequences for all of us. Several bodyguards had seen Shun Jinbin's injuries and speculated that I had prepared to assassinate him. My name is Lin Shi, a survivor who returned from the apocalypse. Who would have thought that I appeared to be an ordinary person, but actually possessed a space that could retrieve items at any time? That day, I and Shin Jinbin and others were on a boat heading to the island. Unexpectedly, we were attacked by assassins along the way. The assassins were highly skilled and their attacks were ruthless, clearly indicating their professionalism. The bodyguards felt something was off, and one of them said, "I don't think that person looks like an assassin. Didn't young Master Shun say that he is his stepmother's son?" Number 2 remained silent for a moment before saying, "Young Master investigated before Lin Shi's information came out, and he was just an ordinary college student. Do you think young Master Shun would believe that a college student, out of nowhere, pulled out a crossbow and almost killed him? Are we 8 people who have licked blood during the apocalypse, unable to defend against a college student? It would make more sense for an assassin to disguise themselves as Lin Shi, fitting the logic and providing a better excuse for their negligence." Number 2 continued. "This time, we gave young Master all the gene repair drugs to keep him alive. Whether we can save him is uncertain. If young master dies, think about the consequences. The bodyguards fell silent. I had no idea about all of this. I thought Shinjinbin was already dead. At this moment, I had cautiously made my way to the dense forest at the foot of the mountain. The sudden rain took me by surprise at first, but then I realized it was a stroke of luck. Even the heavens were on my side. With the rain masking the sound of my footsteps, I could easily move without being detected. I lurked about 300 meters away, retrieving a crossbow from my pocket. This crossbow was designed to be extremely quiet when fired, making it perfect for close-range combat. I had acquired it during my last retrieval mission. Carefully placing several bolts in the quiver, I began to cautiously approach the location where the 5 ambushers were hiding. The sound of rain tapping on the leaves filled my ears, providing cover for my footsteps as I tried to step on exposed rocks and mud to avoid making any unusual noise. When I got within about 200 meters, I stopped and remained on high alert. If the enemy had any infrared sensing devices, they would surely spot me at this distance. I waited in place for a while, but there was no reaction from the enemy. This distance fell within the crossbow's effective range. I aimed at a figure not obscured by trees and released the bolt. Although I hadn't practiced with the crossbow for long, it was known for its high accuracy and ease of use. Being familiar with firearms, I found using the crossbow to be quite intuitive. Swish! While the bolt didn't make much noise, it still produced a distinct sound as it sliced through the foliage. Amidst the heavy rain, the unusual sound caught the attention of number 2. "We got a situation." Ugh! Number 2's alert and another bodyguard's grunt sounded simultaneously. The bolt had struck one of the bodyguards directly. Through the thermal night vision goggles, the positions and movements of the 5 figures hiding behind the bushes were vividly displayed before my eyes. "Get down!" The bodyguards reacted swiftly, immediately dropping to the muddy ground. The 4 of them lay in the mud, not daring to move a muscle. With no moonlight on this dark and rainy night in the forest, they had no idea where the enemy was or where the attack had come from. "Be careful, the enemy has thermal sensing devices," Number 2 whispered. If the enemy had approached closely, they would have surely noticed. The only possibility was that the enemy was sniping at them from a distance. While there were snipers among them, a sniper rifle was practically ineffective in this dense jungle. It was a crossbow. Number 2 crawled forward, reaching the injured team member struck by the bolt. Seeing the arrow lodged in the team member's head, he became even more certain of the situation. Now they truly found themselves in a dilemma, with no clear way forward. Advancing meant risking exposure to an unseen enemy, while retreating to the beach would only make them sitting ducks. The other bodyguards were starting to feel a sense of hopelessness, as they hadn't anticipated the thorough preparation of this killer who had prepositioned equipment on this small island. In the pouring rain of the dark night, my sharp eyes focused through the scope, my expression icy, and my lips pressed tightly together. With a pull of the trigger, the black arrow sliced through the layers of rain curtains and grass leaves at an unusually swift pace, heading towards one of the bodyguards. Poochie! The almost inaudible sound of the arrow piercing flesh was followed by a suppressed groan. Another one was hit. However, after waiting a while, I noticed through the thermal night vision goggles that this person's body temperature did not rapidly drop. Lin Shur, was currently engaged in a life-and-death struggle with a group of bodyguards on this deserted island. Damn it, these guys were proving to be quite challenging. I hid in the bushes, observing the situation around me. The 4 bodyguards were lying in the thick grass and bushes, which significantly affected the accuracy of the crossbow. After scanning my surroundings, I locked onto a pine tree on my right. Quickly retracting the crossbow, I used both my hands and feet to climb the tree like a nimble mountain cat. Finding a secure foothold and concealing my presence, the crossbow reappeared in my hands, aiming and firing. Another brief scream rang out as a sharp arrow pierced through the chest of a bodyguard. Blackie! Another bodyguard raised his head and called out, but before he could react, another arrow cut through the rain, hitting the forehead of the bodyguard who was checking on his companion. Northwest in the trees. Bodyguard number 2 furrowed his brows, shouting lowly, before swiftly moving in a zigzag pattern towards the trees, taking cover behind one and pulling out his gun to shoot. Bang! His marksmanship was impressive, hitting the spot where I had just hidden. Unfortunately, that spot was now empty, as I had long since moved away from there. After firing 2 arrows, I made the crossbow disappear from my hands immediately, then swiftly descended the tree trunk and landed on the ground. Snipers know to change positions after shooting, so there was no way I was going to stay in the same spot and keep firing. As number 2 took his shot, I had already climbed to another tree several meters away from my previous location. The incredibly accurate shot made me realize that this person might very well be the sniper who had targeted me from the yacht. Upon hearing number 2's call out, another bodyguard stood up, ready to move towards a tree to counterattack. However, as he rose, he heard number 2 shout, "Don't get up!" Unfortunately, it was too late. Swish! The last thing this bodyguard saw was a cold, black arrowhead. Poochie! The arrow hit him right in the eye, a fatal shot. And then, out of the 5 bodyguards, only 1 remained. Number 2, now crouched behind a tree, felt the chilling rainwater slide off his resolute face. He used to be a renowned international mercenary and sniper, the one who had fired the sniper rifle on the beach earlier. But a betrayal by a comrade in a past mission had left him disillusioned, prompting him to leave that world and become a bodyguard. Among the 8 bodyguards, he was the most aloof, accustomed to solitude, often silent. In contrast, Abayo was more sociable and skilled at flattery, earning the trust of Shun Jinbin, which had led him to become the leader among the 8. From the moment he tasted blood on the blade, number 2 knew that one day he would die at someone else's hands. And now, that day had finally arrived. He understood that he might not be able to leave this island alive this time. With an arrow piercing through his right arm, the sharp barbed head stained with his own blood and flesh, he had lost more than half of his combat strength. But there was no fear in his eyes, no ripples in his demeanor. As the rain intensified, holding the gun in his left hand, he realized the enemy had changed positions. He wanted to warn his teammate, but it was too late. A faint whizzing sound, the death of his comrade, revealed my location once again. Number 2 took a deep breath, his gaze turning as tranquil as an ancient well. Swiftly calculating my position in his mind, he made a decisive move out of cover. With resolve, he took a shot. After shooting an arrow from the tree, a strong sense of imminent danger suddenly washed over me. It felt more intense than when I was targeted by the sniper rifle on the beach earlier. I loosened my grip slightly, narrowly avoiding a bullet with a backward lean. But the tree was incredibly slippery, causing me to dangle precariously and drop into the void. This was a perilous situation. Once suspended, the enemy could easily predict my location and adjust their aim downwards to shoot me. There was no way for me to dodge midair. However, I had prepared for this moment. With a swift turn, I was back on the tree. To my surprise, I found myself holding onto a rope the whole time, which had been tied to the tree in advance. My heart was filled with astonishment. The enemy's marksmanship was so precise that they could pinpoint my location in the pitch-black, rainy night from over 200 meters away. It could be considered a coincidence the first time, but twice in a row indicated the opponent possessed an extraordinary skill in shooting. So, after being discovered the first time, I was ready to evade this time. Without any night vision equipment, I refused to believe they could still locate me now. However, I was wrong this time. Bang! Another gunshot echoed, and in the instant I returned to the tree branch, a bullet hit my left shoulder. Even wearing a bulletproof vest, the impact of that shot caused me intense pain. How was this possible? I was utterly amazed. Was it just blind luck that they hit the target? My name is Lin, a survivor of the apocalypse. On that day, the bodyguards and I were in the forest on a mission when we suddenly came under attack. The intense life-or-death situation made me release the rope in my hand directly, but thankfully my quick reflexes allowed me to block 3 fatal bullets with a riot shield. Hiding behind the tree, I calmed my racing heart. Suddenly, a scream came from 200 meters away. Carefully using my thermal night vision goggles to investigate, I saw the only surviving bodyguard convulsing on the ground. Suspicious of a trap, I didn't approach, but instead shot an arrow with the crossbow. After confirming he had no reaction, I cautiously moved closer. Upon closer inspection, I saw the bodyguard with blood streaming from his mouth and nose, his face contorted in pain, seemingly enduring immense suffering. An arrow protruded from his arm, and his body spasmed uncontrollably. When he caught sight of me, his eyes widened in shock, as if he couldn't believe I was still alive. I picked up the gun he dropped, aimed it at his head, and asked him what was going on. He said it was genetic collapse, a consequence of unlocking the genetic locks. Genetic locks? It was the first time I had heard that term. I asked him how I could save him, but in reality, I wanted to learn the secrets of the genetic locks from him. The apocalypse was looming, danger was everywhere, and if I could unlock the genetic locks in advance, I would have a stronger ability to protect myself. He said his time was running out and told me to ask whatever I wanted. I inquired about how to unlock the genetic locks, and he chuckled, asking me if I knew what genetic locks were. I shook my head, and he explained that there were 5 genetic locks in the human body. Opening the first-level genetic lock would shield the brain from all external disturbances, allowing it to use everything available in the surroundings. The brain would then calmly calculate like a computer. When I asked how to unlock the first-level genetic lock, he said it required extreme pain. He didn't know the specifics, as he had only discovered some information after unlocking the genetic locks himself. After some thought, I placed half a pill in his mouth. He swallowed it with the blood, and his body slowly calmed down. He lay still, saying to ask whatever I wanted, as his time was running out. I asked about the subsequent stages, but he admitted he didn't know, having only unlocked the first level. When I inquired about ways to alleviate the pain of genetic collapse, he replied there were none. It was the price to pay for unlocking the genetic locks. As I looked at him, I felt a sense of emotion. He was the first human I had encountered who had unlocked the genetic locks and also the first to die due to genetic collapse. I didn't know if I would follow the same path in the future, but I understood that in this apocalypse, only by continually becoming stronger could one survive. My name is Lin, a survivor of the apocalypse. At this moment, I stood by the seashore, gazing at the turbulent waves, filled with anxiety and unease. Just now, I engaged in a fierce battle with Number 2. Number 2 was a formidable opponent who had unlocked the genetic locks, putting me in a dire situation. However, using my intelligence and courage, I managed to evade his attacks successfully and ultimately defeat him. Nevertheless, Number 2's words left me pensive. He mentioned that the Shun family had developed a drug that could control the consequences of unlocking the genetic locks, and even had healing properties. He also revealed that the Shin family had vast involvement in many fields, larger than I had imagined. His words reminded me of my past life. In my previous life, I was like a frog at the bottom of a well with very limited knowledge about the Shin family. I only knew them as an energy research company, but I had never imagined they held such immense power in other areas. Number 2 also told me that Shin Jinbin hadn't died yet. This revelation shocked me to the core. I had pierced Shun Jinbin's heart. How could he still be alive? Could it be that the Shun family truly possessed some miraculous resurrection technique? I made up my mind to quickly return to Sha City, find Shun Jinbin, and kill him. I knew this was my only chance. If Shun Jinbin regained his strength, I would never have the opportunity for revenge. On Number 2's body, I found a satellite phone, a walkie-talkie, several magazines, and an identification card. I gathered these items, preparing for any future needs. Arriving at the beach, I discovered it was raining heavily, with the waves rolling on the sea, and the moonless ocean surface was pitch black and deep, making it almost impossible to discern directions. Venturing into the sea in a small lifeboat under such weather conditions at night was akin to seeking death. I decided to seek shelter from the rain first and wait until daylight to proceed. I found a nearby cave and took refuge inside. Inside the cave, I began contemplating my next plan. I knew that upon returning to Sha City, I would face significant danger. The Shin family would undoubtedly send people to hunt me down, so I had to prepare adequately. I decided to contact my teammates first and inform them of my situation. I took out the satellite phone and dialed my teammate's number. "Hello, is this Linsher? Where are you?" My teammate's voice came through the phone. "I'm by the seaside, encountered some trouble." I briefly explained the situation to my teammate. "Are you okay?" My teammate asked with concern. "I'm fine, just that number 2 is dead," I replied. "What? Number 2 is dead?" My teammate exclaimed in astonishment. "Yes, he unlocked the genetic locks, but his body couldn't withstand the consequences, and he ultimately died," I explained. "What do you plan to do now?" My teammate inquired. "I intend to return to Sha City, find Shin Jinbin, and kill him," I declared. "Are you out of your mind?" Shin Jinbin is affiliated with the Shun family. It would be extremely risky to do that, my teammate cautioned. "I know, but I have no other choice. If Shun Jinbin regains his strength, I will never have the chance for revenge," I insisted. "All right, since you've made up your mind, I'll support you. Do you need any help?" My teammate offered. "I need some weapons, ammunition, and a car," I stated. "All right, I'll get everything ready for you as soon as possible." "Where should I meet you?" my teammate inquired. "I'm in a cave by the seaside. Give me a call when you arrive," I replied. "Got it? I'll be there as soon as I can. Take care of yourself," my teammate cautioned. After hanging up the phone, I took a moment to rest. I knew that the road ahead would be tough, but I was prepared for it. I'm Linsher. The rain last night was really heavy. I spent the night in the woods, and once the rain stopped at dawn, I had to hurry back to Sha City to find Shin Jinbin before the solar storm hit. I remembered the satellite phone I found on number 2 and called Su Qin to help me locate Shin Jinbin in which hospital. After the call, I found a high spot to pitch a tent and took a short nap. When dawn broke, I packed up the tent, had a quick bite to eat, and the rain had already stopped. I changed into fresh clothes and walked towards the beach. Passing by yesterday's battlefield, I glanced at number 2's decomposing body. In just about 4 hours, it had deteriorated significantly, with the skin peeling off to reveal muscles and bones. It was horrifying. This must be genetic collapse. His marksmanship and analytical skills during our battle yesterday were extraordinary, traits that are hard for a human to possess. The genetic locks truly are a double-edged sword. Arriving at the beach, I pushed the lifeboat into the sea, started the engine, and set off toward Sha City. After over 3 hours, I was nearing the coast of Sha City. I contacted Su Qin on the phone to ask if she had found Shin Jinbin. I told her that my friend was critically injured and that I was heading back by sea to see him for the last time, offering her a 20,000 yuan reward if she could help search the major hospitals in Sha City. I provided her with Shin Jinbin's name, age, and identifying characteristics, instructing her to start from the best-equipped hospitals. Su Qin was initially reluctant to assist, but upon hearing about the reward, she immediately agreed to help. I found him at the first hospital in Sha City, intensive care unit on the 8th floor, room 1. There are so many experts consulting on his case. "Who is your friend? He must be quite remarkable," Su Qin yawned, sounding exhausted. In reality, she had found him at the first hospital she checked, hoping to receive a larger reward. "Thank you. I'll transfer the reward to you." I hung up the phone, found a secluded spot to disembark, and stowed the lifeboat away. With just over an hour left before the solar storm hit Earth, I put on a baseball cap and a mask, walked to the roadside, hailed a car, and headed to the first hospital in Sha City. At the hospital, outside the intensive care unit on the 8th floor, there were doctors and a middle-aged woman standing around. These doctors were all renowned experts frequently seen in major newspapers and magazines. They were all here. Inside the ward, Shun Jinbin was lying on the hospital bed, his whole body wrapped in bandages, tubes inserted everywhere, barely breathing. "Doctors, how is my son? Can you save him?" The middle-aged woman spoke, dressed in a high-end tailored suit dress, looking professional but exhausted, with a hint of resentment in her eyes. Her ex-husband, Shin Fanrin, called her last night out of the blue, saying their son was in trouble and that he couldn't come as he was stuck in High City, asking her to take care of it. She only found out how serious her son's injuries were upon arriving. feeling betrayed by her ex-husband for neglecting their own flesh and blood. The experts exchanged glances and sighed. Shin Young Master's injuries are too severe. Although we don't know what's keeping him alive, his will to survive is strong. But these injuries would be fatal for anyone else. We can only do our best. It was clear that there was little hope. Li Huilan was desperate, pleading with them to save her son. I am Lin Shi, preparing to deliver medication to Shin Jinbin at the hospital. The hospital was filled with masked individuals, and my appearance didn't attract any attention. I arrived at the elevator in the inpatient department and pressed the button. At that moment, a person in black approached, also waiting for the elevator. The doors opened, and I stepped in pressing 7. The person in black also entered pressing 8. I was sure he was one of Shun Jinbin's men. As the elevator ascended, reaching the 7th floor, I suddenly clutched my chest in pain, collapsing to the ground and getting stuck in the middle of the elevator doors. The person in black frowned, walking over to help me up and throw me out. But just as he touched me, I lunged at him, stabbing him in the abdomen with a knife and giving it a vicious twist. He fell into my arms, lifeless. I left him outside the 7th floor inpatient department, took the box from his hands, and entered the elevator. As the elevator reached the 8th floor, I briskly walked into the inpatient department. Li Huilan saw me and approached, reaching out for the medicine. I didn't respond, heading straight for Shun Jinbin's ward. A security guard stopped me, asking who I was. I claimed to be in charge of delivering the pills, emphasizing the urgency of Shun's request and stating that I was there to deliver them. It was a vague statement, open to interpretation. I am Lin Shi, and today I'm going to do something significant. Kill Shin Jinbin. I arrived at the hospital with a box containing the tools for my revenge. As I entered the elevator, I used my abilities to switch the contents inside the box to a handgun. The elevator doors opened, and 2 bodyguards blocked my path. They demanded to inspect the suitcase, and without hesitation, I placed it on the ground and unfastened the clasps. Experts also gathered around, eager to see what was inside the box. With one hand, I slowly lifted the lid of the box, and with the other hand, I reached inside and swiftly pulled out a handgun, aiming it at the bodyguard in front of me, and fired a shot. The silenced gun echoed through the air, and bright red blood sprayed from the bodyguard's chest. Everyone's eyes widened in shock as they watched the scene unfold. The bodyguard standing behind me reacted the quickest, reaching for his side. However, I was prepared and swiftly pulled the trigger with a twist of my body. The upward shot pierced through the bodyguard's chin straight into his brain, causing a burst of blood at the back of his head. At that moment, the experts and Li Huilan finally reacted, screaming and scattering in fear. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, I pushed open Shun Jinbin's ward, confirming it was him, and aimed the gun at his head, firing 3 consecutive shots. Shun Jinbin's blood mixed with brain matter splattered all over the pristine white pillow, while the heart monitor emitted a piercing drip sound. As I holstered the gun and prepared to leave, a group of hospital security guards, who had witnessed the murder on the elevator through surveillance cameras, approached me with batons and riot shields. With only 35 minutes left until doomsday, it had been 5 minutes since I killed a Shun family bodyguard on the 7th floor. I briskly exited the ward, intending to enter the secure passageway of the hospital building and leave through the stairs. However, just as I was about to leave, a hand grabbed onto my pant leg. Li Huilan, who had somehow awoken, was now clinging to my pant leg. Her eyes were bloodshot and filled with tears as she stared at me, her voice a mix of despair and resentment. "You killed my son, didn't you? You killed my son, didn't you?" I tried to break free, but her grip was strong. Lowering my head, I gazed at this desperate mother with no trace of pity in my heart. "Your son killed many people. You know that, right? He deserved to die. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not raising him right." Li Huilan screamed. "Even if my son killed people, the law should have punished him. Who gave you the right to kill him? Why? Moreover, even if my son killed people, they were just some lowly commoners. My son was born noble. Killing a few peasants and giving their families money was their honor. You, the executioner, give my son back to me. I turned back abruptly, my eyes instantly turning cold and filled with murderous intent. I should have realized that someone like Shun Jinbin would have grown up in such a way, with his family being no exception. Shin Fanren was not a good person, and Shin Jinbin's mother, Li Huilan, was also a wolf in sheep's clothing. Every sin has its perpetrator, and I didn't want to kill more people than necessary. Seeing me stop and realizing something, Li Huilan retreated in fear. No, no, no. I was just joking, Before she could finish her sentence, I pulled the trigger without hesitation. After a gunshot rang out, a bullet hole appeared on Li Huilan's forehead. She stared wide-eyed, then collapsed to the ground with a thud. After firing a shot, without even sparing a glance at Li Huilan, I swiftly glided down the hallway like the wind. Just as I was about to leave, the doors of the elevator on the 8th floor opened, and 5 hospital security guards swarmed out of the elevator. I cursed inwardly. Today was truly the epitome of bad luck. As I ran outside the ICU, I was shocked by the bloody scene before me. The entire hallway was covered in flowing blood. The grudge must be immense. Someone said it's the son of the richest man inside. Quick, check if he's still alive. Someone shouted. He's dead. All of these were shot to death. What do we do? Do we pursue? At that moment, a voice came through the intercom. The culprit has escaped through the secure passageway. Pursue. No need to run too fast, just slow him down. As I sprinted to the 2nd floor, I heard the sound of footsteps approaching from below. They're coming fast, I muttered to myself, then opened the window in the hallway, took a quick glance, and jumped out. A roll to cushion the impact. Then I stood up and ran into the registration hall. The culprit jumped out of the window and ran towards the registration hall. People downstairs quickly surround him. The registration hall was crowded, with just a few security guards who couldn't possibly keep an eye on me. I quickly evaded the guards and slipped into the restroom. When I emerged, I had changed into casual clothing, removed my mask and hat, and left the hospital openly. If today wasn't doomsday, the security officers could have easily identified me through the surveillance cameras monitoring the hospital entrances and exits. The world-famous Xia states heavenly I was no joke. Unfortunately, time was running out. I hailed a taxi and glanced at the top right corner of the treasure pot. The first wave of danger will arrive in 28 minutes. Please prepare. Through the car window, I watched the oblivious pedestrians on the street, unaware of the impending apocalypse. The end of the world was approaching, and this should be the last moment of peace and tranquility. It seemed like my previous post didn't have the desired effect. The era of peace and prosperity was about to vanish. I kept a close eye on the countdown timer on the treasure pod interface throughout the journey. As we were about 4 kilometers away from my safe house, a hissing sound suddenly came from the taxi's radio. Hiss, attention all vehicles, this is the National Security Bureau. It's 10:05 a.m. local time. A wave of solar storms will reach Blue Star. For safety reasons, all vehicles are required to pull over to the side of the road immediately for 10 minutes. Violators within the next 10 minutes will not be penalized for traffic violations. Attention all vehicles, this is the National Security Bureau. The broadcast repeated the message over and over. I was stunned, and at that moment, my phone suddenly rang. Now, let's rewind time by 15 minutes. At the top floor of the High City Apocalypse New Energy office building, in the office of Shin Fanren, the chairman of Apocalypse New Energy. Shin Fanren stood by the window, listening attentively to his subordinate's report, his expression grave. Shin, we found out that someone has intercepted all the outgoing supplies from Xia State in the past 2 days, and the external orders have suddenly increased tenfold. Additionally, our sources have discovered that the military has received a Level 1 readiness order. The mayor received a call in the early morning, and the entire city of High City will experience a day-long power outage starting at 10 a.m. We haven't been able to pinpoint the exact reason behind these actions. Oh, Shin Fanren furrowed his brow. He hadn't gone to check on his critically injured son, but had stayed in High City because of the recent puzzling actions from higher authorities. In recent years, tensions between countries had been escalating continuously. Was war about to break out? But why would there be a power outage in the event of war? Shin Fanren felt anxious about not being able to decipher the government's actions this time. Suddenly, Shin Fanren's private phone rang. The caller ID displayed the special number of the Public Security Bureau, causing Shin Fanren's brow to furrow further. He answered the call, and a solemn voice spoke. "Mr. Shun, this is the Public Security Bureau of Sha City. We regret to inform you that your son Shin Jinbin, ex-wife Li Huilan, and 3 bodyguards were killed just over 10 minutes ago." Shin Fanren was shaken to his core. "What did you say?" The voice on the phone continued. "Furthermore, we found illegal weapons such as handguns and knives on the bodies of these 3 bodyguards. We have informed the Public Security Bureau of High City. Please do not leave High City in the coming days and cooperate with our investigation." After listening to the call from the Public Security Bureau, Shin Fanren's expression turned terrifyingly grim. He violently smashed his phone on the ground, then turned to his trusted subordinate, suppressing his anger. "You mentioned last time that it was Lin Shi who left Jinbin critically injured and on the brink of death." "Yes, but number 2 reported that Lin Shi was actually a disguised assassin. Number 2 informed us yesterday afternoon that they would handle this person, but we haven't received any updates yet." Wang Ji, unaware of why Shin Fanren suddenly became enraged, truthfully explained. "An assassin in disguise? Then why was this Lin Shi conveniently in Sha City? Haven't you confirmed if that Lin Shi was indeed the culprit all night? Now someone has killed my son in the hospital, and the security officer is after me. Lin Shi, just killed Shin Jinbin, that despicable man. Now, I am sitting in a taxi, preparing to escape from this troubled place." Suddenly, my phone rang, and I glanced at it. It was LV Sua, the remarried mother. Without hesitation, I hung up the call, filled with a sense of melancholy and irony. In my previous life, from her remarriage to my death, a whole 11 years, she never once contacted me. And now, right after I killed Shin Jinbin, she suddenly reaches out to me. The reason is quite obvious. The taxi radio kept repeating warnings for all vehicles to pull over, leaving the driver puzzled. What's going on? A solar storm? I've been driving all my life and never heard of such a thing. At that moment, I noticed many traffic security officers on the streets, directing all vehicles to stop, and all the traffic lights on the road turned red. Such a scene never occurred in my past life. My heart tightened. Could it be that my killing of Shun Jinbin caused some unforeseen event? I dared not dwell on it and urged the driver to speed up. Suddenly, a black sedan blocked our path. Several men in black clothes got out of the car and charged towards me without a word. I thought to myself, could they be Shin Fanren's men? Without further thought, I opened the car door, jumped out, and ran for my life. The men in black chased me relentlessly, and I could only run desperately. After what seemed like an eternity of running, I finally managed to lose the man in black. I hid in a corner, gasping for air. Just then, my phone rang again, and it was LV Sua once more. After a moment of hesitation, I answered the call. LV Sua's voice sounded anxious. "Lin Shi, where are you? Come back quickly. Shin Fanren wants to kill you." I scoffed. "He wants to kill me? And what about you? Aren't you his wife? Why are you helping me?" LV Sua fell silent for a moment before saying, "Lin Shi, I know you hate me, but I have no choice. Shin Fanren is a demon. He has been using me. I have finally learned the truth, and I want to help you." A flicker of hope sparked within me. Could LV Sua truly know something? I decided to trust her this once. I disclosed my location to her, and soon enough, she arrived in her car. She took me to a secluded place and said, "Lin Shi, hide here for now. I will find a way to help you." I looked at her, filled with doubt. "Why are you helping me? Aren't you afraid Shin Fanren will find out?" LV Sua sighed and said, "Lin Shi, I have always loved you, but I had no choice. Shin Fanren threatened me, saying he would kill you if I didn't help him. I had to obey him. But now, I have learned the truth, and I can't let him hurt you anymore." I was touched, realizing that LV Sua still loved me. I decided to join forces with her to take down Shin Fanren. We discussed a plan and decided to first find evidence of Shin Fanren's crimes and then bring him to justice. We searched for clues everywhere and finally discovered Shin Fanren's secret laboratory. Quietly, we sneaked into the laboratory and found evidence of Shun Fanren's crimes. It turned out that he had been conducting a horrifying experiment, trying to create a drug that could control human thoughts. Armed with the evidence, we prepared to leave the laboratory. However, Shun Fanren caught us. He, along with his henchmen, surrounded us. "Do you think you can escape?" Shun Fanren sneered. Filled with anger, I looked at him and said, "Shun Fanren, you demon, you will be punished for your actions." Shun Fanren laughed. "Punished? Who can punish me? I am the director of the shelter in Haishur. I have power and influence. No one can touch me." Just then, a group of police officers stormed in. It turned out LVCUA had already called for help. "Shun Fanren, you are under arrest," the police announced. Shun Fanren's face changed color, and he tried to resist, but the police subdued him. I watched with satisfaction as the demon was finally facing the consequences of his actions. LVCUA and I walked out of the laboratory, the sunlight shining down on us, warm and comforting. I looked at LVCUA, filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Mom." LVC looked at me, tears shimmering in her eyes. "Linshur, my son, I am sorry." I hugged her and said, "Mom, it's all in the past now. Let's go home." From then on, LVCUA and I lived a happy life together. I'm Linshur, and today has been the unluckiest day ever. A solar storm erupted, causing vehicle malfunctions, traffic paralysis, and many people died in this disaster. Sitting in a taxi, I wondered if all this was related to my previous post, or if my reincarnation had caused a butterfly effect. Suddenly, the car came to a stop, and I glanced at the top right corner of the treasure basin, where a message read, "The first wave of danger will arrive in 7 minutes. Please prepare." Quickly, I threw a $100 bill onto the car and opened the door to run. I couldn't die here. I had to get back to my safe house. I ran to the side of the road, grabbed a shared bike, and pedaled frantically towards the safe house. I could hear the shouts of the traffic security officers behind me, but I paid them no attention. I rode as fast as I could, feeling like I was about to take flight. After a while, I noticed that the billboards and LED lights on nearby buildings were no longer lit up. Even the advertisements in the city center and the 24-hour LED lights were off. The hospital had electricity just moments ago, so why did it suddenly go dark? I didn't have time to dwell on it. I continued to pedal as hard as I could. Finally, in the last minute, I made it back up the mountain. I threw the shared bike aside, walked quickly to the door, opened it at the fastest speed, entered the first door, locked it, and casually removed the surveillance camera facing the door's peephole and stored it away in a space. At that moment, the alert sounded again. "The first wave of danger will arrive in 31 seconds. Please prepare." I quickly inserted the key into the second door, and it opened. "The first wave of danger will arrive in 5 seconds. Please prepare." I walked inside, forcefully closed the door behind me, and flopped onto the beanbag chair. "The first wave of danger will arrive in 1 second. Please prepare." A solar storm is approaching, a geomagnetic storm is forming, and source material is rapidly generating. In the split second of darkness, a thought flashed through my mind. Source material? What is that? Just then, an invisible solar storm swept across the entire blue star from outside. All satellites were destroyed, and not a single astronaut on the space station survived. All devices on blue star lost their signals, and the powerful electromagnetic pulse brought by the solar storm swept across the globe, destroying all electronic devices with circuits. Planes plummeted from the sky, ships, aircraft carriers, and submarines turned into scrap metal. Electrical appliances in countless homes sparked and caught fire. People fled their houses in terror. Some, like me, fell into a coma and were engulfed by the flames. The smell of burning emanated from around transformers, and the wires connected to them started to ignite. All power stations in the world, whether hydroelectric or nuclear, ceased operations. It was all too terrifying. I was grateful to have made it back to the safe house and escaped this disaster. However, I had no idea what would happen next. All I could do was pray that I would survive. My name is Linshur, and I am a person sensitive to magnetic fields. That day, the magnetic field of the blue star underwent a drastic change, and I fell into a coma. When I woke up, I found myself in a dark safe house. I touched my forehead, feeling a bit groggy. I turned on the emergency flashlight hanging on the wall and took out a household gasoline generator, connected it to the house's wiring, pulled the switch, and finally the entire safe house regained power. I checked my watch. It was 11:34. My stomach was growling, feeling like I hadn't eaten anything for 2 or 3 days. I decided to first hydrate, eat something, and then go outside to see what was happening. I suddenly remembered the message that appeared in the treasure basin before I passed out. A solar storm is approaching, a geomagnetic storm is forming, and source material is rapidly generating. I was curious about what exactly this source material was. I checked the interface of the treasure basin, but there were no changes and the countdown had disappeared. My stomach protested again, so I had to put aside my doubts for now. I took out a pot and an electric kettle from the space and prepared to cook something. While cooking noodles, I contemplated what to do next. I knew that this disaster had a huge impact on Blue Star. All power supplies were interrupted, and countless lives were lost in this catastrophe. I was grateful that I had prepared in advance, storing all electrical appliances in the space, which helped me avoid this danger. After finishing the noodles, feeling a bit more energized, I put on protective gear, wore a mask and gloves, opened the door of the safe house, and walked out. The outside world was a mess, filled with ruins and fires. I carefully navigated, avoiding dangerous areas. Suddenly, I heard a cry for help. I followed the sound and found a little girl trapped in a car. I rushed over, trying to open the car door, but it was locked. I searched around for tools and finally found a pry bar. I used it to open the car door and rescued the little girl. The girl looked at me gratefully and said, "Thank you, mister." I patted her head and replied, "No need to thank me, as long as you're okay." I brought the girl back to the safe house and gave her some food and water. As I looked at the little girl, my heart was filled with emotion. This disaster had caused countless people to lose their lives and homes. I made a decision to do my best to help as many people as I could. I started searching for useful supplies in the safe house, preparing to go out and assist more people. I found some medicines, food, water, as well as tools and weapons. I packed these supplies into a backpack, slung it over my shoulders, and stepped out of the safe house. Walking along the streets, I encountered many injured individuals. Using my supplies and skills, I helped treat their wounds. I also came across other survivors who, like me, had lost everything in this catastrophe. Together, we formed a small team, supporting each other and surviving together. In the following days, we searched for food and water sources and established a temporary shelter. We encountered more survivors who joined our team. Our group grew stronger and more united with each passing day. We faced many challenges together, but we never lost hope. We believed that as long as we stayed united, we could overcome this disaster and rebuild our home. My name is Lynn, just finished a meal of beef hot pot, devoured 5 pounds of beef, and still felt unsatisfied. Why did my appetite suddenly increase after the geomagnetic storm passed? I patted my stomach, got up to put the dishes in the sink, turned on the tap to test the water. Thankfully, when I had the water pumping device installed, I insisted on using a traditional non-powered water pump, so the water was still flowing. The temperature was a bit cool, but it was normal. I changed into long sleeves and pants and opened the first door of the safe house. The soundproofing of this safe house was really good. I walked to the main door, took a look outside through the peephole, and then opened the door. It was raining heavily outside. I reached out and caught a handful of rainwater, feeling that the outdoor temperature was just a bit chilly. It seemed like the time I was unconscious was similar to my previous life. After the solar storm in my past life, the sun's brightness visibly weakened, and the temperature on Blue Star dropped by several tens of degrees within 3 days. I was in High City at that time. I remember waking up on the second day to a temperature drop of over 10 degrees Celsius, and it was pouring outside. People were panicking due to the loss of electricity and lack of communication with the outside world. They didn't realize the abnormal weather, thinking it was just a strong cold front. However, by the third day, The temperature plummeted by over 20 degrees, and many places experienced extreme weather like hail, strong typhoons, and blizzards. People then began to realize that something was wrong and started rushing to gather supplies amidst heavy snowfall. By the fourth day, the temperature dropped even further, decreasing by over 30 degrees within a day. The temperature difference between morning and afternoon was 20 to 30 degrees, which was terrifying. Many people who went out to buy supplies and couldn't make it back home froze to death in the blizzard. The temperatures in the south dropped to around minus 50 degrees Celsius, not to mention the north. The human body needs time to adapt to temperature changes, but the sun didn't give humanity that time. Even bundled up at home, many people couldn't withstand the sudden drop in temperature, leading to countless illnesses, frostbite, and deaths. Hospitals were overwhelmed. Equipment and ambulances were damaged by the solar storm. There was no power supply, treatment couldn't keep up with the number of sick people, medications started running out, and countless people died within a day. People fell into panic and chaos, finally realizing that the apocalypse had arrived. Shashi is close to the equator and currently in summer, so the temperature drop shouldn't be as rapid as High City. Just 2 days ago, the daytime temperature in Shashi was still 32 degrees Celsius. I took out an electronic air temperature gauge, and the reading showed 22 degrees Celsius. I went back inside, put on a jacket, grabbed a backpack, and prepared to go out and collect some things. Although the supplies in the space were enough for my use, no one would complain about having too many supplies. The extra supplies could be traded or kept for future needs. There were no more surveillance cameras outside now, and I didn't have to fear exposing the existence of the space. I put on a waterproof raincoat, went outside, and picked up a shared bike I had left on the ground. The electronic lock of the shared bike was damaged by the electromagnetic pulse, but it was still usable. I rode the shared bike and headed downhill. After coming down from the mountain, I found cycling exceptionally easy today. Previously, I had to pedal with all my strength to reach a speed of 40 to 50 yards, but now I effortlessly achieved it. Did my physical strength suddenly improve after a sleep? I was pondering this when I didn't notice a group of people emerging from a corner ahead. This group of people was wearing matching raincoats, with resolute faces and a serious, alert demeanor. Upon closer observation, you could see the uniform military green uniforms peeking out from under their raincoat collars. In the middle of this group, there was a girl wearing a transparent raincoat and a white dress, being tightly protected in the center. As they suddenly appeared from around the corner, I realized it was too late to brake. Squeak! The harsh sound of brakes echoed as the shared bike continued to rush towards the group of people. A girl's scream could be heard from the crowd. A middle-aged man in the group furrowed his brows, took a step forward, and swiftly kicked towards the bike's handlebar above the front wheel. In a normal scenario, kicking out like that would surely result in a fractured leg due to the impact. However, instead of the expected cry of pain, it was me along with the bike that was pushed back from the kick. My name is Lynn, and I was out tonight to buy some things and was riding a shared bike back home. Suddenly, a group of people appeared ahead, and I tried to brake in time, but it was too late, and the handlebar was already dented under the bike. My heart tightened. Who were these people? They were strong. What do you want? Others also reacted, becoming alert and cautious, staring at me, with some even reaching into their raincoats. I quickly realized the situation and scratched my head, apologizing. Sorry, I was out buying things and in a hurry to get home. Luckily, I didn't hit you. Sir, is your leg okay? The man I referred to as Sir didn't speak, just frowned and scrutinized me with a guarded look. I tightened my grip on the handlebars as both sides fell silent, tension filling the air. Just then, a woman's voice came from the group. Uncle Chio, let it go. He didn't do it on purpose. I breathed a sigh of relief, grateful as I glanced at the girl. She was wearing a black raincoat, her face obscured, but her voice was gentle. I thanked her, saying, "Thank you, miss." She didn't respond, just shook her head lightly. Uncle Chio looked at me, then at the girl, and said, "All right, since the lady said so, we'll let you go. But be more careful when riding in the future. Don't hit anyone again." I quickly nodded. "Okay, I understand. Thank you, Uncle Chio." With that, I hopped back on the shared bike, ready to leave. Just as I was about to go, The girl called out to me, "Wait." I stopped the bike, turned to look at her, and asked, "What's up?" She walked up to me, handed me a note, and said, "This is my contact information. If you ever run into trouble, you can reach out to me." I took the note, glanced at the phone number, and replied, "Thank you, miss. But I don't think I'll have any trouble." She smiled and said, "Just in case." With that, she turned and went back to the group. I stared at her silhouette, feeling puzzled. Why did she give me her contact information? Did she somehow know I would run into trouble? I shook my head, thinking I was overthinking it. Perhaps she was just being kind. I tucked the note into my pocket and rode away on the bike. Back at home, lying in bed, I thought about the events of the night. Who was that girl exactly? Why was she there? Why did she give me her contact information? I pondered for a long time, but couldn't make sense of it. In the end, I decided not to dwell on it. After all, I might not see her again in the future. A few nights later, while watching TV at home, I received a call from an unknown number. I picked up and asked, "Hello, who is this?" A familiar voice came from the other end. "It's me, the girl from that night." Surprised, I exclaimed, "It's you, miss. How did you get my phone number?" She replied, "I saw it in your phone." It dawned on me that I had left my phone on the shared bike that night, and she must have picked it up for me. I thanked her and asked if she needed anything. She requested, "Do you have time now? I need your help." Curious, I inquired, "What kind of help?" She explained, "I'm outside and in some trouble. Can you come and assist me?" After a moment of hesitation, I agreed. "All right. Where are you? I'll come over." She provided the address, and I assured her that I would be there soon. After hanging up, I quickly got dressed, hailed a cab, and headed to the location she mentioned. Upon arrival, I saw her standing on the roadside with a few men nearby. I approached her and asked, "What's wrong? What's happening?" She visibly relaxed upon seeing me and explained, "These men are causing trouble for me." I glanced at the men, alert and ready for whatever may come next. I asked, "Who are you people? Why are you causing trouble for her?" One of the men replied, "She owes us money, and we're here to collect the debt." I inquired, "How much does she owe you?" The man stated 500,000. I was shocked. 500,000? That much? He explained, "Her father owed our boss money and vanished, so we had to come after her." I questioned, "Why should she pay for her father's debt?" He retorted, "Like father, like daughter, it's only fair." I warned, "This is illegal. I can call the police." The man sneered, "Go ahead. Won't do you any good. Our boss has connections." I asked, "So what do you want?" He threatened, "Either pay up or come with us." I protested, "I don't have that much money." He insisted, "Then come with us." As he reached out to grab me, I dodged and proposed, "Don't act recklessly. I can help find a solution for her." He challenged, "And what solution do you have?" I suggested, "I can help her borrow the money." He scoffed, "Can you get 50,000? I replied, "I can try." He warned, "You have one day. If you can't get the money, don't blame us for what comes next." With that, he and his men left. Turning to her, I reassured, "Don't worry, I'll figure something out for you." Grateful, she asked, "Thank you. But why are you helping me?" I replied, "Because you helped me before, and I believe you're a good person." She hesitated, "But I have no money to repay you." I reassured, "It's okay. I don't expect you to repay me." She questioned, "How can that be?" I responded, "You can repay me in the future." She noted, "All right, thank you." After a day of borrowing money from various sources, I finally managed to secure the 50,000. Handing the money over to her, she expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, I will definitely repay you." I replied, "No worries, first use this to settle your debt." She agreed, "Okay." From that day on, we became friends. Her name was Su Yao, a kind-hearted girl. Her father had accumulated significant gambling debts, disappeared, leaving her alone to face the creditors. I empathized with her situation and decided to help her. We started hanging out together, going out for meals, enjoying activities, and chatting. I found myself gradually falling for her, but I hesitated to confess my feelings, feeling unworthy of her. Then one day, out of the blue, she said to me, "Lynn, sure, I like you." Surprised, I gazed at her and asked, "What did you say?" She repeated, "I said I like you. Would you be my boyfriend?" Overwhelmed with joy, I exclaimed, "Yes, I would." And that's how we started our relationship. My name is Lynn Sure. I've been surviving and scavenging in the post-apocalyptic world for 8 years. Today, while out looking for supplies, I accidentally bumped into a group of people as I was riding my bike too fast. One of the girls impatiently urged them to leave and mentioned that I didn't need to compensate for the bike. I quickly waved my hand, taking the blame, and offered to cover any medical expenses if someone was injured. A middle-aged man known as Uncle Chio glanced at me, pulled the girl behind him, cleared a path, advised me to ride slower next time, and gestured for the others to back off. I smiled, thanked him, and rode away. It wasn't until I turned a corner that the feeling of being scrutinized faded, realizing I had broken out in a cold sweat. That group gave off a dangerous vibe, especially that middle-aged man, who exerted the most pressure on me. Even with the element of surprise, I wouldn't necessarily win in a conflict. Luckily, nothing happened and I didn't want to get involved. I was just out looking for supplies. The incident made me slow down my pace. The main roads were littered with abandoned vehicles, pedestrians hurriedly passing by, some carrying bags. With no power in the city and no external communication, many had started stockpiling supplies, while others held on to hope. Once they realized the power wouldn't return, electronic devices were useless, the environment deteriorated, and no one cared about the dead piling up, they would understand that the city was a free-for-all. When human nature's darker side overcomes rule consciousness, the city will turn into a hellhole. I needed to gather supplies before people fully grasped the situation. My target was the container yards in Gangri. Over an hour later, I arrived at the southern Gangri port. Countless containers, gantry cranes, and cargo ships filled the area. There were more cargo ships than I anticipated, possibly due to notifications for docking, and maybe my post had some effect. Making sure no one saw me, I stashed my bike in my space. Normally, Gangri had plenty of staff, but now everything was shut down, and most had gone home. Even if there were a few guards around, it wouldn't be too many. With no surveillance cameras in such a large port, it was hard to be detected if I was careful. The only sound in the entire port was the rain. I approached a container, placed my hand on it, focused my thoughts, and the contents inside were transferred to my space. From the outside, the container looked intact, but it was now empty inside. This discreet method of operation was a skill unique to me. The first container I cleared out contained a box of watermelons, a great start. The fruits in Sha City were sweet due to ample sunlight. This box of watermelons would last me a long time. Moving on to the next container, I found more fruits, this time coconuts. I cleared out 6 containers of fruits in a row before moving to another area. Unfortunately, my luck ran out at the next set of containers as they were all empty, 3 in a row. I quickly realized that locked containers mostly held goods. My name is Lin Sure, and I was collecting supplies at the southern port of Sha City. The unlocked containers were all empty, while the ones with goods were clearly separated. Avoiding the empty containers, I moved on to the next stack. This time, I cleared out a container full of clothes, mostly short-sleeved. After clearing one container, I decided to stop as I realized that the local residents in Sha City mostly wore summer clothes year-round, with perhaps a few pieces for spring and autumn. When extreme cold hit, I couldn't help but wonder how many of these locals would freeze to death, maybe even more than in the coastal city. Next, I gathered 3 boxes of snacks for boxes of frozen seafood and 2 boxes of daily necessities. In one of the containers, I even found several high-end cars, each worth millions in the market. Sealed metal boxes could to some extent shield against electromagnetic pulses, so these cars might be in perfect condition or already damaged. Either way, there was plenty of space in my storage, so I didn't hesitate to collect them. Electronics, handicrafts, daily necessities, food, industrial supplies, a port with nearly 10,000 containers, and I went through each one like opening a blind box, collecting the items inside into my space. But it wasn't long before some unwelcome guests also arrived at the southern port. "Li Gu, are we really going to be okay like this?" spoke a bald young man, looking timid and anxious, glancing around as if fearing something. Li Kuei forcefully slapped the bald young man's head, looking displeased. What are you afraid of? Didn't I tell you all? The entire city district is in a blackout now. Those surveillance cameras are out of power too. With so many containers here, we can empty one at random and no one will notice. These people had their eyes set on the containers too. But what if there are still functioning cameras and power? The bald young man cautiously voiced, his eyes filled with worry and a hint of fear. Li Kuei pointed at the young man's nose with frustration, saying, "That's why I say you won't make a fortune. You have no observational skills at all. Look around. We're in Sha City, still has electricity. Even the traffic lights are out." Scanning his four brothers who had been with him for 2 years, Li Kuei took in their struggling expressions and gently persuaded, "I've been with you all for so long. That's why I brought you out to make a fortune. If I wanted to deceive you, would I deceive myself as well? This is a great opportunity to get rich now. Once the power is back on, we won't have this chance. Think about those who look down on you. Why do they look down on you? It's because you have no money. The opportunity to earn money is right in front of us now. Do you really want to be looked down upon as poor losers for the rest of your life?" Li Kuei spoke passionately, spitting as he spoke. The reason he was putting in so much effort was because a few days ago, he had incurred a high-interest loan while gambling. Those who borrowed from loan sharks were different from small-time thugs like him. They had powerful forces behind them, ready to take him down at a moment's notice. If he didn't repay the money soon, he would soon find himself missing limbs. Originally on the verge of desperation, the sudden power outage in the city felt like a stroke of luck from the heavens. So, he quickly came up with the idea of raiding this warehouse near his home, knowing he couldn't do it alone. So he convinced 4 others to join him. Seeing that the others seemed swayed by his words, Li Kuei seized the opportunity. There are so many boxes here. Missing one won't be noticed, and there are no security cameras now. Even if someone finds out, they won't know it's us. What's there to fear? If we get caught, just say I ordered you to do it." Seeing Li Kuei's logic, one of them patted his chest and took on the responsibility. The remaining 4 finally let go of their worries, their eyes glinting with varying degrees of greed. In their 20s, none of them had proper jobs, spending most of their time relying on others. It was this common bond of being societal outcasts that brought them together. One of them, with dyed blonde hair, spat on the ground. "Let's do it. These are the riches scraped off the backs of the common people by the capitalists. This is our way of robbing the rich to help the poor." Li Gu is right. No security cameras now. Nothing to fear. After this job, I'll throw the money in front of my old man at home, showing him his son isn't just a money spender, said the chubby one with 4 layers of neck fat. The last one, a youth with a crew cut and ear studs, nodded. "Let's do it." Seeing his comrades all in, the bald one gritted his teeth. "I'm rolling with Li Gu." "Good." Li Kuei nodded in satisfaction. "Be quick and efficient. Let's move out soon." At that moment, the blonde one suddenly spoke up. "Li Gu, is that person over there a manager or something?" "I'm Lin Shi, just collecting container goods here at the port." Suddenly, a young man with blonde hair pointed at me, saying I wasn't a manager. Li Kuei glanced at me and then led his crew to another section. "The containers here come and go, carrying everything. I just received a container of medicine and a box of luxury goods. The medicine was valuable, but the luxury goods were useless. I stored the seeds in my space. Even though we can't plan in the apocalypse, we can't afford to waste anything." I continued to collect supplies, but suddenly heard the sound of metal hitting metal. I cautiously approached and saw 5 masked individuals trying to break the locks of the shipping containers. They were running out of time and had to move the items inside quickly, all while trying to avoid being heard by the warehouse staff. Sure enough, 2 warehouse staff members came running over. The 5 individuals were frightened, but Li Kuei was greedy and wanted to kill the staff members to steal the luxury goods. He struck down one of them, leaving the other one paralyzed with fear. I couldn't bear to watch any longer, knowing that scenes like this would likely happen again in the future. I changed direction and continued collecting supplies. My name is Lin Shi, and today was truly an unlucky day. I had been busy at the port for over 2 hours, storing most of the goods from the containers in my space. The weather was terrible, with rain and dropping temperatures, and the evening light was dim. Just as I was about to head back, I unexpectedly ran into those 5 troublemakers again. They looked completely different from before, with 3 of them missing their raincoats and covered in bloodstains. Especially the guy who had initiated the violence. His clothes were stained red with blood. Li Gu, it's that kid from before. The blonde-haired one immediately recognized me as I approached. After I left, they had barely been moving things for half an hour when they encountered 3 other warehouse staff members. Those 5 individuals were out of control. Without a second thought, they killed the staff members. They had turned into bloodthirsty killers, attacking anyone they saw. The crew cut guy came charging at me with a fire axe, and I quickly pulled out a silenced pistol from my space and fired. Thud! The guy with the crew cut had a bloody hole in his forehead and collapsed to the ground. The others snapped out of their daze, and the bald youth knelt down and begged for mercy, saying he was willing to surrender. But Li Kue, with a sinister expression, said, "Why be afraid? We've killed enough people today. He's just one guy with a gun. Let's take him down together." With that, he led the charge towards me. I decisively fired, and 3 more fell. The blonde-haired one almost grabbed my arm, but he was no match for me, for bodies lay on the ground, leaving only the terrified bald youth. As I was about to deal with him, I suddenly heard a series of rapid footsteps. I quickly hid behind a container and saw a squad of heavily armed soldiers running towards us with guns in hand. My heart tightened. Where did these soldiers come from? Were they from the military? When I arrived in Sha City, I heard that the military was stationed on a small island. With no ferries available, did they row over here? I hadn't even paid attention to any boats on the water. These thoughts raced through my mind as I quietly moved away, using the containers as cover. But my luck was just terrible today. As soon as I evaded one group of soldiers and hadn't run far, I encountered another team of soldiers. Dozens of guns were pointed at me, so I had no choice but to stop, raise my hands, and pretend to be in a panic. "I'm a student," I exclaimed. Upon hearing that I was a student, the soldiers lowered their guns slightly, but still surrounded me vigilantly. One soldier approached to frisk me, but I had already stowed away my pistol in my space and could only comply obediently. "Report! No dangerous items found," the soldier reported back to the team. An officer-like figure came up to me and asked which school I attended and why I was there. I mentioned Suchin School and explained that I was trying to return to school but got lost without a taxi or navigation to guide me. It seemed to make sense. "Let me see your student ID. My name is Lin Shur, 19 years old this year." Today was truly a stroke of bad luck to encounter such a situation. I had originally intended to go to Gongri for some business, but upon arrival, I encountered a group of soldiers conducting searches. I felt a pang of anxiety and quickly retrieved my ID from the compartment in my phone case. Fortunately, they didn't discover my student ID. The soldier named Wang Chao took my ID, glanced at it, and returned it to me. His gaze seemed a bit suspicious, making me uneasy, but I tried to maintain a calm facade. Wang Chao asked me to accompany him to another location, saying that someone would escort me back to school shortly. My heart skipped a beat, unsure of what his intentions were. Soon, I was led to an open area where hundreds of soldiers, each armed, were stationed. Additionally, there were over 100 Gongri staff members in uniform gathered there. I spotted the bald youth, the sole survivor of the group of 5, tightly bound with ropes and guarded by 2 soldiers, looking utterly despondent. At that moment, he suddenly lifted his head and glanced in my direction. I quickly turned my back and stepped behind a tall figure to avoid being recognized. "What are you hiding from?" A familiar voice rang out from behind me. I turned around and saw Wang Chao. His gaze was sharp, piercing into my eyes as if trying to discern something. I knew I was under suspicion, and my heart raced with nervousness. Before I could answer his question, another group of soldiers arrived at the open area. "Report! We found 2 students from Gongri who claimed to be lost." Upon hearing the voices, I turned to look. When I saw one of the 2 students brought over, my expression immediately became more animated. Wang Chao glanced at me and walked over to the two students. For some reason, his years of military experience told him that this boy named Lin Shi was not ordinary. Wang Chao approached the two female students and asked the soldier who brought them, "Which school are they from? Have their identities been verified?" "Reporting, sir. They are from Sha City Art College, and their identities have been confirmed." "Soldiers, we walked around the area for a long time and couldn't find our way. It's getting dark, and we're so scared. What's happening in Sha City? Why can't we use our phones suddenly? Why, I want to go home." One of the girls started crying upon seeing Wang Chao. Wang Chao frowned, about to ask more questions. I squinted my eyes and waved towards the other female student, saying, "Su Qin." Su Qin had gone out shopping with the 2,000 yuan I gave her in her dorm mate the day before. She suddenly fainted for some unknown reason. When she woke up, her phone was dead, and upon venturing outside, she realized that Sha City had undergone a huge change. With no transportation, no working phone, she and her companion got lost while trying to find their way back to school based on memory. They were relieved to see soldiers, thinking they could seek help, but ended up brought to this place. In this unfamiliar environment with unfamiliar faces and so many armed soldiers, Su Qin's face was filled with unease and tension. "Su Qin?" Hearing a familiar voice, Su Qin turned around and exclaimed, "Lin Shi?" Su Qin's face lit up with joy as she responded, "What are you doing here?" In this strange and solemn environment, encountering a familiar male classmate undoubtedly heightened their sense of security. Wang Chao, seeing the familiar interaction between the two, asked Su Qin, "Do you know each other?" Su Qin nodded eagerly, her expression filled with joy. "Yes, we are classmates." Excitedly, Su Qin spoke faster, accidentally skipping the words high school. She had meant to say high school classmates, but since it slipped out, she didn't mind. Upon hearing this, Wang Chao's gaze softened as he looked at me. It seemed he had misunderstood. "Wait here for a moment. I'll find a comrade familiar with the terrain of Sha City to take you to the school," he said before turning and walking away. I breathed a sigh of relief in my heart. "Xiao Qin, who is this?" Li Xiaoxiao, who still had a teary voice, asked. "I am a student from the sculpture department," I whispered to Su Qin. I winked at Su Qin. Initially puzzled by when I had become a student from the sculpture department, Su Qin immediately understood once our eyes met. She needed to cooperate. Since I had been so generous, she was willing to help with this trivial matter. "Yes, he's also a freshman," I, posing as Lin Shi, a student pretending to be from Sha City Art College, said. That day, Su Qin, Li Xiaoxiao, and I followed the soldierly Wei as we prepared to return to school. Li Wei urged us to walk faster, warning that it was getting dark and walking at night was unsafe. Glancing at my watch, it was already 5:27 p.m. It was about a 5-kilometer walk from here to the school, and at our current speed, it would take about an hour. I thought to myself that Su Qin and I needed to return to school before leaving. Otherwise, our identities would be exposed. Sha City was not that big, and if we encountered that officer again, it would be troublesome. Li Xiaoxiao was talkative, asking questions along the way. Li Wei informed us that a solar storm had damaged the city's circuits 2 days ago, and the leaders had sent people to repair them. Until the power was restored, we all had to stay in the school. In a couple of days, personnel from other units would distribute emergency supplies at the school, including food, candles, matches, lighters, and so on. Li Xiaoxiao complained as soon as she heard they would have to use candles for lighting, saying how frightening it would be at night. Su Qin's face also showed worry. However, I knew that once the extreme cold set in, the power would never be restored. I remember my father telling me that decades ago, before electricity was widespread, people used candles and flashlights, slept as soon as it got dark, woke up before dawn, and focused solely on work, leading to strong physical health. Modern humans have become overly reliant on electronic devices, resulting in deteriorating physical health. This solar storm could be seen as a forced detox from internet addiction for humanity. Lost in thought, Li Xiaoxiao suddenly tapped my shoulder from behind. Instinctively, I grabbed her hand, surprised by my own quick reaction. Ouch! That hurts! Li Xiaoxiao exclaimed. I quickly let go of her hand, saying, I'm sorry, it was not intentional. Li Wei glanced back and said, It's okay. Let's keep moving. As we continued walking, Li Xiaoxiao resumed her chattering. Lin Shi, you're so handsome. Do you have a girlfriend? I remained silent, deep in thought. Suddenly, a lightning bolt of an idea struck my mind. Third restart. Accelerate evolution. I seemed to understand something. As Lin Shi, I was just an ordinary college student. That day, I was out with Li Wei, Su Qin, and Li Xiaoxiao on business. On our way back, Li Xiaoxiao suddenly asked if I had a girlfriend, and I straightforwardly answered no. Her gaze made me slightly uncomfortable, but I didn't pay much attention to it. After a while, the sky grew darker, the rain stopped, and the temperature dropped lower than in the afternoon. I took off my raincoat to feel the difference. It was at least 5 degrees lower than when we started. Su Qin and Li Xiaoxiao were both in shorts and short sleeves, huddling together for warmth. Observing my long-sleeved jacket, Li Xiaoxiao leaned in and whispered to Su Qin, Su Qin, aren't you close to this guy? Ask him to lend us his jacket. Su Qin agreed, feeling it was a reasonable request, and confidently asked, Lin Shi, can I borrow your jacket? Without hesitation, I refused. No, I wouldn't risk catching a cold for a woman unrelated to me. Su Qin's smile froze on her face, while Li Xiaoxiao chuckled quietly to herself. Su Qin, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, exclaimed, Why do you lack any gentlemanly manners? Without looking back, I retorted, Gentlemanly manners? Can you eat that? Li Xiaoxiao couldn't help but chuckle at my response. However, her laughter quickly faded as the darkness made her misstep on something, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. Ah! Li Xiaoxiao screamed in shock. Seeing this, Li Wei took out a flashlight from the bag he had been carrying on his back and turned it on. Li Xiaoxiao found herself covered in dirty mud, enraged as she cried out, Why didn't you bring out the flashlights sooner? Li Wei explained, There are very few flashlights and batteries left that are still usable from the military, so we have to use them sparingly. Flashlights and batteries had become precious commodities in those times. Fuming with indignation, but unable to retaliate against the soldiers, Li Xiaoxiao's chest heaved as she stood up, half of her body soaked in muddy water, shivering in the cold. She approached me with a pitiful look on her face. No! I knew what she was going to ask and promptly refused. Li Xiaoxiao, frustrated, exclaimed, Why are you like this? Are you even a man? Regardless of her protests, I remained unmoved. As the four of us arrived at the entrance of the Sand City Art College, the sky had completely darkened, making it nearly impossible to see anything. The automatic door of the school was broken and locked at the moment. Knocking on the security office's window, the security guard, seeing Li Wei in military attire, inquired about our presence and eventually let us in through a side gate. Young man, do you happen to have another flashlight? It's pitch dark in here, and I can't see a thing. The security guard asked. Li Wei shook his head. We only have this one flashlight. The security guard sighed in resignation. All right, hurry back, it's too dark and eerie out here. As we entered the school grounds, the campus was eerily quiet, with only the sound of our footsteps and breathing breaking the silence. Suddenly, I heard a strange sound, reminiscent of someone weeping. Stopping in my tracks, I listened carefully, realizing the sound seemed to be coming from the academic building. Did you all hear that sound? I inquired. Li Wei and Su Qin both shook their heads, while Li Xiaoxiao, frightened, sought refuge behind me. I think I heard someone crying, I mentioned. How is that possible? Who would be crying at this hour? Su Qin questioned. Let's go check it out, I suggested. The four of us headed towards the academic building, with the sound growing clearer as we approached. Upon reaching the entrance, I saw a girl sitting on the steps crying. I walked up to her and asked, What's wrong? Why are you crying here? The girl looked up at me, fear and helplessness evident in her eyes. I was bullied, the girl replied. What? Bullied? Who bullied you? I inquired. The girl pointed towards the building, saying, It's a few boys from our class. Where are they? I asked. The The girl gestured upstairs, saying in the classroom. Without hesitation, I made my way upstairs. Li Wei and Su Qin followed, while Li Xiao was too frightened to come along. Upon reaching the classroom door, I heard laughter coming from inside. Pushing the door open, I saw several boys surrounding a girl, behaving inappropriately. "What are you doing?" I shouted. The boys were startled upon seeing me. "Who? Who are you?" one of them asked. "I'm her classmate," I replied. "Classmate? Mind your own business. Get lost," one of the boys retorted. "What if I don't leave?" I challenged. "What do you want?" one of the boys countered. I approached, grabbed one of the boys by the collar, and lifted him up. "Let go of me," the boy protested. "You bully a girl and have the nerve to talk back?" I reprimanded. "We were just joking with her," one of the boys tried to explain. "Joking? Is this your idea of a joke?" I retorted. I threw the boy to the ground and addressed the others. "Listen up. No more bullying her, or you'll have me to deal with." The boys were too scared to respond. Turning to the girl, I asked, "Are you okay?" She nodded gratefully. "No need to thank me. In situations like this, be brave and stand up for yourself," I advised. The girl looked at me with gratitude and admiration. I left the classroom with Li Wei and Su Qin, while Li Xiao waited downstairs. "You're really brave," Su Qin commented. "It's nothing, just doing what's right," I replied. "Have you practiced martial arts before?" Li Wei inquired. "No, I just enjoy staying active," I answered. We four returned to the dormitory. It was already late. I lay on the bed, reflecting on the events of the day, feeling a mix of emotions. In this post-apocalyptic world, the ugliness and kindness of human nature are magnified. I hope to keep a kind heart and help more people. My name is Lin Shi, a student. On this particular night, the campus was pitch black, and the four of us, Li Wei, Su Qin, Li Xiao, and I were heading towards the girls' dormitory. Halfway there, I suddenly stopped. Li Xiao shot me a look filled with disgust and asked me what was wrong. Ignoring her, I focused on the sounds around us. I could hear a faint rustling noise getting closer. I turned to Su Qin and Li Xiao, urgently asking where the nearest building was. Li Xiao impatiently said we were 10 minutes away from the dormitory and told me to hurry up. Su Qin pointed to a dark area on the left, saying the sports hall was a few hundred meters away. I warned them about the hailstorm, then snatched the flashlight from Li Wei's hand and ran towards the sports hall. Li Wei quickly caught up with me. Su Qin and Li Xiao were shouting from behind, asking us to wait for them, but I couldn't care less. The rustling noise grew louder. Something was indeed getting closer. Su Qin seemed to understand my meaning and started running as well. Li Xiao couldn't keep up and soon fell behind. Suddenly, I heard Li Xiao's cries of pain from behind, followed by her screams. Su Qin hesitated for a moment, but continued running ahead. I ran in the front. The sound of massive hailstones hitting the ground and shattering filled my ears. A marble-sized hailstone hit my forehead, followed by a fist-sized one on my left shoulder. I winced in pain, but didn't dare to stop. The next moment, a head-sized hailstone narrowly missed hitting my nose. "Lin Shi, help me!" Su Qin shouted in despair. The light from the flashlight not far ahead had stopped moving, indicating that the sports hall was within reach. But this short distance felt like an insurmountable gap, with huge hailstones crashing down around me, and I thought I might die in the next second. Without a response, I cried out in despair and kept running. In a place unseen, my genetic makeup underwent a rapid and miraculous transformation, swiftly rearranging itself. Running at full speed, I miraculously dodged several head-sized hailstones. Then, just a few meters away from the sports hall, I ran out of strength. My limbs suddenly went weak, and everything in front of me started to blur. Before losing consciousness, I suddenly saw a figure appear in front of me, lifting me up on their shoulder and running. And then I knew nothing. When I woke up, I found myself in the sports hall, with Li Wei breathing heavily and looking at me. He was wearing a helmet, and there were bloodstains on his body. I watched Lin Shi angrily and asked him why he didn't help when someone was in danger. He coldly chuckled and said that the woman and Li Xiaoxiao were also classmates, so why didn't they help? We could hear Li Xiaoxiao's cries for help from hundreds of meters away. My name is Lin Shi, a survivor in the post-apocalyptic world. On that day, I, along with Li Wei and Su Qin, took refuge in the gym. After Li Wei brought Su Qin in, I gave them the gym and went to another place. Not long after, Li Wei said that Su Qin seemed to be having a seizure. I looked at her, and indeed, she looked very painful, curled up, her facial features contorted, limbs twitching involuntarily. I remembered the state of the side effects after unlocking gene lock number 2, and Su Qin now looked very similar. Li Wei put Su Qin down, stuffed a cloth in her mouth to prevent her from biting herself. He also laid Su Qin's body flat, tilted her head to the side, and massaged her limbs. I placed a flashlight high up so I could see the entire gym. As time passed, Su Qin's gums were bleeding. I wanted to confirm if this was a side effect of unlocking the gene lock, but I thought it was unlikely. Gene lock number 2 said he collapsed after unlocking the gene lock for the 5th time, having survived the first 4 times. Although I doubted that ordinary people could unlock gene locks, with the arrival of the apocalypse, the speed of species evolution had accelerated, so it wasn't impossible. Seeing Su Qin in pain, Li Wei, unable to bear it, said he wanted to take her to the hospital. I sneered and said there were no means of transportation, and it would take a long time to carry someone to the hospital on foot. Besides, there was a hailstorm outside. Going out would be suicidal. Li Wei mentioned there was a school doctor we could find. I corrected him, saying, "You are you, don't involve me. We are not classmates, and I have no obligation to save her." Frustrated, Li Wei accused me of not helping in a life-threatening situation. I coldly replied that this was the 2nd time he had said that, and I had already made myself clear before. I glanced out the window and noticed that the hail had lessened. Li Wei lit a candle from his backpack, took the flashlight, and said he couldn't stand by and watch. I watched him leave, murmuring softly to myself, "There's not a single person in this world worth risking my life to save." After Li Wei left, I sat cross-legged and observed Su Qin's changes. The pain in her expression gradually faded, and her body calmed down. I breathed a sigh of relief, thinking she should be fine. My name is Lin Shi, who had just experienced a heart-pounding event. Su Qin suddenly fell ill, and I brought her to the gym. When she woke up, she looked confused and scared, saying she didn't know what had happened, only remembering running and then passing out, feeling intense pain all over her body. I suspected she might have inadvertently unlocked a gene lock, so I asked her if anything special had happened or if she felt anything unusual before entering the gym. She shook her head, saying she was too scared before, only knowing to run. Su Qin asked who saved her, and I didn't confess, instead saying it was that soldier. She lowered her head, concealing her emotions. Su Qin then inquired about the soldier's whereabouts, and I mentioned he had gone to find the school doctor. She fell silent for a moment before softly asking, "Why?" I gazed at her, and she continued, "Why didn't you save me? Why didn't you wait for us? If you had run slower, shining the flashlight on the path, Xiao Xiao wouldn't have died. Why? Why have you become so cold-hearted? You killed Xiao Xiao?" By the end, she was almost shouting. It turned out she was conscious during her suffering and had overheard my conversation with Li Wei. I coldly chuckled inwardly, having experienced such situations too many times. The apocalypse had taught me not to show genuine kindness or goodwill to anyone. My eyes turned cold, even flashing a hint of malice. Su Qin was frightened by my gaze, stepping back involuntarily. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed, prompting me to retract the dagger behind me. Li Wei swiftly entered, pulling along another person. Seeing Su Qin awake, Li Wei exclaimed in surprise, "You're awake." I stood up, noticing a man in a white coat carrying a medical kit behind Li Wei. The man quickly approached to assess Su Qin's condition. Surprisingly, he was the school doctor Chu and knew Su Qin. Chu asked Li Wei and me to step outside and wait while he tended to Su Qin's wound. I turned and walked away, with Li Wei following and closing the door behind us. As soon as the door shut, Su Qin threw herself into Chu's arms, sobbing softly. It turned out Su Qin had just seen the dagger materialize in my hand and thought I intended to harm her. Feeling the tender embrace, Chu's eyes briefly flashed with desire as he gently patted Su Qin's back to comfort her. Li Wei and I stood outside the door. Li Wei hesitated for a moment, then said to me, "Escort duty. When I was called Lin, I was a survivor." That day, Li Wei was leaving. He took out the only individual daily ration from his backpack and handed it to me, reminding me to blow out the candle when going to sleep, as candles would be precious in the future. After speaking, he left without giving me a chance to refuse. He had only taken a few steps when I said, "You don't need to blame yourself. If you hadn't followed me back then, all three of you would have died." Li Wei's steps halted, his eyes suddenly reddening. He thought no one knew the depth of his inner torment. My words were not just questioning me, but also questioning himself. When he heard about the hailstorm coming and saw me grab the flashlight and run, he was scared. It was his subconscious reaction. He had only been in the military for less than 2 years, initially just serving his mandatory service, then suddenly becoming a full-fledged soldier and receiving a first-level combat readiness order. Suddenly learning about the drastic changes in the outside world, the potential unforeseen circumstances of the future. At 21, he was also afraid and fearful of death. But he was already a soldier. Protecting civilians was a soldier's duty. Running away in the face of danger was tantamount to desertion. Only after reaching safety did he remember the 2 female classmates behind him. So when he heard Su Qin's cry for help, he risked his life to bring her back and even risked his life to find the school doctor when Su Qin seemed to be falling ill. Saving one person would alleviate some of the guilt he felt. What I said was true. If he hadn't run, indeed all 3 of them could have perished in the hailstorm. Although it couldn't completely erase his guilt, he felt a bit better. A grateful glint flashed in his eyes. He nodded without turning back and walked away. Looking at the individual daily ration in my hand, my initially cold gaze softened slightly. I stashed the item away in my spatial storage. Some have hearts that lean towards the light, while others fall into darkness. Although I'm not a good person, I do not reject truly good individuals. Good people tend to die quickly, and losing one means one less. After a while, the door of the gym opened, and Dr. Chu said, "She's all better now, you can come in." I walked into the gym and found a corner to sit down. Su Qin had been staring at the door, noticing no one else entering for a while. She looked at me with an uncertain gaze and asked, "Where is that soldier?" "He's gone back," I replied casually. "He just left like that, without even saying goodbye?" Su Qin's voice had a hint of sharpness. When we reached the school gate, his mission was already completed. Just because someone saved your life, do you think you can offer yourself in return? I sarcastically remarked. Su Qin's face stiffened slightly. Ignoring her, I closed my eyes to rest. A hint of panic flashed in Su Qin's eyes as she turned to look at Dr. Chu. Dr. Chu shook his head slightly at her and then loudly declared, "Let's rest here for the night." "Su Qin, find a place to lie down. I'm going to blow out the candle." Su Qin found a mat to lie on, and the candle was extinguished. After Dr. Chu also lay down, the surroundings quieted down. The faint sound of clothes rustling in contact with each other echoed in the darkness. Then everything returned to calm. After some time passed, the faint rustling sound resumed in the darkness. Su Qin suddenly opened her eyes in the dark and reached out to touch Dr. Chu lying beside her. Dr. Chu also opened his eyes, both of them clear-eyed, showing no signs of sleepiness, clearly not asleep. In the darkness, Dr. Chu couldn't make out Su Qin's expression, so he gently patted her hand to reassure her. Then he stood up slowly, took out a sharp surgical knife from his pocket. He had already taken off his shoes at some point, stepping on the ground without making a sound, with only the faint friction of clothing audible in the darkness. Su Qin also sat up, her heart racing in her throat, thumping loudly. She covered her chest, afraid that her heartbeat might wake me up with its loudness. Knowing I wanted to kill her, she sought help from the familiar Dr. Chu. Originally, Li Wei would have been her best bet for help, but he had left before she could approach him. Dr. Chu informed her that for the past 2 days, whether it was the Public Security Bureau or the hospital, they couldn't establish contact, with all communications and power in the entire city disrupted. He even suspected that the entire Xia country, or even the entire eastern or northern hemisphere, had been hit by a solar storm. Today, the principal even went to the nearby Public Security Bureau for help, but it was overcrowded and the security situation was dire. When I was called Lin, some strange things have been happening in the school these past 2 days. After the solar storm erupted, most students experienced symptoms of dizziness and vomiting, with many falling into a coma. And I was relatively unscathed. That day, Su Qin, Li Wei, and I arrived at the school gymnasium together. Su Qin was my classmate, and Li Wei was a military man. We were in the gymnasium for a while when Su Qin suddenly said she needed to use the restroom and asked me and Li Wei to wait for her. We waited for a long time, but Su Qin didn't return. I started to worry and decided to check the restroom. As I approached the restroom door, I heard some strange noises coming from inside. I pushed the door open and saw Dr. Chu standing in front of a girl, holding a surgical knife. I was startled and quickly asked Dr. Chu what was happening. Dr. Chu looked panicked when he saw me and said that the girl suddenly woke up, struggling and screaming, and he accidentally ended up killing her. I didn't believe Dr. Chu's words. I felt like he was lying. Upon closer inspection of the girl, I noticed many wounds on her body, indicating she had been assaulted. I asked Dr. Chu if he was responsible, but he denied it. I decided to find Su Qin and Li Wei and inform them of what had happened. When I returned to the gymnasium, I couldn't find Su Qin and Li Wei anywhere. I searched around and eventually found them in a corner. When Su Qin saw me, a hint of panic appeared on her face. She asked me what had happened, and I told her about what I had witnessed. Su Qin looked fearful upon hearing it. She told me that Dr. Chu had once confessed his feelings for her, saying he would do anything for her. Upon hearing this, anger surged within me. I resolved to confront Dr. Chu and find out what he was up to. When I reached Dr. Chu's office, I discovered he wasn't there. I searched around and finally found him in a room. Dr. Chu looked startled when he saw me. He asked me what I wanted, and I questioned him about why he had killed the girl, why he had assaulted other girls. Dr. Chu's face twisted into a sinister expression upon hearing my questions. He confessed that he liked those girls and wanted to be with them. That day, I, Su Qin, and Dr. Chu were in a room together. I had sensed Dr. Chu's sinister aura, so I had cautiously changed my position when the candlelight went out. After my rebirth, I became highly sensitive to others' gazes. Even in darkness, I could sense the faint hostility. Therefore, I had already opened my eyes, waiting for them to reveal their flaws. Sure enough, in the dead of night, Su Qin and Dr. Chu, not asleep, actually wanted to kill me. I smiled at Su Qin and asked her if she wanted to kill me. Panic was written all over her face. I shrugged and told her I had moved before Dr. Chu lay down. His movements would mask mine, and I had taken out the flashlight from my backpack. Without further ado, I swiftly advanced, effortlessly wresting the surgical knife from Dr. Chu's hand and plunging it into his chest. As Su Qin's voice rang out, the knife was already buried in Dr. Chu's heart. He didn't even have time to react before collapsing to the ground. I stayed calm, as if I had just done something insignificant, and turned to Su Qin, who was now speechless with fear. Ever since waking up from the geomagnetic storm, I had noticed that my physical abilities were exceptional. My speed, strength, and reflexes were all significantly heightened. Su Qin stared at me with wide eyes filled with fear, trembling and desperate, begging me not to kill her. She even offered to be my girlfriend and let me do anything to her. I smiled, my eyes cold and unyielding, and my words were chilling. I shot her, telling her that if she could dodge the bullet, I would spare her. Su Qin's pupils dilated in terror as she witnessed the gun appearing in my hand out of thin air, aimed at her. Without giving her a chance to object, I began the countdown. 3. Su Qin's eyes filled with despair. 2. Su Qin's expression suddenly changed. Before reaching 1, I pulled the trigger. In that moment, Su Qin's entire demeanor changed. Her pupils shrank to the size of a pinhead, and the bullet, which she couldn't possibly have avoided, was deflected as she slightly shifted her body. Realizing she had dodged the bullet, a look of ecstatic relief crossed Su Chin's face. She screamed inwardly, "I dodged it! I actually dodged it!" Thump! Before the elation could fade from Su Chin's face, a splatter of blood erupted on her shoulder. She cried out in pain, clutching her shoulder as she fell to the ground. "It was me firing another shot. You can only dodge one bullet." My expression was somewhat disappointed. I had only wanted Su Chin to demonstrate her ultimate value before death, to confirm whether she could truly unlock her genetic potential at the brink of life and death. And now, I was certain Su Chin had indeed unlocked her genetic potential. My name is Lin Shi, and it's now past 3 a.m. I have just disposed of the bodies of Dr. Chu and Su Chin. I stored them in a space, ready to find a place to dispose of them. The wind was howling outside, and the temperature was freezing. I changed into warmer clothes, grabbed a flashlight, and headed towards the Shah Shi Art Academy. Riding a shared bike, I headed towards the Shah Shi Crossy Bridge. The fog was thick on the road, visibility was low, and occasionally, I could see one or two bodies struck dead by hail, some with burst brains, some with mangled flesh, a terrifying sight. I had seen too many scenes like this in the apocalypse, and I was already numb to it. 20 minutes later, I threw the bodies into the sea and also washed the bulletproof off-road vehicle. This vehicle was much more convenient than a shared bike, with a higher chassis that allowed me to avoid getting out of the car to move bodies. I drove towards the safe house, where there were hardly any people at this hour. Even if someone heard the noise, they wouldn't be able to see who was driving. There were some bodies and obstacles on the road, so I didn't drive fast, maintaining a speed of 50 or 60 kilometers per hour. As the day gradually brightened, I stored the car back into space and switched back to the shared bike. I noticed more pedestrians on the road compared to yesterday, mostly young adults. They were wearing long-sleeve jackets, but many of them were dressed lightly. Shashir was almost always summer-like throughout the year, so local residents rarely prepared winter clothing. The fog thickened and snowflakes started to drift down, a rare weather phenomenon in Shashir. Everyone sensed that something was wrong. Those who rushed to buy food yesterday were now rushing to buy clothes and blankets today. Many people's lips turned purple due to the cold, but they still had to leave their homes as there were elderly and children who needed warmth. Some people couldn't bear the cold and smashed the windows of shops to warm themselves with items from inside, causing chaos to break out. The blizzard was about to arrive, and I didn't know if these people would survive. All I knew was that I had to survive in this apocalypse and find a way to unlock the genetic lock. My name is Lin Shi, and around 6 a.m., I finally returned to Wulong Village. The mountain path leading to my safe house was just behind the village. I had intended to take a longer route to avoid interacting with the villagers. However, today a group of villagers was gathered on the road I had to pass through outside the village. As I approached, I saw over a dozen villagers holding various weapons surrounding a dog covered in wounds. The dog was growling and threatening, its eyes oddly colored. One eye was sea blue, and the other was crimson red. It's just a beast. With so many of us, can it still bite someone to death? Kill this beast, and we can each get several pounds of meat. You can't buy meat at the market anymore, said Li Chong, the man who had come to extort money from me outside my safe house a few days ago. Although he made sense, no one wanted to be the first to act and wanted someone else to attract the dog's attention first. The village chief came up with a plan and sent Li Chong and Wang Liang to deal with the dog. Wang Liang was reluctant, and Li Chong complained that the last time he went up the mountain, his father ended up with a broken hand, and he hadn't received any compensation from me yet. Yesterday, Li Chong had been yelling and banging on the door of my safe house, exhausted from his efforts, but never seeing me come out. He was already irritated about it. Now, without getting any money and having spent thousands on medical bills, he had sworn to make me pay the next time he saw me. Unexpectedly, as soon as Li Chong mentioned me, I arrived. I was riding a shared bike and only noticed the people ahead of me when I got closer. Li Chong saw me and immediately approached with a woodcutting knife, blocking my path, and angrily said, "You brat! Finally found you! Pay up! My father's medical bills!" mental anguish fees, lost wages, nutritional expenses. It all adds up to 500,000. I raised an eyebrow and calmly replied, I remember last time it was 50,000? Li Chong stared at me and said, last time was last time, what time is it now? A few days ago, meat was selling for a dozen yuan per pound. Now you can't even buy a pound for 50 yuan. Can it be the same? Other villagers also gathered around, following the village's tradition that no matter how much money is demanded, it must be shared among all villagers. Compared to 500,000, a dog was nothing. I looked at them and asked, what if I don't give it? A villager said, don't give? Ha! Ask our weapons whether they agree or not. Are you thinking of calling the police and finding the security officer to save you? Try reporting and see. Another villager added, kid, in this village and the surrounding mountains, we call the shots. If you can't produce the money, don't even think about leaving today. The village chief seemed to be advising me politely, but his hands behind his back were making gestures. Li Chong saw the village chief's signal and understood that they wanted to show him some force. He was immediately delighted, finally able to avenge the slap from last time. Times had changed, and now there were over a dozen people standing behind him. Li Chong had no worries about me daring to fight back. He smirked and walked towards me. My name is Lin Shi, and today was truly an unlucky day. I just wanted to stay in the village peacefully, but ended up surrounded by a group of villagers. These villagers were really arrogant, holding weapons in their hands, all looking hostile. Li Chong was especially outrageous. He actually slapped me in the face. I wasn't one to be bullied, so I gave him a resounding slap in return. This really stunned Li Chong. He probably didn't expect me to fight back. He picked up the woodcutting knife and lunged towards me. This guy was really out of control. I didn't react in time, and suddenly a dog rushed out, biting on Li Chong's left leg tightly. At that moment, a gunshot rang out, and Li Chong screamed and fell to the ground. It turned out that 2 security officers had arrived, holding guns, which frightened the villagers. The villagers quickly threw down their weapons and obediently squatted by the roadside. I also crouched down right next to Li Chong. He wasn't dead yet, staring at me with a terrifying gaze. I thought to myself, you can glare all you want, but you won't live much longer. I suddenly had a wicked idea and said to Li Chong, don't worry, you won't be lonely. I'll make sure your parents and sister join you soon. Li Chong was so enraged by my words that his eyes seemed ready to pop out. Then with a kick of his legs, he rolled his eyes back and passed out. The security officers came to check on Li Chong's condition, and I quickly composed my expression, pretending to look like I had just survived a disaster. The officers asked if I was injured, and I said no, then proceeded to tell them what had happened. At that moment, the village chief also arrived. His eyes teared up, and he even knelt down on the ground. This guy really knew how to put on a show. But I wasn't going to let him off easily. I was going to make him pay for his actions. My name is Lin Shi, and today was truly an unlucky day. I was just walking on the road when Li Chong suddenly came at me with a knife. I had to defend myself, of course, but that led to a big mess. The old village chief was crying on the ground, claiming I had broken Li Chong's father's hand and caused Li Chong's death. I was truly unjustly accused. Li Chong was the one who came at me with a knife first. I was just acting in self-defense. Those villagers joined in, accusing me of not paying for medical expenses after hitting someone and knocking out Li Chong's teeth. I was so angry. How could they twist the truth like this? Luckily, the security officers arrived, and I thought the truth would finally come out. But these villagers were cunning. Each of them played along so smoothly, pointing fingers at me and painting me as a despicable villain. However, the security officers were no pushovers either. They had witnessed the assailant wielding a knife and a group of villagers surrounding me with weapons. They certainly wouldn't believe the villagers' words. The officers asked if I had hit someone, and I didn't deny it. I narrated the incident truthfully, and the officer patted my shoulder, saying I did the right thing. In such situations, one should prioritize their safety and run first. I was touched by the officer's understanding. The villagers, on the other hand, were dumbfounded. They often relied on their numbers, not realizing how many times the security officers had been unable to deal with them. This time, they had met their match. Wang Liang was still indignant, questioning why the officer was siding with me. The officer explained that even in a fight, it wasn't a reason to kill. What they saw was me being surrounded by villagers with weapons, and my retaliation was in self-defense. The villagers tried to argue, claiming they were holding weapons to deal with a dog. The officer asked about the dog, but the villagers searched and found it had already run away. The officer sternly ordered all the villagers to stay in the village and await further investigation. The officer pulled me aside, inquired about the incident, and made a simple record. I told them about Li Chang's family coming to extort money at my doorstep, how I accidentally broke Li Chang's father's hand, and how the conflict escalated after being demanded 50,000 and then 500,000. The officer nodded, saying the situation matched their suspicions. The vigilante also said that they could arrange a place for me to live first. This time is not peaceful, this place is remote, and it is difficult for them to take care of it now. It means that I am afraid that the villagers will attack me again. I was grateful for the kindness of the vigilantes, but I refused. I don't want to leave here. I still have my own things to do. The vigilante pulled me aside and whispered to me that when they were gone, the villagers would trouble me, and they wouldn't be able to help me. I looked at the vigilante and said firmly that I was not afraid. I believe that justice will be on my side, and I also believe that I have the power to protect myself. The vigilante shook his head helplessly and said, "You should be careful." I looked at the back of the vigilante leaving and swore in my heart that I would make these villagers pay. My name is Lin Shi, and I encountered a very interesting thing today. The two vigilantes advised me to go to the town sheriff's office for help, but I refused. I've learned martial arts, and my home is safe, and the villagers can't help me. When they saw that I was resolute, they didn't insist anymore. I turned my back to the villagers, and I didn't see their malicious expressions, but one of the vigilantes saw it, and he told the village chief to stay, intending to beat him to warn him. The other villagers gave me a vicious look before leaving. The vigilante told me not to go out lately, to keep warm and store food. I said I understood, and then I got on my bike and got ready to go home. Before leaving, I glanced at the bush where the dog had been hiding, and it was empty. Maybe it was my arrival that unintentionally freed the dog, so it jumped out to save me when Li Chang attacked me. It's really a dog who knows how to be grateful. I suddenly felt that it was a shame to give up the idea of having a dog. After that, the way back to the mountain went smoothly, and when I got back to the top of the mountain, I saw a black dog sitting in the open space at the door. "Are you waiting for me?" I asked it. The dog just looked at me and didn't make a sound. I casually took the shared bike back into the space, and I didn't need to hide anything from a dog. But I still subconsciously glanced at the dog's expression. The dog stared at my hand that took the car back into space, tilted its head slightly, and there was a trace of doubt in its smart eyes. Such a big dog looks really funny when he makes such an expression, and it also proves that this dog is very smart. I originally had a plan to get a sled dog, but I was discouraged by a fire in the warehouse where the sled was burned down. The dog won't talk, won't divulge my secrets, won't betray me. Although I have never owned a dog, I have heard that dogs are very loyal to their owners. Maybe this dog is also a good choice? I tentatively took a few steps closer to the dog, who stood up and took a step back, looking a little uneasy. I immediately stopped, a little disappointed in my heart. This dog looks like a stray dog. Maybe it was abandoned by someone, and it was hurt, and it is normal to not like to be approached. If you can't accept my words, I won't force them. Yesterday, there was a container of pet supplies in the container at the port, and I casually took out a bag of dog food from the space and put it in front of it. "Eat. Let's go back." Then I walked around the dog and headed for the door. After a few steps, a familiar gaze came from behind him. I turned my head and saw that the dog was actually following with dog food in his mouth. My eyes flashed. I remembered something and said, "Was it you who peeked at me in the woods last time?" I laughed dumbly. How could a dog understand me? However, this dog was unexpectedly smarter, and he put down the dog food in his mouth and opened his mouth. "Wong, really? Do you want to go home with me?" I'm going to be skeptical. "Wong." The dog took a few steps closer to me with the food in his mouth. and then stopped to look at my expression, as if to make sure I didn't resent it approaching. Finally, slowly walked up to me, lay on the ground, wagged his tail carefully, and looked up at me. Now I no longer doubt that the dog could understand me. I bent down and reached out to touch the dog's head. The dog subconsciously wanted to dodge, but in the end it didn't move, accepting that I put my hand on its head and touched it. These reactions all speak of its subconscious rejection of human contact. I understood that if I hadn't inadvertently saved its life, this dog, with its hostility and wariness towards humans, would not have accepted me so quickly. Looks like we're quite lucky. I smiled, looked at the pair of strange eyes, and said seriously, "Let's go home. My name is Lin Sher, and I am trying to survive alone in the last days." On this day, I met an injured dog who was so badly injured that I decided to take him back to the safe house for treatment. Back at the safe house, I carefully examined the dog's wounds and found that the injuries were very severe, with skin shedding in several places and a blur of flesh and blood. Most of the wounds were fresh and oozing blood. Many of the wounds were covered by dark, dirty hair, and if I hadn't examined it closely, I wouldn't have found that the dog was so badly injured. "You're such a man," I said helplessly. "With such a serious injury, if there is no intervention, the dog will die of inflammation and infection in a few days. I can only hope that the dog has no other internal injuries. I'm going to treat your wounds. I have to shave. It will hurt a little. You have to endure it," I said to the dog. Seeing that the dog had no other reaction, I took out disinfectant, razor, bandage, medical needles and threads and other tools from the space and began to treat its wounds. Shaving, disinfection, suturing, medication, bandaging, it took me more than 3 hours to treat all the wounds, and finally I got a half-tube anti-inflammatory injection. The whole process did not use anesthesia, and the dog did not dodge and bark and was very quietly left to my toss. "You're such a man." I patted the dog on the head, took out a blanket, and covered the dog. Because there were too many wounds and the dog's hair was very dirty, and some of it was even clumped, I shaved all the hair on the dog's body. Now it's bare, and the whole dog looks a little funny. After shaving, I found that the dog was very thin, and the ribs could be seen on the belly. Feeling that the temperature was getting colder, I turned on the stove, and the warmth quickly dispelled the chill in the living room. Cleaning up the garbage from the floor, I started preparing lunch. As soon as I walked into the kitchen, I noticed that the dog had followed me, lying silently at my feet. "You have stitches on your wounds. Move around less and go to the living room to stay," I said to the dog. The dog hangs its tail and obediently leaves. By the way, should I give you a name? It occurred to me that I had an idea. I have never had a pet since I was a child, mainly because the woman doesn't like small animals and hates having extra hair in the house. So I have no experience with small animals. Hearing that he was going to give himself a name, the dog stopped leaving and looked at me hopefully. "Bark!" I looked at the ugly dog that was slick and covered with needles and threads and fell in a deep thought. Platter. Iron Man. Blue-red. The dog's face visibly collapsed. "Ha! I'm kidding you." With one more member in the family, I unconsciously talked more. "How about calling the Demon King?" "Wah! Demon King? Wah! Demon King? Wah!" I prepared a lot of meat for lunch, and after discovering that the Demon King prefers raw meat, I took out a large piece of raw beef directly from the space and gave it to him. A man and a dog were full of food and drink, and they were resting when there was a noise outside the door. Bang, bang, bang. Boom. Bang, bang. It was the sound of someone banging on the door. I walked to the door and saw through the cats dozens of villagers, old and young, men and women, all holding farm tools or sticks, standing menacingly at the door of my safe house. Standing at the front were more than a dozen young and middle-aged villagers who had met outside the village in the morning. Wang Liang and another villager were slamming the door with a hoe. However, after smashing for a while, there was no sign of the door being smashed open except for a few marks. "My son, you died such a miserable death. Why is my life so bitter? White-haired people send black-haired people." Antli was supported by Li Tsuetsie and cried in the crowd. "I must tear down this door today and avenge the strong sun. I must let that kid die. Avenge the Hadron." The roars of dozens of villagers echoed through the mountains. Although Li Chong was not killed by me, they didn't dare to provoke the security officers, so they naturally put this account on my head. For more than 10 years, the villagers have extorted many outsiders smoothly, and they have hardly failed, let alone suffered such a big loss. Not long after the security officer walked on the front foot, the village chief summoned a third of the people in the village to find a field. The village chief did not take the warnings of the vigilantes to heart. I heard that there is chaos outside now. Doesn't this mean that the people in their village can be more bold in the future, and no one cares? The village chief silently calculated in his heart. In fact, without my presence, Wulong village would have become a small gathering place for survivors in the last days. The head of the village is none other than the village chief. These villagers have been brainwashed by the village chief for many years, and they are extremely united, and as long as they do not confront the officials, they will simply be swept away and run rampant in this small place. My name is Lin Shi, and I live in Wulong village. On this day, I was resting in the house when I suddenly heard a noise outside. When I opened the door, I saw a group of villagers surrounding my blast door, holding hoes, shovels, and other tools in their hands, trying to smash the door and enter. I was annoyed. Why are these people so unreasonable? I asked them what they wanted to do, and a middle-aged villager in his 40s came up to me, pointed at my nose, and scolded. Why do you dare to ask? Pay off your debts. Pay for your life. You're a... I looked at his finger at me and felt disgusted. I grabbed his finger and slammed it hard, and only to hear a click that his finger broke. He screamed in pain, and I kicked him in the stomach, knocking him to the ground. Seeing this, the other villagers were so frightened that they took a few steps back. The village chief came up to me and said, "Young man, this time you were the first to do it, and you will be imprisoned for beating someone." I listened and sneered in my heart. These people are really shameless. Obviously, they came to slam on my door first. I was just defending myself. When the village chief saw that I didn't speak, he thought I was scared and said, "You are so young. If you have a criminal record, it will affect your future for the rest of your life. We don't have to report the case. As long as you compensate for the losses in our village, this matter and the matter of the strong son will be settled. How about it?" I looked at the greedy face of the village chief, and I felt a pang of disgust in my heart. The strong son, he said, was a bully in the village who often bullied the villagers. Yesterday, Hadron wanted to rob me of something, and I got into a fight with him and accidentally beat him to death. These villagers came to me for trouble. I said to the village chief, "You want me to lose money?" A hint of sinister calculation flashed in the village chief's eyes, and he said, "Money, just mean it. We don't want more. You give us the house behind you, it's okay." When I heard this, I felt a pang of anger in my heart. These people are so much that they want my house. I said to the village chief, "Get out." The smile on the village chief's face froze, and anger rose in his eyes. "Young man, you have to think carefully. If it weren't for the two nosy security guards in the morning, your kid would have been hacked to death by Xiangzi." I listened, and my heart was disdainful. These people are so ignorant. They think I killed him because I was afraid of the Hadron. Actually, I was here to protect myself and other villagers. Hadron is a bully. He often bullies the villagers, and if he is not eliminated, more people will be hurt in the future. When the village chief saw that I was unmoved, he said, "You don't know yet, do you? Now it's messed up outside. Even if there is a murder somewhere, throw the body away. No one will check it. I advise you to think about whether your own life is important or whether it is important to have something outside your body." I listened, and my heart was wary. Although what the village chief said was an exaggeration, it was not impossible. Now the situation outside is really unstable. There are power outages everywhere. Cars can't drive, and it snows in June. If something really happens, it will be difficult for me to survive here alone. However, I don't compromise easily. I said to the village chief, "Don't try to beat me up for the idea. I won't give it to you. If you don't leave, you're welcome." Seeing that I was resolute, the village chief did not dare to force me again. He said to the other villagers, "Let's go," and when he thinks clearly, he will naturally come to us. With that, he left with the villagers. I looked at their distant backs and felt a sigh of emotion in my heart. These people are so selfish and do not hesitate to harm others for their own benefit. I must find a way to protect myself and the other villagers from letting them get their way. My name is Lin Shur, and the end of the world is coming, and I have been carefully hiding my strength until the troops in Shushi appeared. These villagers thought they could bully me if they were too numerous, but they didn't know that I wanted to kill them a long time ago. The old thing of the village chief who wants my things still talks so much nonsense. I won't be soft-hearted, just tell him to take it from my corpse if he wants. The village chief completely lost patience and said that he would fulfill me. Wang Liang and another villager smashed at me with a hammer. If this hammer hits a person, he will be seriously injured if he does not die. In today's medical conditions, a serious injury can be more terrible than death on the spot. When Antley saw this scene, her face showed the joy of revenge. But before she could finish laughing, the situation changed. I came first, grabbed Wang Liang's hammer handle, pulled him over, and then rammed his hammer with another villager's hammer. Another villager was kicked directly by me, and the hammer fell on the head of one of the villagers, and the villager fell on the spot, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Several of the women in the villagers screamed in fright. Seeing this, the village chief retreated into the crowd, ordered the other villagers to go up together, and cut me. 5 villagers surrounded me with woodcutters and slashed at me with all their might. I shook off Wang Liang, pulled out the knife behind me. My eyes became sharp, and I met him. I made a stagger, and my body flashed, and I dodged into the gap between the attacks of the 5, and the blade slashed through the neck of the person closest to me. Avoiding the splatters of blood, I turned around and appeared behind the 4, reached out and stabbed, and killed another. These ordinary people have no combat experience, and to me they are like chickens and dogs. In the last 8 years, I am not a fool. The remaining 3 villagers were frightened and froze in place, forgetting to wave the knife in their hands. I know that you can't stop fighting. You have to fight or run. To stop is to die. I easily killed 2 more people, and the last villager reacted and ran away, shouting as he ran, "Village chief, he has a knife, he killed someone." Before he could take a few steps, the tip of my knife came out of his chest. I pulled my knife out and glanced at the stunned villagers in the distance. When the village chief saw that I was so powerful, something bad rose in his heart, and he shouted angrily, "What if he knows Kung Fu? Random punches can also kill the master. He only has 2 hands and a knife." Altogether, the other villagers looked at each other, at the village chief, and then at me and the knife that was still dripping blood in my hand. They were still ordinary people who had never seen blood, and in the face of such a terrible scene, fear overcame their fear of the village chief. "Mom, kill!" A villager dropped his farming tools and ran. The others also left the guy behind and fled in a hurry. "Don't run!" the village chief shouted, but the panicked villagers couldn't hear it at all. Dozens of people crowded and pushed the village chief to the ground. "Ouch, don't squeeze." The village chief was trampled on by everyone, and soon there were a few more footprints on his body, and he was speechless. When the villagers ran away, the village chief was full of footprints and his breath was dying. I didn't chase the rabble. My eyes were always on the village chief. As long as there is time for such a person in the last days, he may lead the villagers to the side of the disaster. I stepped forward and stabbed the village chief in the heart and took the unconscious village chief away.